the pinnacle of secret love storylines. From childhood confusion to clarity of heart, loving secretly for 11 years until he finally caught his light. When Jiang arrived at the hotel, reporters had already crowded the entrance. Zhou Yi's assistant spotted her and hurriedly came forward, saying, "Sister Jiang, why are you here?" Jiang calmly removed her leather gloves, lifting her eyelids to look at the young assistant. "Where's President Zhou?" The assistant looked troubled. In the room, Jiang withdrew her gaze. She knocked on the door. A young girl in her early 20s, with reddened eyes, opened the door. Not recognizing the girl, Jiang sniffed and asked in a gentle voice, "Are you from President Zhou's crisis management team?" Jiang nodded and walked in, just as Zhou emerged from the bathroom. He wore a loose towel around his waist, water droplets falling from his forehead hair, trailing down his collarbone to his abdomen, finally disappearing into the towel at his waist. His lips curved slightly upward. He showed no sign of embarrassment. "Why is it you?" Jiang looked up to meet Zhou Yi's playful gaze. "This is President Zhou's scandal. Such a thorny matter. No one wants to handle it." Their exchange was cold yet somehow harmonious. Except for Zhou Yi's assistant, no one knew they were newlyweds of 3 months. Zhou Yi lifted his eyelids and gave Jiang a meaningful look. He casually lit a cigarette and said, "Go back and send someone else to handle this." Jiang didn't respond but turned to look at the young girl standing beside him. Jiang knew this young girl, a rising starlet under Zhou Corporation, who recently gained fame through a manufactured celebrity relationship. Reportedly, she was called out on Weibo headlines by a famous director's wife a few days ago. "It seems you've become quite indiscriminate after some time, Zhou Yi." The rising starlet felt uneasy under Jiang's scrutinizing gaze, but she maintained her composure, saying, "With so many reporters downstairs, maybe I should just confirm my relationship with President Zhou. We can clarify it later when things calm down." Before she could finish, Jiang curved her red lips and coldly interrupted, "I've already contacted your manager on my way here. By now, they should have arrived. You can go downstairs now." The starlet was shocked. "But there are so many reporters down there." Jiang said coolly, "The company has secured a lipstick advertisement for you. The shooting location is nearby. Your manager will pick you up. Any other questions?" The starlet glanced at him. She noticed Zhou had been watching her, so she hurriedly left. Her slender white fingers removed the cigarette from Zhou Yi's mouth. "President Zhou, please go to the next room. Mr. Li and others are waiting for the meeting." Zhou Yi lifted his eyelids and smiled meaningfully at Jiang. "Everything's arranged?" Jiang replied gently, "President Zhou, you have at most 5 minutes. After that, the hotel security will pretend to slip up and let those reporters up." Zhou Yi looked at her for a while, then smiled and nodded. "See you later." Just then, her phone rang. An authoritative voice came from the other end. In half an hour, have Zhou come see me when he returns." Jiang hung up, saying okay. She walked downstairs. After going down, Jiang didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat in her car and sent Zhou a message. "Grandfather wants us to return to the old house. If you really have those kinds of needs, you can tell me directly." She sat in the car and sent Zhou a message. After sending the message that grandfather wanted them to return to the old house, Zhou, as usual, didn't reply. Like a stone sinking into the sea, Jiang didn't mind, exited their chat interface, and checked today's entertainment headlines. She only closed it after confirming there were no rumors about Zhou. Lost in thought while browsing Weibo, the car door suddenly opened and a tall figure bent down to sit inside. He noticed Jiang looking at him. Zhou magnetic voice filled the car. "What are you looking at, Ying?" When Zhou called her Ying, his voice was magnetic and enchanting. It reminded Jiang of that drunken night when he coaxed her the same way. Thinking of that night, she frowned slightly and collected her thoughts. "If you have nothing else, let's head to the old house." Zhou's long fingers tapped lightly in the car. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang turned the steering wheel. As the car slowly moved, her phone on the center console vibrated. Zhou glanced at it casually. A message popped up on screen. Ying, with Zhou fooling around all day, can he still satisfy you at home? If not, sister, let me call a young man for you. Zhou raised an eyebrow. When he saw the message, Jiang also happened to glance down. Both remained calm. Jiang kept one hand on the steering wheel. With her other hand, she flipped the phone face down on the console. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Zhou family's old residence. Jiang parked the car, and they got out one after another. At the entrance, as Jiang Ying stepped in her heels, she heard Zhou Yi's carefree laugh beside her ear. Ying, if you really have those kinds of needs, you can tell me directly. There was a moment of silence in the air. Jiang Ying turned to look at the casual, flirtatious man beside her. Their eyes met. Zhou Yi's eyes held an ambiguous smile. Jiang Ying replied coldly, I don't have such needs. After speaking, Jiang Ying walked ahead to the courtyard. Zhou Yi watched her graceful figure, his smile deepening. Though Jiang Ying entered the courtyard first, when reaching the door, she deliberately slowed down to walk alongside Zhou Yi. As newlyweds, even if they couldn't appear deeply in love, they should at least seem respectful of each other. They entered side by side. Just as they reached the living room, a purple clay teacup flew towards them. Zhou Yi quickly reached out and pulled Jiang Ying behind him. The teacup hit him hard in the chest where it would have struck her. Then it slid down his body to the floor. The cup had contained hot tea, and Zhou Yi had just come in from outside. The tea steamed where it soaked his shirt. Seeing this, Jiang Ying pressed her lips together behind Zhou Yi, wanting to step forward to check on him. But Zhou Yi held her hand, blocking her. Old Master Zhou sat formally on the sofa, face full of anger. You worthless thing. What can you do besides fooling around? Just days ago, there were rumors about you and that magazine cover model. Today, you're caught in a hotel with the company's new starlet. Can't you give me some peace of mind? Zhou Yi raised one hand. Unbuttoning his collar, he said, How am I not giving you peace? I just signed that overseas acquisition deal for you yesterday. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, though old Master Zhou was still angry, his rage visibly decreased. Come here, let me see if you're burned. Seeing his grandfather's expression soften, Zhou Yi released Jiang Ying's hand and strode forward. Grandfather, who's been tattling to you again? Old Master Zhou gave him a contemptuous look. You're not a child anymore. Be more careful with your actions. Don't let others catch your weaknesses. After speaking to Zhou Yi, Old Master Zhou turned his gaze to Jiang Ying. You handled today's matters well. You and Zhou Yi aren't getting any younger. Focus more on your family life. Try to give me a great-grandchild next year. Jiang Ying maintained a polite smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. Old Master Zhou saw Jiang Ying enter the kitchen. He turned to Zhou Yi with a stern face. What exactly is your attitude towards Ying? If you really don't like her, just give her some money and part ways amicably. That girl grew up before my eyes after all. Before Old Master Zhou could finish, Zhou Yi lazily interrupted, Grandfather, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Old Master Zhou was stunned for a moment, not understanding at first. Then his face lit up with understanding. You're planning to have a child with Ying. Zhou Yi stretched his legs. We'll have one. That person you mentioned won't do. We need someone else. When Jiang Ying came out of the kitchen, Zhou Yi had already made Old Master Zhou laugh heartily. Jiang Ying wasn't surprised. Zhou Yi had this talent. He could charm anyone, regardless of gender or age. Near dinner time, other Zhou family members arrived. Old Master Zhou had only one son, Zhou Yi's father Zhou Huayan. Zhou Huayan had 3 children, Zhou Yin, Zhou Yi, and the youngest daughter Zhou Qi. Zhou Yin and Zhou Qi were born to Zhou Huayan's current wife. Zhou Yi was born to Zhou Huayan's childhood sweetheart. Though they appeared harmonious on the surface, everyone knew there was only one heir position for the Zhou group. During dinner, Mrs. Zhou used serving chopsticks to give Zhou Yi food several times, acting like a caring mother. Zhou Qi complained coquettishly, Mom, you always favor my second brother. Mrs. Zhou smiled kindly, I don't favor your second brother. I love all my children equally. Zhou Yin spoke elegantly. Mom has always been like this. She loves you the most. The 3 played along while Zhou Yi sipped his soup with an ambiguous smile, like an outsider. After dinner, as Jiang Ying got up to help the servants clear the dishes, Zhou Qi said in a sweet voice, Jiang Ying, peel an orange for me later. Jiang Ying remained unperturbed. She simply said, okay. Zhou Yi, who was making a phone call by the floor-to-ceiling window, heard their conversation. He turned to look at Zhou Qi and Jiang Ying. Zhou Qi froze. Then she smiled awkwardly. It just slipped out. I've been calling her that for years. Second sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. I'll remember from now on. She ran to Jiang Ying. Second sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Jiang Ying smiled faintly, her eyes distant. It's fine. Zhou Yi glanced at them before returning to his call. That person won't do. Find someone else. The other person said something, and Zhou Yi's eyes filled with mockery. Fine, handle it yourself. After hanging up, Zhou Yi walked into the kitchen. Jiang Ying was washing dishes. A large hand tucked her loose hair behind her ear. Grandfather wants us to stay overnight. What do you think? Hearing this, Jiang Ying's hands paused. It's up to you. Zhou leaned forward, whispering near Jiang Ying's reddening ear. Don't worry, I'll sleep on the couch. Jiang Ying instinctively leaned forward. Zhou, keep your distance. Zhou chuckled. What are you afraid of? Jiang Ying put the dish on the drying rack. She turned to face Zhou. Zhou Media has its annual meeting next month. Don't get involved in any more scandals within the month. But Zhou said, what if it accidentally gets leaked? Jiang Ying frowned. Can't you be a bit more careful? Zhou smirked. That's a bit difficult. Jiang Ying pushed him away. Then deal with it yourself. After saying that, she left the kitchen. She went upstairs. Zhou smile faded as he glanced at the servant standing aside. From now on, let her do less housework. The servant was frightened and replied with a red face. But second young madam insists on doing it herself. Zhou curved his lips into a smile. If she does it again, you'll be fired. As Zhou left the kitchen, he ran into Zhou Yin. With his usual refined manner, Zhou responded casually. Big brother, something wrong? I forgot to bring a change of clothes. Could you help me get them? Zhou Yin handed him a glass of red wine. Since you've married Ying, take better care of her. She appears strong, but is actually quite fragile inside. Zhou took the wine from Zhou Yin, raising an eyebrow. Why did I marry her? You know better than anyone else. Zhou Yan's smile remained unchanged, though now tinged with false apology. That incident with mother was a misunderstanding. My mother didn't know Ying couldn't handle alcohol well, and she accidentally went into your room. Zhou downed Zhou Yan's wine in one gulp. He laughed coldly. If one doesn't think too deeply, you all seem quite kind. He handed the empty glass back to Zhou Yan, patting his shoulder. You're worried I'll compete with you for the Zhou Group CEO position, right? Don't worry, I definitely will. Big brother, please drop your hypocritical tone when you're with me. With that, he strode upstairs. Zhou Qi had been observing them from a corner. Seeing Zhou go upstairs, she ran out from her corner to Zhou Yan. After returning to the room, Zhou took off his coat and tossed it aside. He sank into the sofa, listening to the shower sounds from the bathroom, his narrow eyes half closed. Lost in thought, Jiang Ying was showering in the bathroom. Halfway through, she realized she'd forgotten to bring clean clothes. She wrapped a towel around her chest, went to the door and knocked twice. Zhou, are you out there? After speaking, she heard no response. She added, Zhou, I forgot to bring clean clothes. Could you help me get them? After her 2 attempts, Zhou still didn't respond. Jiang Ying opened the bathroom door slightly. Seeing Zhou apparently asleep on the sofa, she secretly sighed in relief. Barefoot, she walked to the wardrobe and took out a nightgown. As she turned back to the bathroom, just as the door closed, Zhou opened his eyes, his gaze falling on her fair skin. Jiang Ying sensed something wrong and looked up to meet Zhou's eyes as he lay on the sofa. Finally, he smiled triumphantly. Zhou had a true childhood sweetheart. If not for that accident, she would have been Mrs. Zhou now. Jiang Ying came out wearing the nightgown. You're not asleep? Zhou looked at her mischievously. What? Jiang Ying took a deep breath. You weren't asleep? Why didn't you answer when I called? Zhou rested his phone-holding hand on his chin, telling an obvious lie. Really? Jiang Ying was speechless at Zhou's attitude. After staring at him for a moment, she said nothing more and turned to get into bed. Then Zhou's phone rang. He immediately answered. The room was so quiet that the flirtatious female voice on the phone was crystal clear. Come out and play. Zhou smirked. Miss me? The woman cooed. Stop teasing. Are you coming or not? Zhou's voice deepened. Can't tonight. I'm at the family house. He added, with my wife. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by the sound of an angry woman hanging up. Right after, Jiang Ying's phone rang. Seeing Guanlei's name on the screen, she was tempted to ignore it. Guanlei was Zhou's true childhood sweetheart. If not for that accident, she would have been Mrs. Zhou now. Jiang Ying answered, parting her red lips. Miss Guan, Guanlei persisted. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You knew it was my birthday today, and deliberately took you back to the family house. Make you come out now. Jiang Ying replied, sorry, I can't do that. Guanlei grew angry. Jiang Ying, don't push it. Before she could finish scolding, the phone was snatched from Jiang Ying's hand. Zhou stood by her bed, shirt collar slightly open, half untucked. Don't be unreasonable. Whatever Zhou said to Guanlei afterward, Jiang Ying didn't hear. She went downstairs for some warm water. Standing in the living room drinking, she heard steady footsteps behind her. She turned and met Zhou Yan's gaze as he held hot milk. Zhou Yan offered her the hot milk. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Jiang Ying didn't take it, maintaining a formal distance. "Just thirsty. Came down for water." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi upstairs witnessed this scene. Zhou Yan gracefully withdrew his hand, smiling gently. "Did you argue with Yi?" Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. "No," but Zhou Yan continued. "If you're having any troubles, you can tell me." Jiang Ying gave Zhou Yan a faint smile. "Thank you, big brother. It's late. Get some rest." She was someone who knew boundaries well. Even though they used to be close, now that she was married, she firmly maintained appropriate boundaries. Especially after that calculated drunk incident, she wasn't foolish. Back in the bedroom, Zhou Yi had returned to the sofa, his lit phone screen facing his face. Jiang Ying glanced at him. She went straight to bed. Perhaps due to exhaustion, this time Jiang Ying fell asleep shortly after lying down. Jiang Ying and Zhou Yi drove separately to work, distant like two strangers. After parking and entering the office, she overheard female employees gossiping. Yesterday, the CEO was caught by paparazzi at a hotel again. Good thing manager Jiang was there. Wonder who'll be unfortunate enough to marry the CEO. With a man like him, even a one-night stand would be worth it. The female employees were giggling until they saw Jiang Ying, then immediately stood straight and fell silent. Jiang Ying swept her gentle gaze over them and continued on. After that, she went straight to her office. The female employees clutched their chests in relief. "I don't know why, but I always feel scared when I see manager Jiang. Even though she doesn't say anything and seems nice, I just feel guilty." Back in her office, Jiang Ying reviewed this year's Zhou Corporation annual meeting proposal. She picked up the landline to call the planning department. "Manager Zhao, are you in your office? I see some issues with the proposal. We need to discuss it in person." The man on the phone replied hesitantly, "I'm in the office, but President Zhou is here. It might not be convenient." Zhou Media only had one president, Zhou Yi. Jiang Ying paused for a few seconds before responding, "I see." Just as she was about to hang up, Zhou Yi's deep voice came through the phone. "Let him come now. I'd like to hear about it too." Jiang Ying frowned, momentarily tempted to pretend she hadn't heard and hang up. Her professional ethics prevented her from such defiant behavior. When she reached the office door, she saw the planning department manager fawning over Zhou Yi. She then knocked on the door. Zhao Chuangwen turned around first. Jiang Ying forced a slight smile. Zhou Yi merely glanced at Jiang Ying before looking away. He extinguished his cigarette in Zhao Chuang's ashtray. Jiang Ying walked in on her heels, addressing him with a polite, "President Zhou." Zhou Yi, always professional at work, waved his hand saying, "Don't mind me. Carry on with your business." Since Zhou Yi said not to mind him, Jiang Ying threw the documents on the desk. Then she turned to Zhao Chuang. Manager Zhao straightened up, instinctively looking at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, his long fingers tapping the sofa armrest. "Why are you looking at me? Manager Jiang is addressing you." Zhao Chuang laughed nervously and reluctantly stepped forward. Standing with her back to Zhou Yi, Jiang Ying bent over, her blouse riding up slightly to reveal a glimpse of fair skin at her waist. Zhou Yi's narrow eyes half closed, his gaze casually sweeping past, expression indifferent. Jiang Ying pointed out several flaws in the proposal. Zhao Chuang looked troubled. These changes might be difficult to make, but Jiang Ying insisted, difficult or not, they must be changed. This annual meeting is crucial. Even small risks could become major problems. Constrained by Zhou Yi's presence, Zhao Chuang didn't dare argue. "We'll try our best." "Try." Jiang Ying raised her eyelids to look at him. "Not try. It must be done." Zhao Chuang looked uncomfortable. He forced a laugh. "Manager Jiang, some issues aren't as simple as you say. These points you mentioned are actually Miss Guan's requirements. You know she's our big star for Zhou Media this time." Jiang Ying straightened up, maintaining her composure. "The issues I pointed out must be fixed. Color discrepancies will affect the on-camera effect. If Guanlei won't work, we'll find someone else." Zhao Chuang stood stunned, unable to process what he'd heard. That was Zhou Yi's rumored girlfriend, the woman most likely to become Zhou Media's future mistress. Yet Jiang Ying so easily suggested replacing her. No longer daring to challenge Jiang Ying directly, he looked over her shoulder at Zhou Yi. "This isn't right." Zhou Yi played with a teacup in his long fingers, a slight smirk on his face. "If we replace her, who do you suggest we use instead?" Zhao Chuang's first thought was that Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying weren't getting along. He quietly tried to mediate. Manager Jiang. I think Miss Guan is very suitable as this year's special guest, both in image and temperament. Before he could finish, Jiang Ying cut him off coldly. If she won't listen, then she's not suitable. Zhao Chuang was left speechless. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two powerful figures. Just when he thought the atmosphere would remain tense, Zhou Yi spoke casually. Zhao Chuang, do as Manager Jiang says. Zhao Chuang nodded and said, okay, even though my company is just a small workshop, I still need to strive for improvement. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Jiang Ying nodded slightly at him. President Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhou Yi adjusted his sitting position with an ambiguous smile. Go ahead. After Jiang Ying left, Zhao Chuang wiped the sweat from his forehead. President Zhou, about Miss Guan? Zhou Yi stretched his long legs, reached for the cigarette box on the coffee table, and put one between his thin lips. Isn't this your planning department's business? Why ask me? Zhao Chuang was left speechless. When Jiang Ying returned from the planning department to public relations, she had just entered her office when she received a call from her best friend Chu Shi. Ying, where are you? Jiang Ying sat down in her office chair. At the company. What's up? Chu Shi grumbled. I heard your man cheated again. I figured it out. Your man cheats as frequently as Southern Crops harvest, 3 times a year without rest. Jiang Ying opened her computer and scanned the recent headlines. After confirming there were no scandals about Zhou Media, she changed the subject. Weren't you on a business trip? I'm back. Chu Shi stretched. I'm exhausted. Slept for a day and still haven't gotten over the jet lag. Jiang Ying told her to sleep more, but Chu Shi refused. Even though my company is just a small workshop, I still need to work hard. What if I turn my life around? Jiang Ying retorted. Stop talking about turning around like a salted fish. A salted fish is still a salted fish even when turned over. Chu Shi yelled angrily. Jiang Ying changed her tone and chuckled. All right, I know you're a hard-working rich kid. Chu Shi was pleased with this comment and hummed in satisfaction. Come out tonight? Jiang Ying clicked her mouse. Where? Chu Shi replied, DK, sisters treating, we'll drink till we drop. That evening, Jiang Ying drove to DK. Just as she parked and was about to fasten her seatbelt, suddenly there was a loud bang from the rear of the car. The impact made Jiang Ying's body jerk backward slightly. Before she could get out, someone knocked on her window. Jiang Ying turned to see Guanlei standing outside, fuming with anger in the night. Understanding the situation, Jiang Ying opened the door and got out. Guanlei asked angrily, what right do you have to replace me? Jiang Ying looked down at her. In a cool voice, she said, Miss Guan, I know you have issues with me, but I need to make one thing clear. I never mix business with personal matters. After struggling in the entertainment industry for 3 years, you're still an unknown D-lister. If I were you, I'd pack up and go home. Jiang Ying looked down at her and said coolly, Miss Guan, I know you have issues with me, but I need to make one thing clear. I never mix business with personal matters. Hearing this, Guanlei became furious. Are you suggesting that I mix business with personal matters? Jiang Ying spoke frankly. That seems to be the case right now. As they stood in deadlock, suddenly a figure rushed over and protectively stood in front of Jiang Ying. Before she could clearly see who it was, the figure had completely blocked her view. Jiang Ying softly called out, Changbo. The man in front responded. He was Jiang Ying's other best friend besides Chu Shi. Guanlei sneered, oh, it's Changbo. After struggling in the entertainment industry for 3 years, you're still an unknown D-lister. If I were you, I'd pack up and go home. Changbo casually pulled down his sunglasses and said, still better than being a top star like Miss Guan who's trying to be a homewrecker when President Zhou is already married. Guanlei's face turned red with anger. What did you say? Changbo continued. What? You dare to do it, but won't let others talk about it? Guanlei warned him. Try saying that again. Changbo mocked. What? You want to get physical with me? Come on, just touch me once, and I'll scream harassment. Then everyone can see what the so-called pure Guanlei is really like. Is she really pure, or is she pure? Guanlei's face alternated between red and white with anger. Finally, she pointed at Jiang Ying behind Changbo. Just you wait. This isn't over. Jiang Ying stepped out from behind him. Since it's not over, the repair fee is 10,000. Remember to transfer it to me later. Guanlei angrily stomped away. Crazy. Jiang Ying put her hands in her coat pockets. How did you get here so early? Where's Chu Shi? Changbo adjusted his collar against the wind. Shivering from the wind, she's almost here. That dog is always the last one to arrive. Jiang Ying looked up teasingly. Well, you dog came pretty early. He walked towards DK. Changbo followed, cursing, Does Zhou know you're this mouthy? Jiang Ying replied calmly, Why should he know? Is he worthy? No. Zhou was standing not far behind them at that moment. with a flickering cigarette between his lips. His friend stood beside him. Someone teased, are you worthy? I just love how she stands up for me. Guanlei only has 4 bodyguards anyway. Chushi knows some fighting skills. Joey tilted his head and spat out his cigarette. Stepping on it, he laughed lazily and replied, of course I'm worthy. Top tier worthy. Everyone laughed. They were used to seeing men around Jiang Ying. Shortly after Jiang Ying and Chang Bo sat down, Sushi burst through the private room door. He walked in and grabbed a glass from the table, gulping down 2 mouthfuls. Picked a bad day to go out. Traffic jams all the way. Changbo said, we're the ones who picked a bad day. We just ran into her outside. Chushi blinked. Zhouyi's childhood friend? Changbo sneered. Who else would have such a terrible name? Chushi turned to look at Jiang Ying. Did she cause trouble? Jiang Ying casually picked up the bottle in front of her, took 2 sips. Isn't she always like that? Chushi's face immediately dropped. Holding the bottle, she turned towards the door. Changbo saw this and grabbed her. Where are you going? Chushi waved the bottle. I'm going to beat her up. Never liked her. She came looking for trouble. If we don't teach her a lesson, we'll lose face. She was so determined that it seemed like not even 8 oxen could hold her back. Changbo pulled at her clothes. Can't you just sit down quietly? Let's just drink, okay? Jiang Ying glanced over at Changbo. Let her go. Let her go. Changbo was stunned. He let out a surprised ah. Jiang Ying smiled. Let Chushi go. I like how she stands up for me. Guanlei only has 4 bodyguards anyway. Chushi knows some fighting skills. Even if she can't win, I think she can at least manage a draw. Changbo clearly didn't believe in her ability. Her? You know her skills are amateur at best. Before he could finish, Chushi had already broken free and quickly sat down next to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow, looking bored. Chushi spoke calmly. I'll go next time. As they say, revenge is a dish best served cold. Then, she turned to Changbo. Don't look down on me with your dog eyes. I'm stronger than you can imagine. Changbo smiled. Indeed, I can't imagine. Suddenly, Jiang Ying's phone rang in her pocket. She took out her phone, saw it was a company call, gave them a look, and walked outside. In the hallway, she answered the call. The person on the other end told Jiang Ying that a male artist under Zhou Media was in trouble. His ex-girlfriend had leaked their chat records, revealing the male artist's assault behavior. Manager Jiang, the male artist wants to post on Weibo, release an announcement, and send a lawyer's letter. Jiang Ying replied, tell him to do nothing. Wait until tomorrow to handle it. Assault is a sensitive word in society now. Whether you actually did it or not, once that word appears, keyboard warriors will appear and take sides without questioning the truth. Rather than releasing a statement at such a sensitive time, it's better to let things cool down first, then deal with the other party. Hearing Jiang Ying's words, the doctor said okay and hung up. Jiang Ying walked back to the private room. After just a few steps, a waiter ran up to her. Miss Jiang, right? Jiang Ying responded, yes. Zhouyi guessed correctly. She knew Zhouyi's vengeful nature since childhood. The waiter, sweating anxiously, said, your friend is fighting in Mr. Zhou's room. When Jiang Ying arrived at Zhouyi's private room, Chushi was being firmly held back by Changbo. When I became a swan, you were still an egg. Who do you think you are? Stop hiding behind Zhouyi. Shameless. Hiding behind someone else's husband in public. Where's your dignity? She was cursing enthusiastically when Changbo pinched her waist again. Chushi turned around, and upon seeing Jiang Ying at the door, she immediately shrank her neck like an ostrich, becoming completely quiet. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Is she your friend? Jiang Ying smiled lightly and said, yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Guanlei, hiding beside Zhouyi, sneered, birds of a feather flock together. Hearing this, Jiang Ying glanced over. Indeed, her words had a double meaning. Guanlei paused, looking at Zhouyi's playful smile beside her. She immediately realized she'd been set up, her face turning red. Chushi was just Jiang Ying's friend, but Zhouyi was Jiang Ying's actual husband. Which relationship was closer? Jiang Ying didn't waste words. First, she signaled Changbo to take Chushi away. Then she walked to the coffee table. Picking up an open bottle, she said gracefully, I apologize for today. My friend had too much to drink and disturbed everyone's mood. I'll apologize on her behalf. With that, she took the bottle and drank it all in one go. Zhouyi's eyes followed her. Her slightly raised neck was strikingly white under the lights. After finishing the drink, Jiang Ying nodded slightly to everyone in the room, then turned and walked straight out. As soon as she left, Someone nudged Zhou Yi. Aren't you going to chase after her? Zhou Yi straightened up from his relaxed position on the sofa. What's there to see? Shinsaran laughed. Don't regret it. Not long after, he received a call from Jiang Ying. On the phone, Jiang Ying's breathing was soft. Still in the private room? Zhou Yi looked at his excited friends. Keeping a straight face, about to leave, Jiang Ying asked, home or? Zhou Yi spoke in a low voice. Shishue. What? Want to come find me? Jiang Ying immediately replied, business. Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment. Then a mischievous smile spread across his face. Half an hour later, Shui Tian Hua Fu. After hanging up, he strode out of the private room. Everyone teased him, asking where he was going. Zhou Yi tugged at his shirt collar and said, going home, wife's checking up on me. Guan Lei, sitting on the sofa, turned cold-faced. Seeing this, everyone in the private room fell silent. After an awkward moment, he arrived at Shui Tian Hua Fu and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Just as he was about to turn on the living room light, someone grabbed his wrist and pinned him against the wall. Zhou Yi raised his arm above his head and pressed down, approaching with a mischievous smile. So eager to find me? Afraid I'll cause trouble for your girlfriend? Jiang Ying took a deep breath. Zhou Yi guessed correctly. Having grown up together, she knew Zhou Yi's vengeful nature. She worried that if he was in a bad mood, he might take it out on Chu Shi. Then she parted her red lips. Chu Shi didn't mean it today. Zhou Yi responded with a deep, oh. Uncomfortable in her restrained position, Jiang Ying tried to adjust her stance, leaning forward slightly. She did it for me. Earlier today outside the bar, Guan Lei tried to hit me with her car. As her red lips moved, Zhou Yi's gaze dropped to her slender waist as she leaned forward. Almost touching him, his eyes narrowed, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his free hand suddenly gripped Jiang Ying's waist, pulling her flush against himself. Jiang Ying's breath caught, and she instinctively struggled, finally realizing their position was too intimate. She called out, Zhou Yi, in a displeased tone. Zhou Yi's grip on her waist tightened. Call me A.E. Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. Smelling the alcohol on Zhou Yi, she stopped struggling. You're drunk. Zhou Yi didn't respond. He lowered his head into Jiang Ying's neck. She stiffened. The cold business queen had promised to divorce him after 3 years, without taking any of his assets. But when he heard this, his eyebrows raised slightly. You think I'm Zhou Yin? Having a platonic relationship with you? Jiang Yin tensed up. Just as she was about to push him away forcefully, Zhou Yi's phone rang in his pocket. Zhou Yi raised his head, giving Jiang Yin a meaningful look. The hand above her head and the one around her waist both released. He reached into his pocket, took out his phone, answered it, and walked straight to the sofa. The person on the other end said something, and Zhou Yi glanced at Jiang Ying, turning on the light in the moonlight. Jiang Ying's back was still against the wall, her mind uncontrollably flashing with certain ambiguous images. Hearing this, she took a breath and turned to switch on the living room light. The moment the light came on, Zhou Yi's narrow eyes squinted. His gaze fell on Jiang Ying's disheveled collar. His thin lips curved into a smile as he said to the person on the phone, You want to discuss business? How shall we discuss it? Jiang Ying glanced at him, taking out her phone to text Chu, Shi and Changbo. You two head back early. I'll handle things with Zhou Yi. Changbo responded, Very okay. Chu Shi started apologizing. Ying, I'm sorry. Her silver white fingers tapped on the screen. That bastard Zhou Yi, you dare provoke him? Aren't you afraid he'll destroy you? Chu Shi replied, I was just impulsive. Thinking about it now, I'm quite scared. After all, everyone knows Zhou Yi is crazy. Ying, he won't use this as an excuse to force you to do this and that with him, right? Jiang Ying looked at her message, feeling an urge to laugh. As her fingers moved to reply, a dark shadow fell over her head. He instinctively looked up. Zhou Yi's gaze fell on his phone screen, raising an eyebrow at this and that. Then his lips curved into a smile as he bent down near his ear, seductively asking, Want to try? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Jiang Ying's eye twitched involuntarily. I don't want to try. Zhou Yi turned to look at him. Not interested, Jiang Ying said clearly. Zhou Yi's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed. How do you know you're not interested without trying? Jiang Ying was used to being cold towards the Zhou family. Now being pressured so forcefully by Zhou Yi, she suddenly felt rebellious. Turning to face him, she said, Your technique is too poor. I remember it clearly. As soon as the words left her mouth, something stirred in Zhou Yi's narrowed eyes. Jiang Ying's heart skipped a beat. suddenly regretting her lack of restraint. Zoe straightened up with a mischievous smile, deliberately misinterpreting her words. It's been 3 months. I thought you'd forgotten. Didn't expect you'd remember so clearly. Having already lost composure once, Jiang Ying wouldn't allow herself to make a second mistake. She took a deep breath and chose to remain silent. Zoe glanced at her lazily and said, "Make me a bowl of noodles. There are ingredients in the fridge." Jiang Ying got up to make braised noodles. While waiting for the water to boil, she looked up at Zoe sitting on the sofa and called out to him. Zoe lifted his eyes. "Want to talk about Chushi?" Jiang Ying nodded. Zoe looked away, his voice deep. "Don't worry, you're still my wife. I'll give you that much face." Hearing Zhou words, Jiang Ying sighed in relief and lowered her head to cook the noodles. When a bowl of braised noodles was ready, Jiang Ying placed it on the dining table. Zhou heard the sound and walked to the table. "Just one bowl?" Jiang Ying responded. "There's more in the pot." Zhou looked down. "Get yourself a bowl and join me." Jiang Ying hadn't eaten dinner either, so she hesitated for a moment. Without arguing, they ate quietly for the remaining time. Neither spoke. After eating, Zhou took a napkin from the table, wiped his mouth leisurely, leaned back in his chair and asked, "Do you still like Zhou Yan?" Jiang Ying hadn't expected this topic. She choked on her noodles and coughed heavily. Zhou raised his eyebrows, grinning. Such a strong reaction. Jiang Ying caught her breath. "I don't like him anymore." Zhou smirked, obviously not true. He made a sound. Jiang Ying met Zhou gaze. "In all these years with the Zhou family, I can honestly say I've never crossed you. I know our marriage makes you uncomfortable. You do your thing. I'll pretend not to see." Zhou carelessly pulled out a cigarette pack, put one between his lips. "You understand me well?" Jiang Yi felt a headache coming on. "Give me 3 years. My contract with Zhou Corporation has 3 years left. After that, I'll leave Zhou and divorce you." Zhou didn't respond immediately, watching her meaningfully with the cigarette in his mouth. Jiang Yi thought Zhou was worried about asset division, so she added, "Don't worry, I won't take any of your money." Zhou asked, "What's in it for me?" Jiang Ying asked back, "What benefit?" Zhou smiled wryly, "Marriage, divorce. I'll be divorced once. What benefit can you give me in this marriage?" Jiang Ying's temple throbbed. "Do what you want. I won't interfere." Zhou snorted. "Just that?" Jiang Ying frowned. "Then what do you mean?" Zhou sat with his legs naturally spread, leaned forward, and beckoned to her. Jiang Ying leaned forward, confused. Zhou suddenly grabbed the back of her head, pulling her directly in front of him. Ying, you think I'm Zhou Yan? A hypocrite who'd have a platonic relationship with you?" The cold career queen thought she had done everything perfectly, but who would have thought Zhou had discovered it? Tonight, Zhou's repeated intimate gestures made Jiang Ying uncomfortable. She struggled instinctively. Zhou's long fingers holding the cigarette suddenly rubbed roughly at the corner of her lips. Jiang Ying drew in a sharp breath from the pain. Before she could speak, Zhou had already leaned close, whispering in her ear, "Don't think I don't know. You're using me as a cover to investigate the Zhou family." Hearing this, Jiang Ying froze, forgetting to struggle. Zhou noticed her loss of composure. He laughed, gently patting the hand holding her head. "Stay calm. You don't have enough courage for this." Jiang Ying's breath caught. "When did you find out?" Zhou breathed hot air into her ear. "Probably since you climbed into my bed." Jiang Ying had thought she'd done everything perfectly. Who would have thought Zhou had discovered it anyway? When Zhou released Jiang Ying, he loosened his shirt collar with his fingertips, saying lazily, "No need to be so nervous. I'm not interested in the investigation of the Zhou family." Jiang Ying's suspended heart settled. "Aren't you worried I'll do something harmful to the Zhou family?" Zhou's eyes showed complete indifference. "What does it matter to me if you harm the Zhou family?" Jiang Ying couldn't understand Zhou at that moment. He was clearly a Zhou family member. Yet when talking about the Zhou family, his detachment and coldness were like an outsider's. She suddenly remembered their first meeting. Back then, Zhou was a refined young man. But somehow, that refined young man had gone astray. Zhou saw her silence. He stood up and walked in front of her. Taking advantage of her distraction, he leaned forward, arms on her chair's backrest, encircling her. In an extremely low, seductive voice, he said, Ying, I missed that night. I'll keep your secret, and in return, you spend one night with me." Jiang Ying took a shallow breath, looked up at him after composing herself. "You want to sleep with me?" Zhou's thin lips curved. "I want to cultivate our marital relationship." Jiang Ying thought he was obviously lying. "You don't need to keep my secret. Go ahead and tell grandfather. See if he believes you." Joey looked at her admiringly. Quick thinking. Jiang Ying pushed Joey away and stood up. About Chu Shi, you said you wouldn't pursue it, but I owe you a favor. Joey leaned against the dining table, smiling at her without speaking. Jiang Ying walked towards the exit. Joey, behave yourself. Leaving Shuetian Manor, Jiang Ying drove back to her apartment. Her investigation of the Zhou family had been very secretive. Which part had gone wrong? How did Joey know? It seemed she needed to slow down the investigation. Otherwise, she might get herself in trouble. Then she picked up her phone, sent out a message, "Stop investigating the Zhou family for now." The next morning, while she was still sleeping, her phone on the bedside table rang. Jiang Ying frowned, reached for the phone, and answered. Her voice carried sleepy charm. "This is Jiang Ying." Her assistant spoke hurriedly. "Manager Jiang, there's trouble at the company. That male artist didn't listen to you. He posted a statement on Weibo this morning. Now the comments are full of criticism." Having been in this industry for long, Jiang Ying felt some people truly deserve their fate. If they wanted to destroy themselves, you couldn't stop them. The assistant had worked with Jiang Ying for about 2 years and knew her personality. Her silence now meant she was angry. Jiang Ying sighed and said, "Tell the artist's assistant to watch him closely. Don't let him make any more statements." "I'm heading to the office now." Soon after arriving at the company, the manager brought their artist, looking worried as they approached. "Manager Jiang, what should we do now?" Jiang Ying lifted her eyes to look at them. She spoke calmly. "Trouble is brewing. Last night, Chairman Zhou had a private meeting with top actress Guanlei at a bar. The cold business queen, in order to clear the name of an unknown trainee, actually spread rumors about her own man. Both the manager and artist were shocked. After processing this, the manager spoke first. "Manager Jiang, this doesn't seem right. If Chairman Zhou finds out..." Jiang Ying smiled faintly. "Chairman Zhou has so many gossip stories, he won't care about one more. I've shown you the way. Whether to take it or not is up to you." The manager gave him a look, and he immediately understood, awkwardly saying, "Thank you, Manager Jiang." The manager patted his shoulder. "It's fine. Don't worry about Chairman Zhou. If Jiang Ying says it's okay, then it definitely is. You're new to Zhou media. You'll understand with time." 2 hours later, Zhou and Guanlei's rumors dominated all headlines and trended online. On Jiang Ying's side, it was just a smokescreen she had released. Paparazzi immediately provided solid evidence. That afternoon, the male artist Jin Yuan's situation took a turn. A bystander revealed that during his relationship with his ex-girlfriend, he had maintained an ambiguous relationship with her, even releasing a photo of them kissing passionately. Instantly, sympathetic comments flooded Jin Yuan's Weibo. "Our poor Jin. He was actually the one being cheated on, yet was made out to be the wrongdoer. Is there any justice in this world? Just got famous and already being smeared." At that moment, Jin Yuan was in the break room, very excited seeing the comments under his Weibo. This was Manager Jiang's help. The manager nodded. "Who else but Jiang Ying has this capability? You should call Jiang Ying later to apologize. If you can establish a connection with Jiang Ying." Jin Yuan blushed. "Does Manager Jiang have a boyfriend?" The manager laughed. "She's famously cold, a known workaholic." Meanwhile, Joey was in a meeting when his assistant silently passed him a tablet. In front of him, Joey glanced at it, raising his eyebrows when he saw the gossip about himself and Guanlei. He turned to look at his assistant. The assistant bent down and whispered in his ear. This Jin Yuan was set up by his ex-girlfriend. Miss Jiang helped clear his name. Joey smiled meaningfully. "Using my gossip to clear his name?" The assistant felt sorry for his boss for a second. The boss's wife actually spread rumors about the boss just to help an unknown trainee clear his name. Joey raised his hand to scratch his eyebrow, barely containing his amusement. Just then, the planning department manager spoke as usual. "Chairman Zhou, now that special guest Miss Guan has been removed from the annual meeting, and other top celebrities are fully booked." Joey leaned back in his chair with a teasing smile. "Why ask me if you can't find anyone? Go ask Manager Jiang." The assistant standing nearby thought to himself, "Chairman, you're clearly seeking revenge." After leaving the meeting room, Zhao Chuang went straight to Jiang Ying's office. Jiang Ying calmly said, "I'll give you an answer in 3 days." "I'll give you an answer." Hearing this, Zhao Chuang sighed in relief. "Manager Jiang, if I had to name the person I admire most, besides our Chairman Zhou, it would be you." As he rambled on, Jiang Ying lifted her eyelids to look at him. Remember to close the door when you leave. As soon as Zhao Chuang left, Jiang Ying's assistant came in. Manager Jiang, why did you agree? Finding celebrities is his job. Jiang Ying didn't respond to Xiao Nan's words. Lost in thought, I remember Oldly settled in Incity, right? Book me a flight to Incity. Xiao Nan realized, you want to invite Oldly out of retirement? Jiang Ying nodded slightly. It seems this is our only option now. Xiao Nan muttered quietly, if we knew it would be this troublesome, we shouldn't have replaced Guan Lei. Jiang Ying said calmly, troublesome or not, we had to replace her. Some arrogance shouldn't be encouraged. At the airport now, Zhou stood with a cigarette tilted in his mouth. His assistant told him, Chairman Zhou, Miss Guan just posted an ambiguous Weibo post. It's quite suggestive. Zhou turned to look. He saw Guan Lei had posted, my love for you is a secret I cannot speak aloud. The assistant continued, should we tell Miss Guan's manager to have her delete the Weibo post? If your wife sees it. Zhou paused for a few seconds as he spotted his wife at the airport. She was walking while looking at documents on her tablet. His lips curved slightly. Do you think she would care? The assistant earnestly admitted, probably not. Zhou smiled slightly. Not caring. The assistant, seeing his smile, was confused and unconsciously continued, caring? Zhou laughed carelessly. Who cares whether she cares or not? She's as dull as a wooden post. To this day, the assistant still couldn't understand how Zhou ended up marrying Jiang Ying. He only remembered that morning when Zhou called him to bring over women's clothes. He thought Zhou had slept with some actress. But when he opened the door, he saw Jiang Ying in a bathrobe, her face full of restraint. Zhou, cigarette tilted, took the clothes and gave them to her. Jiang Ying's pale fingers clenched, digging into her palm as she cursed him. Xiaonan suddenly spoke, Manager Jiang. Jiang Ying lifted her eyelids to look and saw Zhou at the VIP entrance. She spoke indifferently. Oldly lives in the suburbs now. The hotel is quite remote and might be hard to find. Let's book in advance. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked past Zhou with an expressionless face. The rebellious young master finally understood why his wife liked his brother. On the plane, Jiang Ying put down her tablet and closed her eyes to rest, thinking about the battle awaiting after landing. Everyone knew Oldly hadn't come out of retirement for a long time. The last media company that tried to invite him was publicly criticized on Weibo. Lost in thought, she raised her hand to massage her brow when someone tapped her shoulder. Jiang Ying opened her eyes to see Chen's face close to hers. Sister Jiang, Chairman Zhou asks if you want to upgrade to first class? Jiang Ying shook her head. No need. Thank you, Chen added. Then let me get you a blanket. I see you want to rest. You might need it. Jiang Ying had a good impression of him, knowing he was acting on Zhou Yi's instructions. Not wanting to make things difficult, she smiled slightly and said, all right, thank you. Soon after, Cheng got a blanket from the flight attendant and handed it to Jiang Ying. Xiao Nan, sitting beside her, shifted closer. Pointing at Guan Lei's Weibo post on her phone, she gossiped. Manager Jiang, is it true about Guan Lei and our chairman Zhou? Hearing this, Jiang Ying looked down at Xiao Nan's phone screen, seeing Guan Lei's. My love for you is a secret I cannot speak aloud. Her lips curved slightly, feeling somewhat guilty. Leaving the airport, Jiang Ying led them to get a taxi. Xiaonan whispered, Chairman Zhou is over there. Should we go say hello? Jiang Ying watched the car across the street, lying straight-faced. I didn't see them. Let's go get a taxi to the hotel. It took about an hour and a half from the airport to the hotel. Xiaonan suddenly asked about Oldly. Are we visiting him tomorrow? I heard several media companies trying to get him out of retirement were all rejected. Will we also? Jiang Ying calmly replied, hard to say. Xiao, bring me my change of clothes later. Xiaonan nodded, yes, Manager Jiang. She walked straight to the sofa and sat down, taking out her tablet to continue reading Oldly's emails, trying to find a breakthrough from his daily habits. The investigation revealed Oldly plays golf every Friday afternoon. Coincidentally, tomorrow is Friday. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Thinking it was Xiaonan, Jiang Ying opened it directly. Unexpectedly, it was Zhou, his long fingers playing with his phone. Won't you invite me in? Jiang Ying scanned the hallway, not seeing Assistant Chun. She turned and walked inside. Want some water? Zhou followed closely, his long legs striding in after her. No. Hearing his refusal, Jiang Ying sat back down on the sofa and picked up her tablet. Zoe glanced at her, sat beside her, and asked, "What are you reading?" Jiang Ying answered honestly, "Old Lee's files." Zoe chuckled. "Want to get Old Lee out of retirement?" Jiang Ying gave a faint Zoe's distinct knuckles tapped her shoulder. "That's a good idea." Noticing his restless fingers on her shoulder, Jiang Ying looked up at Zoe. "You're very free lately." Zoe hooked her collar with his fingertip. She stiffened slightly, lowering her eyes to ignore his gesture. "I heard Zhou Yin recently closed 2 big projects." Grandfather was very pleased. Zoe raised his eyebrows. "Are you worried I'll fall from favor?" Jiang Ying's eyes held a trace of mockery. "We're husband and wife after all. We share glory and shame." Zoe naturally didn't believe her words, but hearing the word husband and wife from her lips felt nice. "I deliberately let Zhou Yin have those 2 projects." Jiang Ying looked at him. "You set him up?" Zoe sneered. "Feeling sorry for him?" Jiang Ying shook her head. "No." Zoe laughed cynically. "I'm curious. What do you like about Zhou Yin?" Jiang Ying looked up. "What do you like about Guan Lei?" After these words, there was a few seconds of frozen silence. Finally, Zoe spoke first, her boldness. "I like her bold personality." Jiang Ying's red lips curved slightly. "I like Zhou Yan's reserved nature." Zoe teased playfully. "What else?" Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. "When I was in college, the Zhou family gave very little money. Although I was working part-time, sometimes it wasn't enough. When Zhou Yan found out, he would secretly put money in my bag." Zoe paused at this, his voice deep. "Is that when you started liking him?" Jiang Ying calmly hummed in agreement. Zoe mocked. "What if it wasn't him who put the money there?" Jiang Ying frowned. "No one else in the Zhou family would do that." Zhou Yi withdrew his hand from her shoulder. With a half-smile, he said, "That's true. Playing for so long without any improvement. Put your feet together and shift your weight to your left foot." Jiang Ying put down her tablet and asked Zoe, "Why did you come to my room?" Zoe leaned back into the sofa to see an old friend. Jiang Ying spoke with confusion. "Old Lee?" Zoe turned his head to look at her. "But I won't help you." Jiang Ying pressed her lips. "About Guan Lei, I'm not seeking revenge." Zoe raised his hand to loosen his tie. "I know you're not that kind of person." Just as Jiang Ying was about to speak, Zoe said carelessly, "But I am that kind of person. If you offend me, I'll definitely seek revenge." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Ying paused and turned to look at Zoe. "Go to the bedroom. Am I someone who needs to hide?" Jiang Ying pushed him. "I don't want to explain to my assistant why you're here." Seeing him enter the bedroom and close the door, Jiang Ying felt relieved to open the door. Qiaonan asked, "Sister Jiang, what should we eat tonight?" Just as Jiang Ying was about to answer, she saw Zoe walking out while answering his phone, his magnetic voice carrying a hint of mischief. "Wait for me downstairs." Jiang Ying frowned. She knew she shouldn't have trusted him. As Zoe walked beside her, he hung up the phone. His long fingers intimately and ambiguously tucked her stray hair behind her ear. "Old Lee invited me to dinner tonight." Early the next morning, though Old Lee's habit was to play golf every Friday afternoon, they had many preparations to make. They had to arrive early. By afternoon, seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ying and Qiaonan accidentally encountered Old Lee. Old Lee played a couple of shots by himself. Attracted by Jiang Ying's presence, he said, "Young lady, you play quite well." Jiang Ying responded gracefully, "Your skill is above mine." Old Lee smiled. "Play a couple rounds with this old man." Jiang Ying was delighted, but maintained her composure. "Please teach me." After 2 rounds, they were tied. Old Lee looked at her with new respect. "Wait a minute. I have a backup player. He's quite skilled. You might end up crying later." Jiang Ying smiled gently. "I haven't cried since I was 7. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "Old Lee, that's not fair. You didn't call me earlier when there's a beautiful lady." Old Lee turned around. "Don't talk nonsense. I saw the young lady playing well and asked her to keep this old man company." Zoe spoke casually. "Oh, so it's a chance encounter." Then he raised his eyebrows, looking at Jiang Ying. "Dare to play with me?" Jiang Ying smiled with pressed lips. She neither agreed nor refused, but her hand on the golf club was already eager. Zoe noticed her subtle movement and walked behind her, chuckling. "All right, if you beat me, I'll help you win over Old Lee." Jiang Ying's hand on the club paused. Zoe unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt. "When have I ever lied to you? That time you said you'd stop, but didn't." Jiang Ying took a breath and stepped away. In the following match, they played 18 holes. Despite Jiang Ying's best efforts, she fell behind. When she was about to make her final shot, Joey came up behind her and wrapped an arm around her waist. Playing for so long without improvement. Put your feet together, left foot slightly turned out, shift your weight to your left foot. Jiang Ying tensed but couldn't react due to Old Li's presence. Her final shot was beautiful, precise and perfect, but she was already too far behind Joey. Joey released her hand. You lost. Jiang Ying pressed her lips together, accepting defeat. She hadn't been able to use Joey as a shortcut after all. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his nose as he turned to walk towards Qiao Nan. Manager Jiang, what should we do next? As Qiao Nan was speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Manager Jiang, it's Guanlei. Jiang Ying paused at these words and looked up. Guanlei had appeared without notice. The two made eye contact, wordlessly. They looked like a perfect match. Qiao Nan felt nervous, worried that Guanlei might expose their plan. When Jiang Ying looked away, she adjusted her posture, deliberately avoiding him. I see that Jiang Ying is a tough nut to crack. You might not be able to handle her. Old Li smiled and said to the newly arrived Guanlei, this young lady plays golf very well. She's just slightly behind Zhou Yi. Guanlei noticed Jiang Ying's confident demeanor. Then he realized what was happening. Manager Jiang, you've really gone to great lengths to replace me. Old Li, surprised to see they knew each other, asked, Little Guan, you know this lady? Guanlei sneered. Of course. She's the PR manager at Zhou Media, Jiang Ying. She's been quite famous these past 2 years. Didn't you know, Old Li? Old Li glanced at him, his tone neutral. You don't recognize your own people? Joey glanced over, his thin lips curving into a smile. Unfazed, he said, No, I don't. With the lie exposed, there was no point in Jiang Ying maintaining the pretense. She stepped forward to introduce herself. Hello, Old Li. I'm Jiang Ying, PR manager at Zhou Media. I apologize for meeting you this way. I came to invite you as a special guest for Zhou Media's annual meeting. Old Li glanced at her extended hand without taking it. He said tiredly, I'm too old for such lively events. You should find someone younger. Qiao Nan approached with a red face. Manager Jiang, what should we do now? Jiang Ying withdrew her suspended hand and said, Let's go. Qiao Nan felt embarrassed. Jiang Ying turned to her. If you're uncomfortable, you can return to the hotel. But Qiao Nan replied, I'd rather stay with you. Afterward, Old Li took Zhou Yi and Guanlei to dinner. Jiang Ying and Qiao Nan followed. Waiting outside, Old Li turned to Joey beside him. You really don't know that girl outside? Joey looked up towards the window. Jiang Ying's slender figure, her face red from the cold, moisture in her eyes, looked pitifully appealing. The dinner lasted over 2 hours. Jiang Ying and Qiao Nan shivered outside. Manager Jiang, they're doing this on purpose. They know we're freezing outside, yet they're still having dessert. Jiang Ying's eyes softened. We're the ones asking for favors. It's normal for them to assert their position. Suddenly, a waiter came out carrying 2 bowls of ginger soup. Miss Jiang, someone asked me to bring you both some ginger soup. Jiang Ying smiled gently. Who sent it? The waiter pointed to Old Li sitting by the window. Qiao Nan grinned. Persistence pays off. About 10 minutes later, Old Li walked out of the restaurant. Jiang Ying smiled. Old Li, thank you for the ginger soup earlier. Old Li raised his eyebrows, glancing at Joey, and mumbled, Of course. I couldn't let 2 young ladies catch a cold. After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Ying got to the point. Old Li, I apologize for my abrupt approach today, but I still hope you'll consider my request. Old Li laughed at her words. You're an interesting young lady. What was your name again? Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying took out a business card and handed it to Old Li. Yes. Old Li took the card directly. Young ladies like you are rare these days. Most can't take any criticism, getting angry at the slightest comment. Guanlei frowned in confusion at these words. Then they got into the car directly. Old Li leaned over and asked, You're the one who sent the ginger soup, aren't you? Zhou Yi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed. Before he could answer, Old Li patted his shoulder. I see that Jiang Ying is a tough nut to crack. You might not be able to handle her. Joey raised an eyebrow and simply said, Already have. Old Li was surprised yet found it somewhat natural. Well, it was pointless. I can see she's not interested in you. Joey turned to look at him. No wonder you have no friends in the entertainment industry, old man. Old Li instantly became irritated. You dog. No wonder you've been with so many women, but none truly loved you. Joey shouted. Is this the end of our friendship? Old Li angrily replied. Let it end. Who wants to be friends with a dog like you? Zhou calmly rubbed his temples and said, "Take Miss Guan to the airport." As soon as he said this, Assistant Chin glanced at Guanlei's expression. Sure enough, Guanlei's face was red with anger. "I'm not leaving." Zhou wasn't bothered by his anger. "What's the point of you following around a married man all day? When news breaks about my marriage, you'll be the one suffering." Guanlei turned to look at him. "Can't you just get divorced?" Zhou playful smile faded. "No, I can't." The Ice Queen suddenly remembered that drunken night. She had to admit, Zhou technique was good. Qiaonan sat on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, shivering like a sieve. "Manager Jiang, I think we're both going to catch a cold." Jiang Ying stood by the water dispenser drinking hot water and sneezed. Qiaonan couldn't help but laugh. "Manager Jiang, you seem so down to earth now. At the company, you're like a flower on a high cliff." Jiang Ying wanted to say she had mild social anxiety, but before she could, there was a knock on the door. Qiaonan, thinking it was the hotel delivering ginger soup, wrapped in a blanket and wearing slippers, ran to the door. "I'll get it." Opening the door, he cheerfully began, "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble dash." Upon seeing who was at the door, the rest of his words caught in his throat. "President Zhou." Zhou beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Qiaonan hurriedly stepped aside. "Manager Jiang is inside." Zhou smiled and strode in. Jiang Ying looked up at him. "What is it?" Zhou walked up to her and felt her forehead. "Have you eaten dinner?" Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. "No appetite." Zhou took out a cigarette from his pocket, holding it between his thin lips. "Eat something anyway. I'll have my assistant bring you something. I'm staying here tonight since I have nowhere else to go." Jiang Ying choked on her water and started coughing violently. Qiaonan was shocked. What did President Zhou just say? He's staying in Manager Zhang's room? Jiang Ying glanced at him and calmly said to Zhou, "I'll go down and get you a room." Zhou lit his cigarette. His voice deep, he said, "I'm staying here." They stared at each other for over a minute. Watching the ambiguous atmosphere between them, Qiaonan quietly opened the door and slipped back next door. After the assistant left, Jiang Ying coldly asked, "What exactly do you want?" Zhou didn't answer, showing signs of irritation. He took off his suit jacket and casually threw it on the sofa armrest. Then he lazily leaned back on the sofa. Jiang Ying looked at his relaxed demeanor, pressed her lips, walked up to him and said, "Zhou, let's talk." Zhou directly grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard by Zhou's sudden embrace, Jiang Ying leaned forward, kneeling on his lap. They looked at each other, and Zhou's stern face finally showed a trace of a smile. Then he said something softly. Jiang Ying frowned slightly. "Are you worried I might do something to the Zhou family?" Zhou's fingers rubbed the soft flesh at Jiang Ying's waist. "Why do you say that?" Jiang Ying spoke with displeasure. "Ever since you mentioned I was investigating the Zhou family, you've been constantly appearing before me." Zhou looked up. "You suspect my frequent appearances are to watch you? Worried you might do something to the Zhou family?" Jiang Ying asked back. "Isn't it?" Zhou lightly scolded. "I've told you before. Whatever you want to do to the Zhou family is none of my business." Jiang Ying understood him less and less. "Then recently you're—" Zhou smiled mischievously, his hands gripping Jiang Ying's waist dimples, slowly pressing down. "Baby, I just want to sleep with you." Jiang Ying pressed her lips together, narrowing her eyes at him. "What did you just say?" Zhou raised his eyebrows playfully with his usual laziness. "I want to sleep with you." Jiang Ying tensed against Zhou's fingertips. "You're crazy." Zhou chuckled. "Want to be crazy together?" Zhou's eyes held a bewitching look, making Jiang Ying suddenly remember that night. She had to admit, Zhou's technique was good. Her first time had no discomfort at all. On the contrary, it was enjoyable. Seeing her silence and lack of objection, Zhou's hands at her waist spread open her clothes. Jiang Ying's body stiffened. Zhou looked at her through half-lidded eyes. "Don't hold back." Jiang Ying's hands on his shoulders changed from resting to gripping. "I don't want our relationship to become complicated." Zhou's rough fingers traced from her waist to her back. "We're married, not complicated." Zhou's seductive technique was masterful. In just seconds, Jiang Ying's breathing became unsteady. Things were about to heat up. A knock on the door made both of them freeze. The desire in Jiang Ying's eyes instantly vanished. She adjusted her clothes and walked to the door. Outside stood Assistant Chen and Qiaonan. "Manager Jiang." The hotel front desk sent up the ginger soup. Jiang Ying took it and stepped aside to let them in. Assistant Qian arranged the food. He turned to look at Zhou. The food is ready. Zhou looked up, his voice containing barely noticeable coldness. Are you hungry? Having followed Zhou for many years, Assistant Chun could sense his boss's displeasure even though it wasn't obvious. Xiaonan casually opened a bowl of porridge to eat. Zhou got up from the sofa, took his porridge, and pushed it in front of Jiang Ying. Eat something else? Xiaonan didn't dare object to his boss and took another bowl of porridge. Jiang Ying, having lost her appetite due to the cold, couldn't finish her meal and coughed several times. Zhou frowned. Do you have medicine? Jiang Ying's throat was very uncomfortable. I'll buy some later. Zhou said firmly. I'll have Chunja buy it for you later. Jiang Ying raised her eyebrows. Get another room tonight. I'm afraid I'll give you my cold. But Zhou said, no need. I have a strong immune system. Their conversation was calm, but to Assistant Chen and Xiao Nan's ears, it carried different implications. What happened while I was away? Our boss has already made himself at home. No wonder manager Jiang and Guan Lei had such a bad relationship, so they were love rivals. Then they both left using buying medicine as an excuse. Zhou spoke in a low voice. Go take a bath. Jiang Ying hummed in response without saying anything extra. She turned and walked to the bathroom. After soaking for a while, she reached for her phone and lay on the edge of the bathtub to look at it. She clicked on the latest pinned Weibo headline. Guan Lei securely holds position as Zhou Media's young mistress. Usually, Jiang Ying would skip over such false information, but this time she clicked to enlarge Zhou Yi's photo. Suddenly, the bathroom door was pushed open from outside. Zhou Yi strode in. He walked straight to the bathtub. The real person is right in front of you. Why look at photos? Jiang Ying's hands rested on Zhou Yi's shoulders, her fingertips curling. Zhou Yi's eyes darkened. Isn't it a bit late to say no now? We're both adults. Is just talking not appropriate? Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. In her usually calm eyes, unnamed emotions stirred. Before she could answer, Zhou Yi's other hand gripped her nape, forcing her to look up. A passionate kiss fell. Seeing her seductive gaze, he knew she was aroused. He stood up and lifted her directly from the bathtub. Jiang Ying wrapped her arms around his neck. Don't wet the sheets. We won't be able to sleep. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Sure. Zhou Yi chuckled, grabbed a nearby towel, spread it on the washstand, then lifted Jiang Ying onto it. He guided her hand to his belt. What followed came naturally. Afterward, Zhou Yi wrapped her in a towel and carried her back to the bedroom. Tired, Jiang Ying said she wanted water. Hearing her request, Zhou Yi went to the living room for water. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Zhou Yi, holding the water, went to open it. We bought it back. Assistant Chen, seeing his boss's glowing face, stammered, we bought it back. Boss, do you need me to buy band-aids tomorrow to cover your neck? Zhou Yi touched his neck and casually said, no need. Jiang Ying came out of the bathroom drying her hair when there was another knock. Opening the door, Xiaonan said excitedly, Manager Jiang, oldly agreed. Jiang Ying's hand paused while drying her hair. When did he agree? Xiaonan was very happy. Just now. Assistant Chun called me. Later, they took a taxi to the airport and boarded their return flight. Xiaonan secretly glanced at Jiang Ying's neck, wondering how intense it must have been to leave such marks. When Manager Jiang was changing, her back was covered in bite marks. He couldn't help asking, when did you and President Zhou start? Are you dating? Jiang Ying's expression turned defensive. We're not dating. Then did President Zhou take advantage of you? Jiang Ying narrowed her eyes. No, I was the one who seduced him. Xiaonan stood stunned. Well, President Zhou does have a good figure. As soon as Jiang Ying stepped into her office, 3 agents followed her in. She walked to the water dispenser, got a cup of water, and calmly turned to them. What happened? One agent spoke first. Manager Jiang, recently 3 of our company's artists signed up for a dating reality show. We've just been notified that to increase ratings, they'll invite 2 ordinary people to participate. Jiang Ying sat down in her office chair with her water cup. The agent continued, if it were all industry people, it would be fine. Everyone would know it's just for show. But if there are ordinary people involved, if something unexpected happens, if sparks fly, Jiang Ying interrupted, you can go back first. I'll think of something. Then she asked Xiaonan, does the company have any new trainees? The kind who haven't appeared in public yet? Xiaonan searched his memory. We should have some. Jiang Ying ordered him to select 2 new trainees, 1 male and 1 female. At that moment, Her phone vibrated twice. Jiang Ying glanced at her phone. A WeChat message from Zhou popped up. Dinner together tonight? She swiped across the screen and pressed delete. Sharp-eyed Xiao Nan saw her delete President Zhou's message. Manager Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. Jiang Ying nodded in response. Shortly after Qiaonan left, she saw news about Zhou and Guan Lei's rumored relationship. Zhou Media CEO Zhou in love. Neck scratches reveal intimacy. There was a photo of Zhou arriving at Baiqing Airport, showing obvious thin, red vertical scratches at the base of his neck. Jiang Ying blushed, thinking of the previous night. Suddenly, Zhou sent a second WeChat message. Old Li is in Baiqing. He wants to treat you to dinner. Are you coming? If not, I'll decline for you. Jiang Ying immediately replied yes. That evening, Jiang Ying drove to the hotel Zhou specified. The lobby manager led her directly to the private room. When she entered, she saw the two men chatting and laughing. Old Li greeted her. Ah, little Jiang, we meet again. I heard from Zhou that you're good at ping pong too. We should play sometime. Jiang Ying responded diplomatically. President Zhou exaggerates. I only know the basics. Zhou spoke from the side, so you better be careful. Don't cry when he beats you. Then he looked up smiling. Why are you standing? Jiang Ying stepped forward, observed their seating positions, and finally sat down. Old Li passed her the menu. Little Jiang, what dishes do you like? Order whatever you want. Jiang Ying didn't take the menu, responding, I'm not picky. Zhou took the menu and casually ordered several dishes, finally instructing, no cilantro. After the waiter left, Old Li teased, haven't seen you in a while. Getting more particular now. Not even eating cilantro? Jiang Ying tensed internally. She was allergic to cilantro. It gave her hives. When the food arrived, there wasn't a trace of cilantro. Jiang Ying picked up her chopsticks and started eating. A strand of her loose hair fell forward. Zhou naturally reached out to tuck her hair back. Jiang Ying froze and looked up at him. Zhou gave her a half smile. Eat your food. Why look at me? Looking won't fill you up. Old Li noticed their interaction and cleared his throat twice. He teased, Zhou, I didn't know you were so nice to your subordinates. Zhou smiled. The prettier they are, the nicer I am. The three maintained a harmonious atmosphere during dinner. Zhou and Old Li occasionally discussed current artists in the industry. Zhou looked down on them, and Old Li also seemed disappointed. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Ying stood up to toast Old Li. Old Li, I sincerely thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I probably would have had to resign in disgrace. Old Li reassured her, even if I hadn't come, this kid Zhou wouldn't have done anything to you. Jiang Ying smiled, pretending not to understand Old Li's implications, and drank her entire glass in one go. Seeing this, Old Li raised his eyebrows. Little Jiang has good alcohol tolerance. Jiang Ying replied, I'm done after 3 glasses. Old Li didn't believe her and turned to look at Zhou. Zhou smiled, don't look at me. I don't know her alcohol tolerance. I've only seen her drink once. After that, he didn't finish his sentence, just smiled meaningfully. Hearing this, Jiang Ying felt a wave of heat rush from within, reaching her face. As the dinner was ending, he was about to get up to pay the bill. The private room door opened from outside. Guan Lei and his manager peeked in. Seeing Zhou, Guan Lei curved his lips. It really is you. I thought they were mistaken. Zhou glanced at Guan Lei's manager. You're having dinner? The manager hesitated. Yes, President Zhou. Guan Lei is filming nearby. The crew is having dinner tonight. Zhou's voice was cold and emotionless. Don't keep them waiting too long. Guan Lei hadn't expected Zhou to dismiss him so directly. Looking uncomfortable, he said, there are several Zhou media artists in the crew. Won't you come see them? Zhou replied impassively. Delete that Weibo post later. His "it's for your own good" made Guan Lei's eyes instantly well up with tears. The atmosphere became awkward. Jiang Ying, sitting inches from Zhou, felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Then the manager pulled Guan Lei away. After they left, Jiang Ying was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. She stood up, making an excuse to go to the front desk to pay. After she left the room, Old Li smiled at Zhou. To be honest, I always thought you liked Guan Lei. Zhou raised an eyebrow. Old man, at your age, you're still interested in young people's love affairs? Old Li shook his head with a smile. Does little Jiang know you like him? Zhou lazily replied. Who says I like him? When Guan Lei left the private room, he ran into Jiang Ying returning from paying the bill. Their eyes met, and Jiang Ying gave a slight smile as a greeting. Guan Lei didn't return the courtesy, giving her a sideways glance before walking away. The manager stood nearby, smiling apologetically. Manager Jiang, I'm sorry. That's just how Guan Lei is. He's angry right now. It's not personal. Jiang Ying gave a slight and returned to the private room. Zoe turned to Old Li. I'll take you back to your hotel. Old Li stretched. No need. I'm meeting an old friend. Zoe clicked his tongue teasingly. You have old friends? Old Li glared at him. What nonsense are you talking? Why can't I have old friends? Zoe chuckled. With that temper of yours, no wonder you're still single at your age. I call it staying pure, unlike some people. After saying this, Old Li turned to Jiang Ying, trying to gain an ally. If it were you, would you rather marry a pure man like me, or a playboy like Zoe? Jiang Ying smiled lightly. Of course someone like Old Li. No woman wants to marry a playboy. Hearing this, Zoe raised an eyebrow. He bit his cigarette at the corner of his mouth. Ganging up on me, huh? Old Li smiled like an old fox. How is this ganging up on you? This is only my second time meeting little Jiang. We're just chatting. She's a good girl. I'll help introduce her to someone later. After all, I just asked you, and you said you don't like her. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoe instinctively looked at her. Jiang Ying maintained a gentle smile, seemingly not taking Old Li's words to heart. Zoe bit down on his cigarette. Old fox. The business queen being targeted by a playboy like Zoe was like prey being spotted by a hunter. Leaving the hotel, Zoe arranged a car to take Old Li to visit his friend. Then he turned to Jiang Ying. Your place or mine? Jiang Ying froze, then realized his meaning. I have an early meeting tomorrow. Zoe smirked. Then your place it is. Save you some time. Jiang Ying's red lips twitched. I'm not in the mood today. Zoe stepped closer, lowering his head. Near her ear, he whispered, then don't move. I'll do it. Jiang Ying was speechless. Being targeted by someone like Zoe was like being prey to a hunter. Even after getting into Zoe's car, Assistant Chin in the front kept glancing at them through the rearview mirror. His head was full of questions. When did these two start? They'd kept it very well hidden. When they reached the residential area, Assistant Chun asked Zoe what time to pick him up tomorrow. Zoe directly answered, 11 a.m. That meeting will be postponed. Go get Madam's car from the hotel. Assistant Chun was stunned, not used to the term Madam. Even Jiang Ying herself wasn't used to it. They entered one after another. Jiang Ying was about to say she had no men's slippers when Zoe embraced her from behind. Jiang Ying's body trembled involuntarily. Zoe chuckled in her ear. If not for Old Li today, you wouldn't even have dinner with me, right? As he finished speaking, his lips moved from her earlobe to the nape of her neck. Then he suddenly bit down. The unexpected bite made Jiang Ying let out a muffled moan. Jiang Ying's cheeks burned. I want a shower. Zoe laughed carelessly. Sure, let's shower together. Jiang Ying bit her lip. I'll shower alone. Zoe simply picked her up. Where's the fun in that? Jiang Ying regretted mentioning the shower, especially when pressed against the bathroom wall, her legs too weak to stand. Afterward, Zoe carried her to bed. Jiang Ying suddenly asked, Did you fight with Guanlei? Zoe paused his kissing. Is it appropriate to mention another woman at this time? Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. It's fine. We're just using each other anyway. Zoe tightened his arm around her waist. Weren't you just saying you were tired? I think you still have energy. Early the next morning, the phone on the bedside table rang. Hearing the familiar ringtone, Jiang Ying reached out her fair arm, took the phone and answered. The person on the other end paused for a few seconds without speaking. Suddenly, Zoe's deep, playful voice came from beside her. Ying, you picked up my phone? Jiang Ying looked at the phone screen, which showed Zhao Chuang's incoming call. This was absolutely mortifying. She immediately hid in the bathroom. Zoe chuckled, picking up the phone to talk to Zhao Chuang. Zhao Chuang cleared his throat. President Zhou, did I call it a bad time? Zoe called toward the bathroom door. Ying, get me some water. Jiang Ying was washing up in the bathroom. Hearing Zoe's words, her expression stiffened. She stepped out. Zoe watched her with a mischievous smile. Zhao Chuang said he had prepared a new proposal for review at the office later. After hanging up, Jiang Ying spoke up. You did that on purpose. What benefit is there for you in letting the company know about our ambiguous relationship? Zoe smiled playfully. It can keep them away from you. A flash of coldness crossed Jiang Ying's eyes. What about you? Zoe raised his eyebrows. What about me? Jiang Ying looked at him coldly. You don't want other men near me. But what about you? You're constantly in gossip news. Just this month alone, how many scandals have I helped you handle? Zoe's attractive phoenix eyes narrowed. You want me to cut ties with all those women? Jiang Ying replied coldly. Zoe, I'm not like you. I don't interfere in others' private affairs. Hearing this, Zoe fell silent. The tall figure of the young master loomed over her. smirking. Do you still like Zhou Yin? A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for Zhou Media's annual party. Zhou was the last to arrive, accompanied by Oldly, who had long retired from the entertainment industry. The celebrities were shocked to see Oldly. Oldly as the finale? That's impressive. Someone joked, your influence is huge. When my company held a banquet, Oldly refused everyone's invitations for years. Zhou smiled broadly, you overestimate me. Oldly's attendance at Zhou Media's annual party isn't because of my influence. His smiling eyes scanned the hall. He spotted Jiang Ying in the corner. The man standing opposite him noticed his gaze toward Jiang Ying and followed his line of sight. Beautiful woman, from Zhou Media? Zhou Yi withdrew his gaze, turned to him, and responded coldly with a Today was Zhou Media's main event. Besides the hypocritical socializing with industry bigwigs, he also had to accept toasts from their artists. After several rounds, Zhou grew impatient. He loosened his shirt collar and headed to the second-floor restroom. Just as he reached the stairs, he saw a young man talking to Jiang Ying in the corner. The boy looked shy. Manager Jiang, thank you so much for last time. Jiang Ying smiled lightly. It was nothing, just a small favor. Though she said that, Jin Yuan remained grateful. Manager Jiang, can I treat you to dinner privately? Just to show my gratitude. Zhou leaned forward. Next time there's a PR crisis, don't let my wife handle it. Go check if my wife is done talking to that boy. Tell her I need to see her. Assistant Chen hesitated. What if Madam doesn't want to come up? Chen Shang. Yes. Zhou Yin told grandfather the other day he wants you to help him. Assistant Chen straightened his back. I think Madam will definitely come up. No problem. Assistant Chen was lucky. When he arrived downstairs, Jin Yuan had already left. President Zhou wants to discuss business with you. Jiang Ying nodded. As they reached the restroom door, they heard Zhou on the phone. Big brother, what did you just say? You're saying you have a way to make Ying completely devoted to me? To make Jiang Ying believe? His words made Jiang Ying freeze. She couldn't hear clearly what the person on the phone said. Zhou looked up at her, smiling mischievously. He put the phone on speaker. Zhou Ying's breath was unsteady on the line. "Ae, you know Ying likes me." Zhou smiled. And then? Zhou Ying took a deep breath. If you agree to speak for me in front of grandfather, I'll get married soon. Making Ying give up on me. Zhou responded seriously. Since Big Brother wants to get married, I'll definitely help make it happen. Zhou Ying sighed in relief on the phone. Zhou smiled contemptuously and hung up. Jiang Ying pressed her lips into a line, a sense of humiliation spreading through her. Her hands at her sides tightened, nails digging into her palms. Zhou stood up and walked a few steps toward her. His tall figure loomed over her as he smiled ambiguously. Do you still like Zhou Yin? If the business queen wants to go crazy, the CEO will surely accompany her to the end. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. She looked up at Zhou Yi. Did you call me here just to make me listen to this? Zhou Yi's hand landed on her slim waist. He responded to Jiang Ying in a low voice. I'm helping you. A man like Zhou Yin isn't worth spending your life with. You should be grateful you didn't marry him. Seeing her silence, he tilted his head to look at her. Still thinking about Zhou Yin? Jiang Ying turned to face him. Zhou Yi, do you think this is amusing? Zhou Yi looked at her angry face, jaw tightening, as she moved her red lips to say, you like me. Zhou Yi didn't answer. Jiang Ying's lips curved into a mocking smile. A man like Zhou Yin isn't worth spending life with. Are you any better? Zhou Yi pressed his tongue against his teeth. Jiang Ying, you'd better not anger me at tonight's annual party. But Jiang Ying replied, what if I do? Will you hit me? Zhou Yi's hand on her waist tightened. I won't hit you. You're my wife. Why would I hit you? He lowered his head. His thin lips gently brushed against her red ones. I'll discipline you in other ways. As he pressed down softly, Jiang Ying bit the corner of his lip, biting hard. Zhou Yi tilted his head, tasting his own blood. He wiped the blood from his thin lips, murmuring with a half-smile, she bit me. Jiang Ying felt strangely defiant. Want to go crazy together? Zhou Yi saw through her thoughts. Because you're hurting, you're using me as an outlet? Jiang Ying frankly admitted, yes. Will you let me? Zhou Yi stepped back half a step. What if I say no? Jiang Ying lowered her eyes, smoothing her wrinkled clothes. If you won't, then don't come looking for me anymore. At this moment, Zhou Yi placed one hand above her head. If Manager Jiang wants to go crazy, I'll definitely join in. Can't let you go out and make me a cuckold. Jiang Ying never looked back, almost collapsed against the door where Zhou Yi had her pinned. Afterward, Zhou Yi carried her to the couch. Jiang Ying clutched his shoulders nervously. Zhou Yi spoke in a low, amused voice. Tired? Jiang Ying looked at his moving Adam's apple and said, you are indeed sexy. Zhou Yi reached to touch her long hair. If you like it, you can touch it anytime. Jiang Ying frowned. Don't drag me into your business with Zhou Yin. Zhou Yi leaned back, creating distance between them. Does it hurt? Jiang Ying answered honestly. A little. Zhou Yi smiled mischievously. I told you before. Being with me is better than being with Zhou Yin. Assistant Chan knocked on the door. Mr. Zhou, it's your turn to give a speech. Zhou Yi nodded. Let Madam rest more. Don't let others disturb her. As soon as he finished speaking and took a step, Jiang Ying stood up behind him. Hearing the sound of high heels, Zhou Yi turned back. Have you rested enough? Jiang Ying's expression had returned to normal. I'm going down too. While going downstairs, she deliberately walked faster to create distance from Zhou Yi. She quietly disappeared into the crowd. Zhou Yi walked behind, hands in pockets, watching her. He turned to ask Assistant Chun, what do you think she's thinking? Assistant Chun was troubled, but kept quiet. Hearing no response from Assistant Chun, Zhou Yi walked downstairs. Suddenly, the spotlight unexpectedly fell on him. Zhou Yi glanced at the lighting technician and curved his thin lips into a smile. Walking to the stage, he said, who told the lighting technician to spotlight me? Can't even take a break? Below the stage, several actresses near Jiang Ying whispered, Chairman Zhou is really handsome. I heard Chairman Zhou has a new woman recently. The scratch marks on his neck the other day were from her. Weren't those scratch marks from Guanlei? As she was listening intently, the hall suddenly fell silent. Scattered laughter rose and fell. Chairman Zhou, you've always been a ladies' man, yet untouched by romance. A man like you? What kind of woman would you actually like? Zhou Yi smiled at the corner of his mouth. His expression carried just the right amount of mischief as he looked serious. With Zhou Yi, it was just about mutual benefit, but in others' eyes, it seemed like he liked her. Jiang Ying spotted Oldly. She quickly followed him. Oldly, are you leaving now? Let me drive you. Oldly chuckled. You dare to drink and drive? Hearing this, Jiang Yin's ears turned red. I'll have the company car take you. She bowed slightly to Oldly. Thank you for coming to this annual meeting. Oldly leaned in and spoke softly. If you really want to thank me, tell me the truth. What's really going on between you and that rascal Zhou Yi? I've heard many rumors about that boy Zhou Yi, but none about you and him. I'm really puzzled. You two are so intimate. How come the paparazzi haven't noticed? Jiang Ying pressed her lips together before speaking. Probably because I'm not a celebrity and don't appear on screen often. So the paparazzi haven't noticed me. Oldly shook his head and smiled. No, those other female celebrities who had rumors with Zhou Yi, none of them were noticed by the paparazzi on their own. Zhou Yi likes you. Jiang Ying pressed her lips into a straight line. Standing in the night, that's uncertain. Suddenly, sobbing sounds came from behind. It was Guanlei, crying breathlessly after drinking. Jiang Ying smirked, took out her phone to call Xiaonan, asking her to drive him home. Xiaonan glanced at Zhou Yi and Guanlei, then pressed her lips and ran to the parking lot. Jiang Ying waited for Xiaonan at the hotel parking lot exit. Xiaonan turned to look at her. I just saw Chairman Zhou and Guanlei at the hotel entrance. Aren't you upset? Jiang Ying smiled. Why should I be upset? Zhou Yi and I are just using each other. Back home, she was changing shoes in the entryway. The phone in her pocket vibrated twice. It was a WeChat message from Zhou Yin. Ying, are you okay? Jiang Ying dismissed the message without replying. Suddenly, she saw that the rumors about Zhou Yi and Guanlei had started spreading. Photos of them embracing at the hotel entrance dominated entertainment headlines. Because Guanlei was crying so tearfully, fans speculated that their relationship was being opposed by Zhou's father. She looked at it for about a minute, then closed her phone and went to the bedroom to sleep. Early the next morning, while Jiang Ying was sleeping soundly, she was awakened by a phone ring. The dating reality show that manager Jiang had scheduled earlier suddenly announced it would premiere ahead of schedule. Jiang Ying sat up. Didn't I tell you to find 2 trainees? Xiaonan did find them, but that girl recently had cosmetic surgery. She was planning to do minor procedures and look beautiful on camera after half a month. Who knew? Jiang Ying frowned. Can you do it? Xiaonan replied, don't joke with me. I can't do it. Jiang Ying was very troubled. After a moment's pause, she said, send me the show's filming address. Xiaonan was surprised. You're going yourself? Jiang Ying hummed in agreement. I'll go. I can find an excuse to quit halfway through. When she arrived at the set, the director was very surprised. What brings you here? Coming to drop off your artist? Jiang Ying smiled. No, I'm one of the regular participants in this show. The director raised his eyebrows. you're one of the regular participants? Jiang Ying nodded. Suddenly, an assistant came running over and whispered something to the director. The director's face immediately turned ashen. Manager Jiang, Zhou Media isn't playing a joke on me, right? This is just a small variety show. You coming is one thing, but why is your chairman Zhou coming too? Jiang Ying was stunned. Then she turned around, just in time to see Zhou Yi greeting everyone. The audience got their ship. This was the eye contact of an old married couple. The director looked quite melancholic. Chairman Zhou is another regular participant. Tell me honestly, among our female artists this time, has your chairman Zhou taken a liking to someone? Jiang Ying looked at her calmly. Director Liu, as far as I know, there isn't. At the variety show recording site, 6 people arrived early and were curious about the 2 who hadn't shown up. Suddenly, Jiang Ying appeared. To maximize publicity, the show was being broadcast live. The PR manager of Zhou Media, this regular participant was too high-end and classy, seeming to overshadow everyone else. But this Jiang Ying is so beautiful. Are all media company people this good-looking? Jin Yuan immediately stood up. Sister Jiang Ying, sit here. Manager Jiang, do you know who the other regular participant is? As they were talking, suddenly Zhou Yi appeared. Seeing this scene, he frowned. They were all stunned when they saw Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's eyes carried a flirtatious smile. Hello, everyone. Luo Han immediately blushed. Chairman Zhou, you're not the second regular participant, are you? You're also here for the dating show? Zhou Yi chuckled softly as Chen Shang responded. What, am I not worthy of dating? Then, he strode to sit on the sofa opposite Jiang Ying. His long legs just happened to touch hers. He casually rubbed her leg while maintaining a neutral expression. What should we do next? Jiang Ying shifted her leg slightly. She smiled lightly. We'll be living here for half a month. Shouldn't we first divide the tasks? Like who cooks, who washes dishes, who's in charge of cleaning? After she finished, the 2 people closest to her spoke in unison. I can't cook. I'll wash dishes. Jiang Ying turned to Luo Han. You wash dishes. Jinbei, you help me cook. Be my assistant. Jinbei responded quietly. But Sister Jiang Ying, I know nothing about cooking. Don't blame me. Jiang Ying leaned close to her ear and said, It's okay. I don't know how to either. Jinbei pressed her lips together and smiled mischievously. As Jiang Ying was arranging tasks, Zhou Yi spoke in a deep voice. What about me? What should I do? How about I help you cook? Jinbei's face instantly turned red. That's fine, since I'm not good at it either. Having one more person to help Sister Jiang Ying. Okay, Luo Han, sitting nearby, interjected unhappily. I want to cook too. I just remembered I know several specialty dishes. Jiang Ying smiled. All right then, you 3 cook. I'll wash dishes. As she finished speaking, Zhou Yi sitting nearby raised his eyebrows. While cutting vegetables, Luo Han looked at Jinbei with disdain. If you really don't know how, just wait outside. The kitchen is already small enough. Jinbei, admitting she couldn't cook, said apologetically, if you need help with anything, just let me know. Suddenly flames burst from the wok, and the oil started crackling loudly. Luo Han was scared and dove into Zhou Yi's arms. Zhou Yi stepped back. Don't hug me. Luo Han froze at his words and looked up at him. Zhou Yi's handsome thin lips curved. I'm afraid of starting rumors. Luo Han blushed, ignoring the mess behind her, like a lovesick girl. Hearing the explosion, Jiang Ying immediately ran in. She quickly covered the flames with a lid, completing a series of movements, then turned to look at her. Do you know how to cook? Luo Han's face was red, a little. Jiang Ying didn't expose the vagueness of that, a little, and was about to cook herself. She suddenly picked up some food, about to taste it. When Zhou Yi ate the salted egg in one bite, it's ready to serve. Afterward, the young master noticed his wife's distance from him had decreased significantly. She dared to be sharp-tongued in front of him now. During lunch, everyone took turns praising Jiang Ying's cooking. Even the quietest Xiaoxia rarely spoke up. Jiang Ying, can I learn cooking from you? Jiang Ying smiled sincerely. Sure, I'll call you when we make dinner. Xiaoxia giggled. Thank you. Jiang Ying suddenly told him to drink some soup. Your stomach isn't very good. Xiaoxia was surprised. How did you know? Jiang Ying smiled. I've met your manager. Saw him buying stomach medicine during your filming. Xiaoxia pressed his lips together, deeply moved. Zhou Yi heard their conversation and looked up at her. When Jiang Ying smiled and withdrew her gaze, she happened to meet his eyes, cold as if they were complete strangers. Zhou Yi felt heartbroken seeing her expression. Just as Jiang Ying had laid down in her bedroom looking at her phone, she was interrupted by knocking at the door. She got up to open it, finding Zhou Yi there. Zhou Yi's thin lips curved in a smile. Do you have an extra toothbrush? I didn't bring one. Jiang Ying directly said, No, I don't have any. Zhou Yi, with his shirt sleeves slightly rolled up, spoke in a deep, amused voice. I'll check your bathroom. I think you're lying. Without waiting for Jiang Ying's response, he strode straight into her bathroom. Then he called out to Jiang Ying. He couldn't reach the bathroom door. Joey stood in the bathroom where the camera couldn't see him. Jiang Ying stood outside looking in. I told you I don't have extra toothbrushes. Joey smirked. Come in and look. Jiang Ying looked exasperated. Off-screen, a staff member looked at Director Liu sitting beside them. Should we keep filming? Director Liu hesitated for a moment, then switched the camera to other artist rooms. As soon as Jiang Ying entered, Joey grabbed her wrist and pulled her into a tight embrace. He cupped her chin with one hand. Have you missed me lately? Jiang Ying's red lips curled. You're seriously ill. Joey replied, lovesickness. Jiang Ying snorted coldly. Then you probably won't survive this winter. Too many women, all lovesick, easy to fall ill. Joey scolded lightly. I notice you're less distant with me now. You dare to be sharp-tongued in front of me. Before Jiang Ying could react, Joey's kiss had already landed. Guiding her hand to feel his abs, how's your recent workout going? Jiang Ying responded, not bad. Joey chuckled. It doesn't matter if this part is good or not. Other parts are guaranteed to work. 2 hours later, Joey carried Jiang Ying toward the bathroom door. Jiang Ying struggled down. You go out first. Joey stepped out of the bathroom. Jiang Ying turned on the water. She filled the faucet with water to wash her face. Looking at her alluring reflection in the mirror, she let out a long sigh. She used to think she was indifferent to desire. Jiang Ying didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point. Director Liu, after Joey and I went into the bathroom, how long did you continue broadcasting? Director Liu smiled. We switched scenes immediately. Just then, a new message arrived on his phone. He opened WeChat to check. Sure enough, Joey and Guanlei's rumors had become trending. He stared at the phone for a few seconds, then sent Joey a message. Do you need PR to handle the rumors between you and Miss Guan? The message was met with silence. He pressed his lips together, put the phone in his pocket, and walked toward the villa. When he entered the living room, several artists were chatting with Joey on the sofa. The atmosphere was harmonious. Jiang Ying smiled. What are you talking about? Jean Bei answered honestly. Mr. Zhou was asking if we've ever liked or had crushes on anyone before. Sister Jiang Ying, have you ever liked anyone? Jiang Ying's red lips curved in a smile. No. Hearing this, Joey glanced at her without speaking, his eyes full of playful amusement. Jiang Ying naturally walked to the refrigerator, took out some fruits, washed them, and started making a fruit platter. Joey suddenly walked in from outside, his shirt collar open. Jiang Ying, I want oranges. Jiang Ying calmly stepped aside. Help yourself, and please take the fruit platter out. Joey stood motionless in front of the fruit platter, raising his eyebrows at her. Xiao Xia, watching the silent undercurrent between the two, felt somewhat tense. The atmosphere became awkward. After a moment, Joey picked up the fruit platter and walked out. Xiao Xia secretly sighed in relief. Jiang Ying, did you have a fight with Mr. Zhou? Jiang Ying smiled genuinely. How would I dare? He's our meal ticket. Xiao Xia sincerely apologized. My manager said that what you said in the show. She smiled. You're a good talent. Tell your manager to take good care of you. Coming out of the kitchen, she and Xiao Xia sat down on the sofa. Jin Yuan speared a dragon fruit with a toothpick and offered it to her. What are you planning to cook for dinner? Let me help. I actually know how to cook quite a few dishes. Jiang Ying smiled. Weren't you assigned to clean the second and third floor bathrooms? Jin Yuan scratched his head. It's fine. I've got nothing else to do anyway. Zhou Yi's phone on the coffee table started ringing. He glanced at the phone screen. When he saw the name, Guanlei, his fingertip lightly touched the screen and pressed decline. Lu Xing suddenly spoke. Mr. Zhou, are you usually very busy with work? Zhou Yi smiled slightly. It's all right. Right after, Lu Han's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He deliberately raised his voice. Lei misses me, huh? Guanlei's tone was somewhat unpleasant. Is Joey next to you? Lu Han turned to look at Joey. Yes, he is. Does Guanlei want to talk to him? Lu Han turned and held the phone out to Joey. Lei's call. Joey spoke evenly. For work matters, have her contact my manager directly. Lu Han blinked. What if Lei has other matters to discuss? Joey smiled ambiguously. Miss Luo, are you trying to create rumors about me? Joey looked up at Jiang Ying, who was casually checking her phone as if nothing happened. Her already alluring red lips, now stained with dragon fruit juice, looked even more enticing. His Adam's apple bobbed as he stood up and walked forward. As he passed by Jiang Ying, his fingertip roughly wiped the corner of her lips. wiping away the juice from her lips. Zhou Yi's eyes held a mischievous smile. Jiang Ying knows I'm single. He said nothing more and strode upstairs, leaving Jiang Ying to deal with the mess. Jinbei asked quietly, Zhou Yi is really single? Jiang Ying pressed her fair fingers to her brow. I suppose so. Jinbei seemed delighted. Then what's really going on between him and Guanlei? Jiang Ying smiled awkwardly. I really don't know about that. I'm going to change clothes before grocery shopping. Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind. Jiang Ying half squinted as she looked back. She didn't respond. Zhou Yi's voice was low. If you don't come up, I'll go down. Jiang Ying said calmly, aren't you afraid of the surveillance cameras? Zhou Yi responded, I had Director Liu turn them off. They stood in a standoff for several seconds. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jiang Ying started walking upstairs. Just as they were about to pass each other, Zhou Yi suddenly grabbed her wrist, pinning Jiang Ying against the wall. Jiang Ying looked up at him. Not afraid of rumors anymore? Zhou Yi lowered his head, whispering in Jiang Ying's ear, that Jin Yuan likes you. Jiang Ying turned her head, avoiding his hot breath on her ear. What's that got to do with you? Zhou Yi's gaze fell on the exposed white neck she'd revealed, and he bit down. Mrs. Zhou wants to make me wear a green hat? Jiang Ying's soft waist instinctively arched from the pain. Are you a dog? Zhou Yi chuckled. If I'm a dog, what does that make you? Who's under the dog? Jiang Ying's red lips curved. Rogue. What do you want? Zhou Yi spoke deeply. I'll go grocery shopping with you later. Jiang Ying retorted. Are you sick? Zhou Yi teased playfully. You're the medicine. Jiang Ying ignored him and went straight back to the bedroom. Looking in the mirror, she found a ring of red marks on her neck where he'd bitten. Zhou Yi's phone in his pocket vibrated twice. He took it out and looked at the screen. A WeChat message popped up. You dog, didn't you say you gave up on Jiang Ying years ago? When Jiang Ying appeared in the living room again, she had changed into a turtleneck. Someone praised Sister Jiang Ying like a fangirl. You're absolutely the perfect goddess in my heart. Not only are you beautiful, but you can do everything, and even your fashion sense is so on point. Facing such praise, Jiang Ying simply said, thank you. Then she looked up and saw Zhou Yi talking on the phone with someone. At this moment, Jin Yuan came over. Jiang Ying, let's go grocery shopping. Jiang Ying nodded with a smile. Soon they arrived at the market. Jin Yuan crouched beside her, his attitude changing from nervous to admiring. Jiang Ying, do you usually cook for yourself? Jiang Ying nodded. I enjoy cooking. Jin Yuan continued asking, I thought you'd have a housekeeper. Jiang Ying smiled. I don't like having outsiders in my home. Suddenly Jin Yuan's phone rang. From the other end came his manager's deliberately lowered, displeased voice. Don't just stand there. Create some ambiguity. I sent you so many messages reminding you. The young master, seeing his wife chatting and laughing with someone else, started feeling jealous. As Jin Yuan stepped closer to Jiang Ying, she turned her head. She glanced at the cameraman behind them, smiling, speaking softly so only they could hear. Was that your manager asking you to create CP moments with me? It's okay. Follow your manager's instructions. I'll cooperate. Jin Yuan took the shopping bag from her hand, accidentally touching her fingertips. His face turned red. I didn't mean to. Jiang Ying smiled with her eyes. It's fine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Yi went downstairs for water. While drinking, Jinbei's excited squeal rang out from the sofa. Is our show's first CP about to be born? Sister Jiang Ying and Jin Yuan look so good together. It's like the young puppy love trend. Zhou Yi looked over upon hearing this. Jinbei lifted the tablet and turned it to show Zhou Yi. He happened to see Jiang Ying smiling at Jin Yuan saying, it's okay. His grip on the water glass suddenly tightened, causing it to crack. Jinbei was startled. Zhou Yi, your hand? Zhou Yi lowered his eyes and threw the broken glass into the trash can in front of him. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the blood while showing a wicked smile. It's nothing. The glass was poor quality. Jinbei asked worriedly, are you sure you're okay? Zhou Yi only said, I'm fine before returning upstairs. Dinner was prepared by Jiang Ying and Jin Yuan together. Everyone except Zhou Yi praised it endlessly. Jinbei kept looking at his hand several times, hesitating to speak. Finally, Lu Han spoke first. Zhou Yi, what happened to your hand? Zhou Yi smiled. The glass was poor quality. It cracked when I added hot water. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Ying. Their eyes met briefly, but she lowered her head to continue eating. Luo Han put down her chopsticks to find the medical kit. Zhou Yi, come here. Let me clean your wound. Zhou leaned back in his chair. He glanced at Jiang Ying. Seeing her indifferent, he got up and walked to the living room. Luo Han crouched down, carefully cleaning his wound, occasionally bowing her head to blow on it, worried about hurting him. Zhou spoke in a low voice. You like me? Luo Han blushed, keeping her head down without saying anything. She thought Zhou would say something more to make her heart flutter, but he just stood up and went upstairs. Jiang Ying reached into her pocket and took out her phone. A WeChat message popped up on the screen. Come to my room. She didn't reply, deleted it, and put the phone back in her pocket. After returning to her room, she took a quick shower. Suddenly her phone rang. On the phone, Chao Nan was almost crying with anxiety. Manager Jiang, Guanlei is in trouble. He just lost his temper on set and hit a staff member. The reporters caught it all. Meanwhile, Zhou tried calling Jiang Ying, but couldn't get through. The Ice Queen declared, I will never sacrifice my life for any man. When Jiang Ying arrived at the scene, she asked, but Guanlei hadn't come out. Xiaonan looked troubled. Our people knocked several times, but there was no response from the room. Jiang Ying frowned. Please find someone to remove this door. Our company will bear all damages. 10 minutes later, the sound of door removal echoed through the hallway. Guanlei rushed out of the room. Who told you to remove my door? Jiang Ying smirked. I'll go apologize to the staff. Hearing this, Guanlei glared at her. I want to see Zhou. Jiang Ying ignored him. She asked the manager to take him back to his room. Guanlei started struggling. Let go of me. Wang Ku, you're getting too bold. Whose manager are you really? Jiang Ying forcefully pushed him into the room. The manager gave a thumbs up, as expected of Manager Jiang. So cool and decisive. Jiang Ying looked at the growing crowd downstairs. Guanlei, you're cutting off your own path. Guanlei cried with red eyes. I don't care. I want to see Zhou. Jiang Ying said, I don't know what happened between you and Zhou, but you'll regret ruining your career for a man. Guanlei looked at her angrily. What about you? What if it was Zhou Yin instead of Zhou? Would you still be so calm? Jiang Ying's lips twitched. I will never sacrifice my life for any man. To resolve this quickly, she took out her phone and called Zhou. Zhou's deep, magnetic voice came through the phone. What's wrong? Jiang Ying replied, Guanlei wants to talk to you. Jiang Ying couldn't hear what Zhou said on the phone, but Guanlei's crying gradually subsided. Then he broke into a smile. Don't lie to me. After hanging up, Guanlei became docile. I'll go apologize to the staff later. When Jiang Ying returned home and was about to open the door, she saw a familiar figure in the corner. She stepped forward. Big brother. Hearing this, Zhou Yan's body stiffened. I must be hallucinating. Then he reached out to hold her hand. Jiang Ying instinctively stepped back. Big brother, why are you here? You're drunk. Zhou Yan nodded, mumbling, I didn't know you'd be back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Jiang Ying took the initiative. Would you like to come in, big brother? Zhou Yan said hoarsely, I'm getting engaged. Jiang Ying smiled faintly. Congratulations, big brother. Zhou Yan asked weakly, don't you have anything else to say to me? Jiang Ying replied, no. Zhou Yan's eyes turned red. Everyone in the Zhou family thought you liked me. Jiang Ying took a breath. Sorry for causing you trouble. Zhou Yan handed over the invitation. I'm getting engaged next Monday. Come with Auntie. Just then, Zhou hurried over. Big brother, why didn't you tell me about your engagement? Coming here privately to find my wife? Zhou Yan quickly explained, Auntie, don't misunderstand. Zhou cut him off. We'll definitely attend your engagement. Big brother, it's late. You should head back. We're going to bed. After Zhou Yan left, Zhou kept her pressed against the door. He asked in a low voice, Are you angry? Jiang Ying lifted her eyelids and smiled. What would I be angry about? Just when Jiang Ying thought her contract husband would confront her, he reached out and patted her head affectionately. Good thinking, baby. But don't think about it again. Zhou said seriously, Guanlei caused trouble because of me. Jiang Ying looked at him. Handling artist scandals is my job. Besides, Miss Guan is President Zhou's childhood friend. Zhou was speechless, then pressed his tongue against his back teeth. We're childhood friends. Then what are we? Jiang Ying didn't answer, her clear eyes full of mockery. Zhou stared at Jiang Ying for a while, then clicked his tongue. He grabbed the back of Jiang Ying's neck and pulled her in for a kiss, thinking that given her personality, she would push him away in this situation. But Jiang Ying didn't struggle at all. Instead, she closed her eyes. Zhou raised his eyebrows. The kiss changed from dominating to gentle and lingering. When the kiss ended, Zhou pressed his forehead against Jiang Ying's, smiling mischievously. Suddenly so obedient, Jiang Ying's breathing was unsteady, desire visible in her eyes. But her words were cold. When will you get tired of playing, Zhou? Zhou Yi's eyes darkened. What? Jiang Ying looked at him coldly. I remember you never played with women for more than a week. Zhou Yi smirked. Are you tired of playing? Jiang Ying responded, I am tired. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just when Jiang Ying thought he would get angry, Zhou Yi reached out and patted her head affectionately. Good thinking, baby. But don't think about it again. Jiang Ying froze, turning to go back to the bedroom. Zhou Yi followed, asking, Why are you tired of it? Not enough variety? Jiang Ying was stunned. Zhou Yi continued, I'm not going back tonight either. Jiang Ying said coldly, Do what you want. Then she closed the door. The sleeping Jiang Ying had a dream. Her mother was beating her. It's all your fault, you useless child. Your father left us. He has another woman outside. What should we do? Ying woke up startled from this part of the dream. Early the next morning, she was taking antidepressants and reading messages from her doctor. To completely cure this condition, you need to make an effort yourself. Believe that not all marriages end unhappily. But Jiang Ying replied, I can't forget that car accident on the highway. My parents died right before my eyes. Then she put down her phone. Zhou Yi came over. Why are you up so early? Going back to the show? Jiang Ying nodded. When she returned to the show, everyone there was having breakfast. Seeing her, Jin Yuan helped get her slippers. Went out last night? Jiang Ying responded, had some work to handle. Jin Yuan said in a voice only they could hear, I heard about it. Guanlei hurt the theater staff. Somehow, Jiang Ying had attracted a group of fans. They would leave messages in the show's comments, calling Jiang Ying wife. Jin Bei smiled at them teasingly, then teased Jin Yuan. Look at the stars in your eyes when you look at Sister Jiang Ying. Jin Yuan's face turned red. He got up nervously and poured her a bowl of porridge, placing it before her. Not sure if you'll like seafood porridge. Everyone was eating quietly when Zhou Yi appeared at the doorway in a black shirt, looking dashing. Jin Bei blushed seeing Zhou Yi. Have you had breakfast, Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi walked toward the living room. No. Jin Bei acted like a lovesick girl. Want some? Jin Yuan made it. It's really good. Zhou Yi's gaze swept over Jin Yuan. He was using serving chopsticks to get food for Jiang Ying. He said something to him that made his ears turn red. Luo Han came over directly. Zhou Yi, did you go jogging this morning? Zhou Yi replied playfully. Want to join me? Luo Han said, I also have a habit of morning jogs. Can I? Zhou Yi smiled mischievously. No. Jiang Ying was reading when her phone suddenly vibrated. A WeChat message popped up. Your room surveillance is off. Sleep. Jiang Ying looked up at the camera and saw that the red light that was on earlier was indeed off. She relaxed and was about to lie down. Zhou Yi's second message came. You sleep first. I'll come keep you company later. Jiang Ying's expression was gentle. As she got up to lock the door, her phone dinged. Zhou Yi's third message came through. Don't lock the door. I don't want everyone to know. Jiang Ying frowned. Shameless was clearly not enough to describe Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi came in when Jiang Ying was sound asleep. She didn't notice at all, sleeping peacefully. Feeling warmth against her back, she unconsciously moved closer to his embrace. This movement undoubtedly pleased Zhou Yi. He smiled and held her tighter in his arms. They slept until afternoon. When Jiang Ying opened her eyes, she felt an arm around her waist. Zhou Yi's lips pressed against her neck, lingering for a while. Hungry? Jiang Ying responded lazily, No. Zhou Yi chuckled by her ear, but I am. When he kissed her, Jiang Ying actively lifted her neck to bite his Adam's apple. Zhou Yi's beautiful eyes held a mischievous smile. Weren't you tired of playing? Jiang Ying looked at him through half-closed eyes, appearing incredibly languid. Zhou Yi was especially attentive today. His attentiveness carried almost a sense of devotion. He first kissed her red lips, then worked his way down, worshipping every inch. In the heat of passion, Jiang Ying's body arched up. Her restrained voice was almost crying. Zhou Yi chuckled. Had enough? Jiang Ying stayed silent, then squeezed out between her teeth. Bastard, get off. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. What about me? Jiang Ying turned her head, lifting her chin. Bathrooms available. Zhou Yi smiled roguishly, pulling up his pants, acting innocent. Jiang Ying pulled the blanket over herself. It was your choice. If you don't leave now, don't come looking for me again. Zhou Yi smiled faintly. Want a shower? Jiang Ying lifted her eyelids. Help me. Zhou Yi stared at her back for a while. He picked her up and carried her to the bathroom. Jiang Ying naturally wrapped her arms around his neck. Make the water a bit warmer. I'm cold. Zhou Yi pinned Jiang Ying against the bathroom tiles, restraining and kissing her from behind. Jiang Ying pushed him but was overpowered. After leaving the bathroom, Jiang Ying's newly recovered strength was completely depleted again. She lay on the bed, not wanting to move. Even her fingers felt powerless. Lunchtime had passed. Joey stood by the bed, properly dressed and buttoning his shirt. I told them you weren't feeling well. Jiangying looked up at him. Are you this attentive to every woman? Joey's hands paused on his buttons, smiling somewhat wickedly. Am I not the perfect lover? Seeing him fully dressed, Jiangying lifted her chin at him. Aren't you leaving? Joey left with a smile in his eyes. After he left, Jiangying curled up under the blanket. She closed her eyes, feeling the sunlight from outside. But just as Joey left Jiangying's room, he ran into Xiaoxia returning to his room. Joey's collar shifted, revealing bite marks on his neck. He looked at Joey, then at the room behind him. His face grew redder. Joey smiled ambiguously. Something on my neck? Xiaoxia replied with a trembling voice. Bite marks on your Adam's apple. Joey chuckled. Is there food left in the kitchen? Xiaoxia quickly answered, yes. Joey spoke in a low voice. Heat it up for me, then take it to Jiangying. Xiaoxia nodded and headed downstairs. Joey called after him. Your name is Xiaoxia, right? Jiangying thinks well of you. Xiaoxia nervously replied, thank you, Manager Jiang. Joey continued, go find Zhu Ku and tell him I said to pair up with you for CP. After the show ends, I'll arrange a drama for you too. Xiaoxia was surprised and delighted. He exclaimed, thank you, Director Zhou. Just then, Jiang Ying's phone rang. It was a message from Chu Shi. In, one of our old classmates is getting married. There's an early class reunion. Wanna come? Your crush will be there too. I don't have time. Let Changbo go with you. Chu Shi wailed through the screen. If he comes with me, how can I flirt with my crush? Later, Jiangying changed clothes and went downstairs for a walk. Jinbei saw her and whispered, Zhu Ku and Xiaoxia seem to have decided to be together. Jiangying nodded. Jinbei moved closer to her. Sister Jiangying, you're going to pair up with Jin Yuan, right? Jiangying didn't answer but asked instead, what about you? Who do you want to pair up with? Jinbei blushed. I quite like Zhou Yi. Do you think Zhou Yi would like me? Jiangying glanced at him. Not sure. Jinbei seemed a bit disappointed. I've been keeping track of the women Zhou Yi's been rumored with. Most of them are the sexy type. I don't think he'd like someone like me. Jiangying recalled Zhou Yi's mischievous smiling face. What are you talking about? Jiangying remained calm. Your rumors. Jinbei hid behind Jiangying. Zhou Yi asked, going out? Jiangying nodded and turned to leave. However, Zhou Yi kept following closely behind her. Jinbei was heartbroken seeing this. The young master was very displeased seeing his wife being approached by others. Chu Shi moved his chair closer to Jiangying. Where's my idol? Jiangying replied indifferently, don't know. Chu Shi, seeing she didn't know, turned to ask others, where's our math class representative? Someone pointed to a man sitting across from them. Isn't he right there? Chu Shi looked in the direction pointed and choked on his tea. He coughed violently. Is this even the same person? The old classmate in the photos. A man approached Jiangying stylishly. You're still as beautiful as before. Jiangying smiled politely. Hello. He eagerly took out his business card. We're all old classmates. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Jiangying took the card. Thanks. Chu Shi sighed. Among all these people, only you have the purest intentions. Several men went to the bathroom, and someone mentioned Jiangying. Hanpeng, was that Jiangying sitting next to Chu Shi earlier? Hanpeng, slightly drunk, replied, yes, it's Jiangying. Someone teased, after all these years, she's still so beautiful. Hanpeng laughed loudly. Didn't our class monitor pursue Jiangying before? He must be regretting it now. If the monitor beckoned, he'd definitely follow her anywhere. Zhou Yi happened to overhear their conversation. Pei Yao smiled playfully. She's really popular, isn't she? Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. Tell me how you want to die. Then he called over the lobby manager and asked him to send over 2 bottles of good wine. The manager bowed. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Who should I say it's from? Zhou Yi replied in a low voice. For Jiangying. Say it's from her husband. As the manager left nervously, Pei Yao teased. Husband? Will she accept that identity? Zhou Yi glared at him. I saw a great feng shui spot the other day. Water in front, mountains behind. Pei Yao scratched his head. Planning to develop villas? Zhou Yi glanced at him. No, I'm using that feng shui spot to ensure your descendants' well-being. The group led by Han Peng was still chattering and flattering. The lobby manager personally brought in 2 bottles of fine wine. Han Peng responded, Manager Sunday. The manager smiled. Mr. Zhou sent these to liven up the party. Han Peng was surprised. The manager discreetly looked at Jiangying. Mrs. Zhou, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to call me. Jiangying lifted her eyelids. Thank you. After the manager left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Those who were just fawning over others now started trying to get close to Jiang Ying. They whispered, "Is Zoe in the hotel too?" Jiang Ying honestly said she didn't know. As she finished speaking, her phone on the table vibrated twice. Jiang Ying looked down. Zoe's flirtatious WeChat message popped up on the screen. "How's the wine, wife?" Jiang Ying signaled to Chu Shi, took her phone, and walked out of the private room. Then she replied to Zoe's message. Coming out, Zoe's thin lips curved into a smile. "Keep drinking. I'll step out for a bit." Pei Yao deliberately raised his voice. "Zoe, is your kidney weak? Going to the bathroom so often?" Zoe kicked him. "Whether my kidney's good or not." Pei Yao stumbled on his words. Laughing and cursing, Zoe left the private room. Jiang Ying was already standing in the hallway. They looked at each other, both silent. Zoe knew she was outside, unwilling to be associated with him, so he beckoned to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying understood and followed him. They entered another private room, one after another. Jiang Ying looked up at him. "What are you doing here?" Zoe lied smoothly. "I just arrived." Jiang Ying asked, "Did you send the wine?" Zoe denied it. "No. Pei heard your classmates talking about you when he went to the bathroom." Jiang Ying frowned. "I don't believe you." Zoe heard this. He raised his eyebrows. "Am I that untrustworthy to you?" Jiang Ying lifted her chin without answering. "What do you think? You just arrived, but smell of alcohol." The Ice Queen was quite helpless. "I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but pig-like teammates." Zoe smiled innocently. "How does it feel?" Jiang Ying replied, half serious and half mocking, "It's a shame you're not working as a host." Hearing her words, Zoe laughed roguishly. "If I became a host, would you be my customer?" Jiang Ying answered honestly, "Yes, if the price is right." Zoe chuckled. "What price do you think is reasonable?" Jiang Ying's slender waist was forced forward. "Zoe, your recent behavior makes me think you like me." Zoe smiled ambiguously. "Then guess whether I like you or not." Jiang Ying spoke coldly. "Don't taint our pure friends with benefits relationship." Zoe laughed softly, blowing hot air on her neck. "I remember someone saying they wanted my body." After teasing, he straightened up, hands in pockets, looking down at Jiang Ying. "We're going to play cards later. Join us?" Jiang Ying adjusted her undershirt that he had pulled up. "No." Zoe lowered his eyes. "It's Pei's birthday today." Jiang Ying was silent for a few seconds. "Meet at the parking lot in half an hour." When she returned, Chu Shi was already tipsy. Jiang Ying frowned at this sight. Chu Shi responded slowly, "You think I wanted to?" "After you left, they kept asking who your husband is. There's only one Zhou family in Baicheng. How dare I say anything wrong?" Jiang Ying poured him some juice. Her new friend Chu Shi took it. "Did you just go see Zoe? I've wanted to ask several times. What's going on between you two? If it wasn't for your aunt, you wouldn't have ended up with Zoe. He's such a playboy." But Jiang Ying remained calm. "Let's not talk about this." Chu Shi lowered his voice. "How's your aunt doing? Is she okay?" Jiang Ying replied calmly. "She's awake, in intensive care." Then, she helped the drunk Chu Shi to get a taxi. Chu Shi stood by the road shouting, "The world is so big. There are so many handsome guys. Why isn't one of them mine?" Jiang Ying let him rant. "What's meant to be will be. What's not meant to be, don't force it." After his drunken rant, Sushi bent over and vomited violently. Jiang Ying hadn't expected him to be this drunk. "I'll go buy you some mineral water." When she returned with the water, Sushi nuzzled against her. Ying, I love you." Jiang Ying pushed him away with her fair, slender finger. "I'm not interested in women." Just then, a car horn sounded. Zoe was sitting in a car, making eye contact through the window. "Get in." Jiang Ying turned to look at Chu Shi. "You go ahead. I'll take Chu Shi home and join you later." Zhouyi's lips curved. "Come on, let Chinja take him first." Then Chu Shi stumbled towards the car voluntarily. Jiang Ying got in and, seeing only Zhouyi inside, asked, "Where's Pei Yao?" Zhouyi lounged lazily in his seat. He took his own car. "One day as husband and wife, 100 days of grace. You don't trust me?" Chu Shi started drunk talking. Ying, there's a new bar in the north of the city. The waiters are innocent looking, all handsome guys. I'll take you there to have fun. Remember that handsome guy we saw on that video app last time? You said his abs looked good." Zhouyi raised his eyebrows. Jiang Ying helplessly shut him up. After sending Chu Shi home, Jiang Ying left the complex. Just as she reached the entrance, she saw Assistant Chun standing by the car. She walked forward in her heels to open the car door. As soon as it opened, Zhouyi reached out and grabbed Jiang Ying's wrist. He pulled her close. Their eyes met, his narrow eyes showing a mischievous smile. "Like looking at guys' abs?" Jiang Ying's red lips curved. "Zhouyi, you're too controlling." Zhouyi kept his hand on Jiang Ying's waist. "Too controlling? We're married. Isn't it normal for me to care about you? Hearing this, Jiang Ying's eyes flashed with mockery. Married? Zhou was too deep and calculating. Just because Jiang Ying dared to be intimate with him didn't mean she dared to be honest with him. Mockery flashed in Jiang Ying's eyes. Married? Zhou looked up, about to respond. The phone in his pocket started ringing. He looked at the caller ID on the screen and answered. Pei Yao was urging when they'd arrive. Zhou glanced at Jiang Ying sitting on him. We're coming now. After hanging up, he pressed his forehead against hers. Ying, next time you want to see abs, look at mine. The look in Jiang Ying's eyes was cold. You seem to have a serious illness. Zhou released her, patting her slim waist. Get off. I'll call Qinji up. Jiang Ying shifted and sat down. Zhou tapped on the car window. A few minutes later, the car was back on the road. Jiang Ying's phone vibrated twice in her pocket. Zhou asked in a low voice, "Who's messaging?" Jiang Ying pressed her lips. "None of your business." Zhou slowly leaned closer. "Since you won't tell me, let me guess. Is it your aunt who woke up in the hospital and told you something? About your parents' death being related to Zhou Huayan or the current Mrs. Zhou?" Zhou asked directly. Jiang Ying looked back at him coldly, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke. "What do you know?" Zhou teased. "Much more than you do." Jiang Ying became cautious. "Zhou, what exactly do you want?" Zhou's thin lips curved. "I don't want anything. Not only will I not do anything, I might even be able to help you." Jiang Ying avoided his gaze. "I don't need your help." Zhou raised his eyebrows. "Don't be so sure. Whenever you need my help, just ask." About 20 minutes later, the car arrived at Pei Yao's club. When Zhou pushed open the door, everyone inside except Pei Yao stood up to greet him. Several minutes passed, and they left the club. Zhou looked back at her. "How's your aunt recovering?" "Old Pei's third uncle is back. If you don't mind, I can have him check on your aunt tomorrow." Hearing his words, Jiang Ying met his gaze. Zhou smiled roguishly. "What's that look for? Afraid I'll trick you?" Jiang Ying didn't ask how he knew about her aunt. Free help shouldn't be wasted. A familiar female voice suddenly broke their atmosphere. Why are you here?" Zhou glanced down, having drinks. Guanlei is in a good mood with the new drama's director. Zhou spoke in a concerned tone. "Drink less in the future. If paparazzi catch you, it's bad for your career." Guanlei pouted as usual. "What's there to fear when I have you?" But Zhou replied, "I can't take care of you forever. Whether your acting career flourishes or fails depends mainly on you." Guanlei pressed her lips together, taking a moment. Only then did she notice Jiang Ying standing in front of Zhou. "Why are you here?" Jiang Ying responded casually, "Just coincidence." Guanlei sneered, "What a coincidence indeed." Jiang Ying ignored her. "Mr. Zhou, I have matters at home. I'll head back first." Zhou's expression was deep, showing no emotion. Later in the car, he asked Assistant Qin, "When does Guanlei's contract with Zhou Media expire?" Assistant Qin thought for a moment. "Seems like there's still a year." Zhou frowned. "Find some time to contact other media companies for her transfer." Assistant Qin asked, "Are we terminating the contract?" Zhou rubbed his temples. "Yes. Make sure to find a good company." Jiang Ying took out her phone and sent Zhou a WeChat message. "Your coat is with me." Zhou replied almost instantly, "I'll come get it later." Zhou was beyond help. If men could be described as national disasters, he would definitely be the most outstanding one. Just as Jiang Ying was preparing to bathe, having filled the tub, the doorbell rang. At this hour, there was no need to guess who it was. When she opened the door, Zhou stood there, his eyes falling on her nightgown. "Getting ready for a bath?" Jiang Ying's red lips curved into a mocking smile. "Mr. Zhou, are you going to suggest joining me?" His lips curved. "If Manager Jiang wants, that could be arranged." They stared at each other for a moment. Zhou strode in, his long legs carrying him straight inside. He didn't stop in the living room but went directly to the bathroom. Zhou sat by the bathtub, looking up at her. Together, Jiang Ying quickly said, "No need." Zhou's well-defined fingers tapped on the edge of the tub. "I heard Zhou Yan is getting engaged. Next Monday, aren't you upset?" Jiang Ying remained silent. "I'm not as devoted as you." Zhou smiled. "Good that you're not upset. Otherwise I'd worry you'd lose composure." Jiang Ying's cheeks suddenly flushed. She walked to the side, grabbed a hanging towel, and threw it into the bathtub. "Leave after you're done bathing." Zhou smiled playfully. "You've seen every part of me. Why so shy?" After leaving the bathroom, Jiang Ying stood by the window for a while. She took out her phone and sent a message. "Xiao Yi, how are you feeling today?" Su Ying quickly replied from the other end. "Much better. I'll bring a doctor tomorrow to check your leg." After messaging Su Ying, Jiang Ying stared out the window lost in thought. What did Zhou want? How much did he know about her? When Joey came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, Jiang Ying was already asleep. He walked to the bedside and watched her for a while. Lifting the covers, he lay down and pulled her into his arms. His thin lips fell on her ear, softly teasing. The next day, Jiang Ying woke up early, worried about Suing. Upon seeing Zhou Yi, she was startled at first but quickly composed herself. She remembered dreaming about a giant fierce dog licking her ear. Apparently it wasn't a dream. Zhou Yi held her waist from behind, pulling her into his embrace. He kissed her lips. "Good morning, kiss." Jiang Ying got out of bed, muttering, "You're sick." Zhou Yi wasn't angry at being called sick. He had arranged to meet Pei Yao's third uncle at the hospital at 8:30. They looked at each other. Zhou Yi smiled. "Thank you," Jiang Ying said hastily, knowing her place. "Thanks." Then they walked to the hospital ward. Jiang Ying slowed her pace. "When you meet my aunt, if she's offensive towards you, please be understanding." Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows noncommittally. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. She doesn't like the Zhou family. Zhou Yi nodded with a smile. Jiang Ying walked to the hospital room and turned the doorknob. The woman on the bed brightened when she saw Jiang Ying, her pale face breaking into a gentle smile. Then she saw Zhou Yi behind Jiang Ying, and her expression flickered. The business queen never expected Zhou Yi to know everything about her. Yet he remained respectful in front of her family. Knowing Zhou Yi's identity couldn't be hidden, Jiang Ying introduced him directly. "This is Zhou Yi." The woman's lips moved. "Zhou Yi of the Zhou family." Jiang Ying didn't respond to the woman's words. Turning to Zhou Yi behind her, "This is my aunt." As soon as Suing finished speaking, before Zhou Yi could greet her, Suing grabbed the hot water kettle from her bedside and threw it straight at Zhou Yi. Fortunately, he dodged in time. The kettle didn't hit anyone, just shattered at his feet. Suing was furious. "Get out! I don't want to see anyone from the Zhou family." Jiang Ying frowned. "Aunt, Zhou Yi today is..." Before she could finish, Zhou Yi interrupted. Ying, don't upset your aunt. It's fine. I'll wait outside." After speaking, he bowed respectfully to Suing. He turned and strode out. Suing questioned Jiang Ying with frustration. "Have you forgotten what the Zhou family did to your parents? Have you forgotten how your parents died?" Jiang Ying hadn't forgotten. Suing continued. "If you haven't forgotten, why did you bring him here? Have you fallen for Zhou Yi? Because you're married to him?" Jiang Ying didn't respond. She couldn't explain to Suing why Zhou Yi was here. She worried Suing wouldn't cooperate with the treatment. Then she looked up and told Xiao Yi, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. Zhou Yi is Zhou family's illegitimate son. He knows nothing about what happened to my parents." Not understanding her meaning, "What are you trying to say?" Jiang Ying continued, "After you recover, I want to bring you to live with me. Zhou Yi is my husband in name. He will definitely protect you." Back then, she knew Mrs. Zhou had drugged him, but pretended not to know, taking advantage to get into Zhou Yi's bed. This was her original plan, but she hadn't expected Zhou Yi to be aware of everything. After hearing her explanation, Suing realized her overreaction. "Will Zhou Yi be suspicious of my behavior just now?" Jiang Ying lied. "No. I already told him before coming that you injured your leg and are emotionally unstable. Don't worry about your injury and my parents' lives. I'll make the Zhou family pay for everything they owe you." Su Ying's eyes turned red as she hugged Jiang Ying, crying uncontrollably. Su Ying's main injury was in her leg. Pei Wenxuan examined it carefully. "The recovery isn't good. I can't guarantee she'll recover like a normal person after surgery." Jiang Ying frowned. "My aunt wants to try." Pei Wenxuan nodded. "All right, I'll arrange the surgery." Then Zhou Yi called. "Third uncle, finished examining aunt?" Jiang Ying hummed in agreement. Zhou Yi continued. "I'm in the parking lot." After hanging up, Jiang Ying walked to the parking lot in her heels. Zhou Yi asked directly, "How's your aunt's leg? Can it recover?" Jiang Ying replied calmly, "Zhou Yi, just tell me what you want from me." Zhou Yi's smile faded. "What I want? Shouldn't you know very well?" Jiang Ying's red lips curved. "I don't know." Zhou Yi chuckled deeply. "Seems you must have an answer for me today." Things had come to this point. Jiang Ying replied honestly, "If you don't give me an answer, I'll be uneasy." Zhou Yi smiled mischievously. "What if I say I did all this because I love you?" Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe that yourself?" Zhou Yi's smile deepened. "No." They looked at each other. Zhou Yi's well-defined fingers tapped irregularly on the car door. "Get in. I'll give you an answer." The playboy finally brought his wife to meet his parents. Zhou Yi took out sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. "Do you know about my mother?" Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. Yes. Zhou asked teasingly, do you think my mother was the other woman? Jiang Yin answered honestly, no. Zhou glanced at Jiang Yin. Really? Jiang Yin replied, I have no reason to lie. Zhou chuckled softly. I never thought my mother was the other woman either, but she's always been labeled as one. Because of that incident, she couldn't hold her head high for half her life. Come on, I'll take you to meet my mother. Jiang Yin had heard about Zhou Yi's mother during her years with the Zhou family. She was Zhou Huayan's first love, but because Zhou Huayan was two-timing, he ultimately chose Mrs. Zhou who could help his career. That's why Zhou Yi was treated as an illegitimate child, and his mother was always called the other woman. Zhou Yi drove to increasingly remote areas, finally stopping at a temple entrance. He turned to meet her gaze. My mother has stayed here for 28 years. Wanna go see? Jiang Ying looked at him coldly. Zhou Yi reached out and ruffled Jiang Ying's hair. Don't look at me with those sympathetic eyes. I can't take it. After speaking, he opened the car door and got out first. He was familiar with this place. Seeing him walk in without looking back, Jiang Ying had no choice but to follow. As soon as they entered, they ran into a monk who was cleaning. Amitabha, Young Yi, haven't seen you in a while. Zhou Yi pressed his palms together, replied, Amitabha, then asked, is Master Jinghui here? The monk pointed to a room. In her room, Zhou Yi smiled slightly and walked away. He walked to a side room. After a brief knock, a woman around 50 years old came out holding prayer beads. Zhou Yi pressed his thin lips and called out, Mom. The woman didn't respond but looked past Zhou Yi at Jiang Ying behind him. With a slight smile, she asked, your girlfriend? Zhou Yi shifted slightly. I'm married. This is my wife, Jiang Ying. The woman looked at Jiang Ying. Would you like to come in for tea? After Jiang Ying and Zhou Yi entered, the woman poured them tea. After they drank the tea, the woman sat aside silently fingering her prayer beads. Zhou Yi wiped the teacup a few times. We're just passing by. We have company business. We need to get back tonight. The woman stood up without trying to keep them. Drive carefully. Back in the car, Zhou Yi took out a cigarette pack. Is this reason enough? Are you satisfied with this answer? Jiang Ying hadn't misheard. I always thought you had a good relationship with grandfather. Zhou Yi laughed coldly. For the old man, whoever's business tactics please him more, that's who he likes more. Jiang Ying didn't argue. Indeed, with age comes wisdom. Zhou Yi's understanding of his grandfather was accurate. Zhou Yi's lips moved. It's snowing. Probably can't go back. There's a hotel nearby. We'll have to go down to enter the suburban commercial district. As the car drove slowly, Jiang Ying's phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a message from Jin Yuan. Not coming back today? Jiang Ying typed back, no, not returning. Personal matters. After sending the message, she met Zhou Yi's questioning raised eyebrow. Jiang Ying responded loudly, Jin Yuan, the wealthy young master who grew up in a noble family, was very cautious and timid as a child, even eating carefully, always afraid others would despise him, often going hungry. Zhou Yi's lips curved. He likes you. Jiang Ying replied, you're not jealous? An hour later, the car reached the suburban commercial district. They walked into the hotel lobby, twirling the room key. Getting 2 rooms would be wasteful. Jiang Ying raised her eyebrows. I'll transfer you the room cost later. I'm grateful about my aunt's matter. Zhou Yi leaned forward. And then? Jiang Ying pushed him back. I want to know, are you trying to get revenge on the Zhou family? Zhou Yi smiled mischievously. Guess, if I want to cooperate with you, Jiang Ying. If not, just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. Cooperate with you? What benefits can you bring me? Jiang Ying's red lips curved. You can try. It'll be far more beneficial than you imagine. Zhou Yi gave Jiang Ying an appraising look, then reached out to hold Jiang Ying's hand. All right. Looking forward to working together. Jiang Ying opened the door, about to step in, then suddenly stopped. She turned to look at Zhou Yi. I'm not having dinner. Just handle your own dinner. Zhou Yi's deep eyes showed amusement. Jiang Ying entered, leaning her back against the door, unable to hold back her tears. Indescribable emotions surged in her heart, strange and hard to control, making her feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi received a call from Pei Yao. Where did you go Tuesday? Zhou Yi replied coolly, visiting a temple. Pei Yao paused. How's auntie? Zhou Yi mocked. You should ask how Master Jinhui is doing. Is Master Jinhui well? Pei Yao sighed over the phone. So many years have passed. Don't sigh. Did you go alone? Zhou Yi answered truthfully, no, with Ying Ying. Pei Yao clicked his tongue. You took Ying Ying to see your mom? Not to see Master Jinhui. Zhou Yi smiled ambiguously. Otherwise, how would she believe I have hostility towards the Zhou family? Pei Yao said, Zhou Yi, you're really cunning. Joey chose his words carefully. I didn't lie. Do you think Ying will pity me? Peiyao half-jokingly said. If you show her your true self, she might sympathize with you more. No father's love, no mother's care, your mom wanting to kill you as a child. He was just joking, but Joey seriously considered it. Could it work? Making Ying feel sorry for me? Peiyao paused, then cursed. Damn, you're not really thinking of doing this? Joey spoke in a low voice. No, I can't tell her everything at once. I'll reveal it bit by bit. Peiyao spat through the phone. Joey, you dog. I'm calling Ying right now. Joey calmly changed the subject. Have third uncle take care of Ying's aunt's matter. Peiyao snorted. Don't worry, I'll handle it. After hanging up, a message appeared on the phone screen. Auntie, that girl Jiangying is good. Treat her well. Whether you believe it or not, I sincerely hope you'll be happy for the rest of your life. Zhou Yi's eyes turned cold. After several seconds, a smile appeared on his face. Hoping for my happiness? Too much Buddhist practice has made her too compassionate. Jiangying had just finished showering and came out of the bathroom. With wet hair, she chatted with Chu Shi and Zhang Bo. Chu Shi asked Jiangying, when will you help connect me with the artists from your company? Competition is fierce in our industry now. We need celebrities wearing our clothes for exposure. Jiangying sent a voice message. I'm not very close with them. After chatting for a while, Jiangying went to bed. Half asleep, in her mind flashed scenes of Zhou returning to the Zhou family. During meals back then, Zhou was always extremely cautious, afraid others would despise him, often going hungry. He didn't know then that the Zhou family and his parents' death were intricately connected. She pitied him and always hid food to give him. The career woman found her heartbeat increasingly uncontrollable whenever she got close to her contract husband. Thinking back now, they seemed to have a good relationship for a while. Why did they end up becoming strangers? Was it because his personality changed after learning about the Zhou family's connection to his parents' death? Did he deliberately distance himself? Or did his personality change, and he actively drew boundaries? Jiangying slept until early the next morning. She looked at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's bathrobe was loosely worn. Combined with his alluring eyes that always seemed to be flirting, Jiangying couldn't help but squint. Zhou Yi, can't you be more reserved? The word flirtatious made Zhou Yi chuckle. Seeing this, Jiangying frowned. Is it that funny? Zhou Yi pulled Jiangying by the waist into his arms. Lowering his head to her ear, he said, not funny. Just then, Zhou Yi's phone in the room started ringing. He released his hold on Jiangying's waist and walked to the room. What do you want for breakfast? Jiangying watched his back. Answer your call first. There's a breakfast shop downstairs. We can go down later. Zhou Yi smiled. He picked up his phone from the tea table and answered. Right then, Jiangying's phone also rang. It was Xiaonan calling. There's trouble with the reality show. Xiao Xia and Zhu Ku were exposed. They spent the night in the same room. Jiangying was silent for a moment. Was it live-streamed? Xiaonan's voice was filled with worry. Yes, it's trending now. I hired people to manage the data and paid bloggers for exposure control, but it's not working. Jiangying checked her watch. I'll be back in an hour. Contact Director Lu to stop broadcasting. Don't let any artists leave. But Xiaonan said, Lu Han just said his stomach hurts and wants to go to the hospital. Jiangying said coldly, not allowed. Get him a private doctor. If he insists, tell him I'll blacklist him in the entire entertainment industry. After hanging up, she told Zhou Yi about this. Zhou Yi smiled ambiguously. Why hasn't anyone exposed us? Jiangying replied seriously, don't worry. If we ever get exposed, I definitely have the ability to suppress the rumors. Zhou Yi's playful look intensified. How? Jiangying said calmly, there are plenty of scandalous people in high places in Baicheng. Any of their scandals would be more explosive than ours. Zhou Yi laughed. Sounds like I'm a pretty boy protected by a big shot. Jiangying raised her eyebrows. If you were poorer, you would be. Zhou Yi's lips curved. Then the big shot should protect me more. On the way back to the city, Zhou Yi stopped by the roadside and bought breakfast for Jiangying. Tossing it to her, eat something. Jiangying looked at the breakfast. Why only one portion? Zhou Yi smiled. I'm driving. Can't eat while driving. Jiangying took a bun and handed it to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi held the steering wheel with both hands, his long fingers tapping on it. Safe driving. Jiangying said directly, I'll feed you. Zhou Yi turned his head to look at her. grinning. My pleasure. When taking the last bite, he deliberately brushed his tongue across Jiang Ying's fingers. Jiang Ying's heart tightened. Zhou acted as if nothing happened, turning back to focus on driving. What's wrong? Jiang Ying was flustered. Nothing. When the car arrived at the show's location, an hour had passed. Seeing Jiang Ying, Xiaonan approached with grievance. Jiang Ying frowned. Who hit you? Xiaonan answered truthfully. Lu Han. Director Lu stepped forward. It's fine, Manager Jiang. Please calm down. Dealing with Xiaoxia and Zhuke's matter is priority. Jiang Ying didn't look at Director Lu. Please have everyone come down. I need to question them. Jiang Ying believed that in the entertainment industry, she had handled many thorny issues. Although some people would do selfish things for their future, things that harm others for their own benefit, but to be so righteous after being caught. Lu Han was the first. She scanned everyone's expressions, then turned to Xiaonan. Hit back? Zhou Media always advocates employees to stand tall. Xiaonan hesitated. Manager Jiang, maybe we should let this go. Jiang Ying didn't yield at all. Think about it. After word gets out that you were hit today, more people in the industry will hit you. Know why? Because hitting you comes with no consequences. After she finished, seeing Xiaonan still hadn't moved forward, she remained calm. I'm pressed for time. If you want to minimize this, I'll move on to handle the next matter. Xiaonan took a deep breath. Walking up to Lu Han, she slapped him. Lu Han's face turned blue with anger. Are you sick? What right do you have to hit me? I'm from Star Media, not Zhou Media. What right do you have to hit me? Jiang Ying watched coldly and spoke. Then he's from Zhou Media. What right did you have to hit him? Lu Han's lips curled in mockery. Manager Jiang, I hit him because he deserved it. Your Zhou Media people have no decency, and when something happens, you want us to share your shame. Xiaoxia stood up with a red face. Who are you calling indecent? Lu Han sneered. Who's indecent? You know in your heart. As they argued, Jiang Ying interrupted coldly. You two don't need to argue. On the first day in the villa, I installed cameras in every hallway. As she spoke, Zhou happened to enter from outside. Hearing this, his eyebrows raised. Good move. Director Lu hurriedly approached Zhou. Sorry you had to see this. Zhou smiled coldly. Between us, who's really watching whose joke? The ones losing face are all from my company. Director Lu smiled obsequiously. Chairman Zhou, this is my fault? Zhou raised an eyebrow. Indeed it is. Then he walked to the sofa and sat down. Continue. Don't mind me. Don't pay attention to me. Jiang Ying shifted her gaze. About Xiaoxia and Zhuke's matter, I don't believe it was a misunderstanding or accident. Whoever did it, step forward and explain now. I can consider giving you a chance to make amends. After she spoke, none of the artists present made a sound. Jiang Ying stared at them for a while. No one's admitting it, huh? Then she gestured to Xiaonan to get the USB with surveillance footage. Xiaonan nodded. Manager Jiang, I'll get it. We can play the surveillance footage on the computer. Before he could leave, Lu Han suddenly stood up and blocked his way. Give me the USB. Who allowed you to install cameras in the hallway? That's illegal. Xiaonan remained silent and looked at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying asked Director Lu, who stood nearby. Could you lend me a laptop? Director Lu replied, no problem. I'll have someone get it right away. Seeing this, Lu Han walked up to Jiang Ying. The footage can't be shown. It has photos of me in a nightgown. Jiang Ying looked at him. If you're worried about your nightgown photos being exposed, we can call the police. Give the USB to them and let them check. Lu Han's face darkened. The atmosphere remained tense. Jiang Ying looked down at her wristwatch. My patience is limited. Lu Han's hands clenched at his sides. Gritting his teeth, I did it. I've admitted it. Give me the USB. Jiang Ying looked at him coldly. Don't you feel any guilt? Facing her question, Lu Han showed no remorse. If there's blame, it's on his own stupidity. Standing aside, Xiaoxia was trembling with anger. He rushed over and first slapped him, then cried and shouted, What did I do to offend you? Making me lose face in public. Lu Han retorted, Haven't you opposed me enough before? Zhou, hearing his wife was concerned about him, felt very pleased. Worried about chaos, Jiang Ying pulled Xiaoxia back. Call the police. Xiaoxia said tearfully, Manager Jiang, if we call the police, my acting career will be ruined. Jiang Ying looked him in the eyes firmly. If you don't call the police, that's when your career will truly be over. Xiaoxia's eyes were red from crying, but he knew Jiang Ying's power in public relations. He finally chose to follow Jiang Ying's advice and called the police. After the call, Jiang Ying, disliking the heavy atmosphere in the room, went to the door for fresh air. Zhou looked outside. He saw Jiang Ying's slender silhouette. The next moment, Jin Yuan brought a cup of warm water and went outside to give it to Jiang Ying. Seeing this, Zhou Yi's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed. Jin Yuan asked, "Will Xiao Xia and Zhu Ku be all right?" Jiang Ying didn't answer. "Go sit down. Talking to me at a time like this will inevitably lead to gossip." Jin Yuan blushed. "I'm not afraid." Jiang Ying smiled lightly. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The police arrived about 10 minutes later. They took Lu Han away as soon as they entered. Jiang Ying coldly glanced at him. She handed the USB to the police. Only then did Lu Han realize there were never any cameras in the hallway. Jiang Ying had tricked him. He started cursing loudly, but Jiang Ying ignored his outburst. Past lunchtime, everyone was hungry. Worried about this, Jiang Ying went to the kitchen to cook. Zhou walked in from outside. Acting casual, he said, "The food smells good." Jiang Ying didn't turn around, knowing that in public, he wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Find an excuse to quit Zhongyi later. Zhou raised his eyebrows. "Why?" Jiang Ying turned to meet his gaze. "Because you're my boss, I don't want you involved in any gossip. Besides, you're competing with Zhou Yan right now. I don't want grandfather to think you're frivolous." Hearing Jiang Ying's words, Zhou Yi was delighted. "You care about me?" Jiang Ying answered frankly, "Of course I care. After all, we're business partners." Zhou Yi's eyes darkened, suddenly realizing something. "Just business partners? But don't think you can end certain relationships." Jiang Ying glanced up. "Not tired yet?" Zhou Yi trapped Jiang Ying in his arms, staring at her excited red lips. "Don't you dare try to run from me." Not wanting to ruin their newly reached agreement, Jiang Ying nodded in agreement. Zhou Yi noticed the coldness in Jiang Ying's eyes. Ying, do you even have a heart?" Jiang Ying smirked. "I don't know if I have a heart, but if you continue like this, we'll definitely have rumors." Zhou Yi joked, "Isn't this show about creating CP? Why not create one with me?" Jiang Ying refused without hesitation. "No, it would hurt your reputation." Zhou Yi clicked his tongue. "Is Jin Yuan's reputation better?" Jiang Ying smiled slightly. "You should avoid saying things that cause misunderstandings." As they were at an impasse, Jin Bei's voice came from outside. "Sister Jiang Ying." She saw Zhou Yi and blushed. "Mr. Zhou, you're here too." Zhou Yi put his hands in his pockets. "Scared today?" Jin Bei blushed deeply. "I trust Sister Jiang Ying to handle the situation." Seeing the prepared food, she sincerely praised, "Sister Jiang Ying, you're really too perfect. You can handle both social events and housework. Whoever marries you will be very happy." Jiang Ying smiled, about to respond, when Zhou Yi interrupted, "That's not necessarily true. Marrying a career woman like Manager Jiang would probably be miserable, too domineering and bullying. And someone as excellent as Manager Jiang would probably keep the marriage secret." Jin Bei was confused. "Why?" Zhou Yi walked to Jin Bei with his long legs, seemingly speaking to Jin Bei, but actually subtly jabbing at Jiang Ying, maybe to attract other men. "Isn't that what playgirls do?" Young Master Zhou wanted to tease his wife at every moment. "Just call me husband, Ying. I'll give you whatever you want." Jin Bei originally had feelings for Zhou Yi. This time when he smiled at her, her mind went blank. Everything was jumbled, and she couldn't clearly hear what he said. During dinner, everyone couldn't help praising Jiang Ying's cooking. Jin Bei sat beside Jiang Ying, quietly asking about Xiao Xia. Will this incident affect his future development? Jiang Ying lowered her eyes to look at the tablet in her hands. Hard to say. Jin Bei sighed. Xiao Xia is such a hard-working person. If this incident really affects his future development, it would be too pitiful. Jiang Ying remained silent. Some things shouldn't be discussed carelessly, especially given his position. Too sensitive. Zhou Yi's phone suddenly rang beside them. Zhou Yi frowned and answered. It was Guanlei calling. He kept rambling, pleading for Luo Han. Zhou Yi's expression showed impatience. After finishing, Guanlei lowered his voice. "Young master, I only have Lu Han as a good friend in this circle. Can you help him?" Zhou Yi said coldly, "Being in this industry for so long, how can you still be so brainless?" Guanlei paused for a few seconds on the other end, probably feeling slighted. He threw a princess tantrum and hung up. Zhou Yi sent a message to Assistant Chen. "Handle Guanlei's contract termination now." He closed his phone. Looking up, he met Jiang Ying's inquiring gaze. Zhou Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Just as he was about to say something frivolous, Jiang Ying turned away. Then she put away her tablet, got up in her high heels and left. As soon as she left, Zhou Yi followed. They met at the second-floor corner. Zhou Yi approached Jiang Ying, who had deliberately waited for him. What do you want to say? Jiang Ying looked up. Are you going to help Lu Han? Zhou Yi stepped forward, backing her against the wall. Who do you want me to help? Jiang Ying's lips moved. Whoever I want you to help. Zhou Yi's thin lips curved into a smile. Call me husband, Ying. I'll give you whatever you want. Jiang Ying sneered. Zhou Yi, you're being ridiculous. Zhou Yi stiffened. Then he chuckled. I won't help Lu Han. Jiang Ying responded. I will help Xiaoxia. Zhou Yi smiled ambiguously. They're both show media people. Their problems reflect badly on the company. Jiang Ying understood his meaning. I'll handle it well, minimizing damage to the company's reputation. Zhou Yi smiled at her with curved eyes. I trust your ability. Meanwhile, at the police station, Guanlei was very unhappy. How could you be so foolish? That was a variety show. You openly set up Lu Han like that. I did it for you. He's with Jiang Ying. You don't know that Jiang Ying keeps trying to seduce President Zhou in the show. President Zhou is your childhood sweetheart. Everyone knows you'll be Mrs. Zhou. Isn't Jiang Ying clearly challenging you? Suddenly a phone call came in. Guanlei, did you offend President Zhou somehow? Assistant Chun just called me. The company wants to terminate your contract. They've already prepared the termination agreement and compensation terms. Just waiting for your signature. Guanlei's face darkened. It must be Jiang Ying. I won't let her get away with this. Half an hour later, the situation escalated. Guanlei posted a Weibo announcement directly targeting Jiang Ying. Facing Qiao Nan's inquiries, Jiang Ying remained calm. Just ignore it. No need to suppress the public opinion. Qiao Nan was very worried. But many media outlets are calling the company asking about your situation. Jiang Ying thought for a moment. Leak the news about Zhou family supporting me. 1 second Zhou was flirting with his wife in the kitchen, but the next second they were discovered by others. Facing such an awkward atmosphere, he had to order his assistant to bring their marriage certificate. Qiaonan had worked with Jiang Ying for a while and understood her well. Create an illusion that she's the Zhou family's adopted daughter. Jiang Ying lowered her voice. Don't guide the narrative, just release the surface facts. Qiaonan thought Jiang Ying wanted to clear her name. I understand, but what if Guanlei posts something else? Jiang Ying smiled. He'll help by continuing to post. By some water army to support his comments. Using my rumors with President Zhou to suppress Xiaoxia and Zhuke's scandal. It's worth it. Zhou Yi was sitting in his car heading back, eyes closed, leaning in his seat listening to Assistant Chin's report. Miss Guan's contract has been terminated. The situation is getting worse. Miss Guan is now targeting Madam. Saying that, Madam? Zhou Yi opened his eyes slowly at these words. Saying what? Assistant Chin's voice lowered. Saying Madam was seducing you on the show. Zhou Yi sneered. What about our PR department? No response. Assistant Chin straightened up. Madam had someone leak the news about Zhou family supporting her, then hired Water Army to support Miss Guan's Weibo announcement. According to Madam's instructions, no matter what Miss Guan posts about her and you, there will be no rebuttal. No clarification? Zhou Yi seemed pleased. This handling is quite good. I like it. Assistant Chen swallowed hard. You're the boss. Whatever you say, as long as you're happy. The car arrived at the show's villa. Zhou Yi walked in. He scanned the empty living room. Finally, his gaze stopped on the busy figure in the kitchen. Jiang Ying was bending over packing up garbage. Zhou Yi walked into the kitchen, thinking it was Jinbei or Xiaoxia. Jiang Ying didn't turn around. I'm done cleaning. Go rest. As soon as she finished speaking, someone pressed against her from behind. Almost instantly, Jiang Ying guessed who was behind her. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden bang sound came from behind. Shocked, they never expected to see such a scene. The atmosphere became awkward instantly. People upstairs heard the noise and came down. What happened? By the time Xiaoxia came down, Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying had returned to normal, but Jing Wei remained stunned, unable to recover. Then he looked at the unsurprised Xiaoxia. You knew about them? Xiaoxia couldn't explain. He could only look at Jiang Ying. Zhou Yi spoke lazily. Let's talk outside. After speaking, he strode to the sofa and sat down first. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, others didn't dare to object. They all walked towards the sofa. The three men didn't know what happened, their faces showing bewilderment. After sitting down, Zhou Yi didn't rush to explain. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a message to Assistant Chin. Bring my marriage certificate with my wife. After sending the message, Zhou Yi closed his phone and tossed it on the coffee table. What explanation do you want to hear? Or should I ask what explanation you want to hear? Jinbei pressed his lips into a straight line, feeling like he was about to cry. Seeing him silent, Zhou Yi chuckled. You like me, but I'm already married. Jinbei stood still, looking at Zhou Yi in disbelief. You're married? Then what were you doing with Sister Jiang Ying in the kitchen? As a love-struck young Master Zhou, he could finally show off his wife. He threw the marriage certificate on the table. Qin smiled and said, Jiang Ying is my wife. The doorbell rang from outside. Lu Xing, sitting on the sofa, went to open the door first. Soon Assistant Chen walked in, handing the marriage certificate to Zhou Yi. Seeing the marriage certificate, Jiang Ying coldly warned Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi ignored it and directly opened the marriage certificate, placing it on the coffee table in front. Everyone present looked at it simultaneously. Seeing Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying's photos on the marriage certificate, Zhu Shi froze. Zhou Yi smiled. Jiang Ying is my wife. Jiang Ying's grip on her water glass tightened. Even her usually calm expression almost cracked. Those present were shocked and stunned. What were the couple doing? Was it for work or just playing games? Lu Qin smiled and spoke first. Chairman Zhou and manager Jiang make a good match. Zhou Yi looked at Jinbei standing opposite him. Any other questions? Jinbei's heart tightened. No. Everyone dispersed. Jiang Ying held back her anger. Having fun? Zhou Yi leaned in and whispered, we were already married. Jiang Ying smiled mockingly, got too into the role. Zhou Yi felt chest tightness, lowered his head, his voice deep with a hint of grievance. Wife. Jiang Ying's heart raced at Zhou Yi calling her wife. Zhou Yi, do you know what it means to reveal our relationship to the artists? Zhou Yi held her waist with one hand. He quickly bit her lips. Jiang Ying was forced to retreat step by step. Just as she was about to suffocate from the kiss, Zhou Yi released her lips. Let's go to your room. Jiang Ying tried to regulate her breathing. What a waste you're not in the entertainment industry. In the room, Jiang Ying gestured him to stop. Then she ordered, find a way to silence them. Zhou Yi simply replied, I'll try my best. But Jiang Ying didn't want to hear try. She wanted must. The next day, Guanlei was still actively jumping around, dropping one evidence after another. Qiao then called to remind Jiang Ying that Guanlei's situation was developing differently than expected. Do we need to intervene? Jiang Ying understood. He's cutting off his own path. Don't let the company PR handle this. I'll resolve it myself. After hanging up, she picked up her bag directly. Zhou Yi saw her. He still remembered to greet his wife. Good morning. His wife Jiang Ying walked out directly, ignoring him. The scene shifts to Guanlei's home. Wonka spoke anxiously. I know Guanlei made a mistake this time, and it's ridiculous, but could you let him off considering his years of dedicated service to Zhou Media? Jiang Ying's lips curved slightly, her voice softening. Besides self-salvation, others cannot help. Seeing Jiang Ying closed off, his eyes filled with wariness. You're laughing at me? Jiang Ying looked down at him. What's there to laugh at? Guanlei cursed. You've ruined me like this. I won't let you off. Jiang Ying chuckled. You don't understand my relationship with Zhou Yi. We've been married for a long time. I turned a blind eye to you pursuing him because of your childhood friendship. Know your place. Is it because I didn't mind that made you think I was the illegitimate one? Delete your Weibo posts. I'll find a way to help you settle this. Guanlei remained silent. Jiang Ying showed great patience, glancing at her watch. You have 10 minutes to consider. Guanlei's lips tightened. You're with AE? Jiang Ying remained composed. We were always husband and wife. Being together is normal. Guanlei's heart took a heavy blow. Can you call AE in front of me? Jiang Ying took out her phone and directly dialed Zhou Yi. The call was quickly answered. Missing me, wife? Jiang Ying calmly replied. What do you want for breakfast? I'll bring it back. How about soy milk? Zhou Yi immediately replied. You want soy milk? How much he liked Jiang Ying. It was on speakerphone. To avoid a live show, she ended the topic. Then she looked up at Guanlei. Enough? Guanlei bit his lip. Will you be good to AE? Jiang Ying's expression softened. If I were you, I'd worry about myself first. Seeing Guanlei's silence, Jiang Ying turned to Wang Ke. Any ideas on how to handle this next? Wang Ke remained silent, having no suggestions. Seeing this, Jiang Ying understood. Find an insignificant person to take the blame. Have them admit to hacking Guanlei's Weibo account. Be careful in choosing the person. It can't be someone from this circle. Must ensure they're reliable. If anything goes wrong, forget about Guanlei. You won't be able to work as a manager anymore. Young Master Zhou thought his wife still had feelings for his brother. He proudly warned, what's so good about Zhou Yin? Even if you can't forget him, you two have no chance. Jiang Ying instructed her assistant, Guanlei will issue an announcement later explaining his Weibo was hacked. Remember to use the company's official account to help repost the clarification. Xiaonan asked, has Guanlei compromised? Jiang Ying responded, yes. Also contact some artists who don't get along well with Guanlei. Have them help clarify too. An hour later, Guanlei posted an announcement on Weibo stating his account was previously hacked. Zhou Media's official account immediately reposted it, with an additional title, "The innocent will prove themselves." When Jiang Ying saw these reports, she had just finished work and was walking to the parking lot. Zhou Yi's call suddenly came in. His pleasant voice came through the phone. Look left. Jiang Ying turned her head at his voice. She saw Zhou Yi wearing only a thin shirt, showing his muscular forearms as he waved at her. Their eyes met. Jiang Ying suddenly wanted to ask Zhou Yi if he was cold, but she swallowed the words before speaking them. Zhou Yi gestured for her to get in the car. Family dinner tonight. The old man wants us home for dinner. Jiang Ying was silent for a moment. Let's take my car, she said. After driving for a while, Zhou Yi looked at her with a mischievous smile. You handled Guanlei's situation well. I thought you would destroy him completely. Jiang Ying remained expressionless. Afraid you'd be heartbroken. Zhou Yi's phoenix eyes sparkled with amusement. If I didn't know you so well, I'd think you were jealous. Hearing his words, Jiang Ying's lips twitched slightly. Why did grandfather suddenly want us back for dinner? Zhou Yi pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket and put one between his lips. Heard Zhou Yin brought his fiancée copyrighty back. Wants us all to meet her. Jiang Yin's expression froze. She almost forgot Zhou Yin was getting engaged. She hadn't prepared an engagement gift yet. Her thoughtful expression caught Zhou Yi's eye and somehow took on a different meaning. Jiang Ying looked back at Zhou Yi. What do you think? A dark look flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes as he removed the cigarette from his mouth. Moving closer to Zhou Yi. What's so special about him that you can't forget? Feeling his approach, Jiang Ying's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Zhou Yi leaned back, smiling meaningfully. Even if you can't forget, you two have no chance anymore. Jiang Ying glanced at Zhou Yi. I'm not as fickle as you. The car arrived at the Zhou family mansion. They got out one after another. Just as they were about to reach the door, Zhou Yi suddenly put his hand on Jiang Ying's waist, pulling her close. Let's set an example of marital bliss for Zhou Yan's couple. When they entered the Zhou family mansion's living room, the Zhou family patriarch was chatting with Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan sat properly, showing elegance mixed with some restraint. The woman sitting beside him seemed timid, constantly looking down at the floor. She responded nervously to the old master's questions. Zhou Yi held Jiang Ying's waist as servants immediately came forward with slippers. Zhou Yi spoke in a voice only they could hear. Before Jiang Ying could react, Zhou Yi directly squatted down. While speaking, he helped Jiang Ying change into slippers. Just wear flat shoes to work from now on. High heels tire your feet. You're the one who's tired, but I'm the one who worries. The servant standing nearby showed an affectionate smile. Zhou Yi lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Are you happy? Jiang Ying's red lips moved. You're acting so convincingly. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Want to see how much more convincing I can be? Grandfather is watching you. Jiang Ying looked over at old Master Zhou sitting on the sofa. His deep voice rang out, Stop dawdling. Whatever you want to whisper about, save it for home. Then he introduced them to the woman on the sofa. Zhou Yi is Zhou Yan's brother, and with him is his wife, called Jiang Ying. The woman respectfully bowed to Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying. Hello. The gentle yet powerful young Master Zhou is really too precious, helping his wife resolve issues with her aunt, asking for rewards. The woman respectfully bowed to Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying. Hello. Both Jiang Ying and Zhou Yi were stunned for a few seconds. Jiang Ying recovered first, saying hello. Zhou Yi smiled ambiguously. Hello, sister-in-law. At his sister-in-law, the woman's face instantly turned red. Her eyes unconsciously looked toward Zhou Yan, while Zhou Yan's gaze was fixed on Jiang Ying. After exchanging greetings, they sat down at old Master Zhou's gesture. However, while he was speaking, Zhou Yi kept his head down, playing with Jiang Ying's fingers. Old Master Zhou looked at the casual Zhou Yi. Did you hear what I said? Zhou Yi looked up. You're talking about my sister-in-law. Why should I listen so much? But Old Master Zhou said, We're all family now. Remember to take care of Xiao Ming. Zhou Yi lightly retorted, Taking care of sister-in-law is my brother's job. My responsibility is to take care of my own wife. After speaking, his phoenix eyes looked at Jiang Ying with amusement. Right, honey? Jiang Ying looked back at him, not responding but with warning in her eyes. During dinner, Old Master Zhou saw their interaction. Surprised yet somewhat pleased, he asked, When are you planning to give me a great-grandchild? Jiang Ying's hand paused while drinking soup. Zhou Yi spoke up, after some time. Recently, Ying found her relatives. just reunited. He turned to look at Jiang Ying, affectionately ruffling her hair. With relatives now, our Ying also has family to care for her. Jiang Ying's heart trembled uncontrollably. Old Master Zhou spoke up in surprise. Ying found relatives? Wasn't she an orphan? Zhou Yi explained to Old Master Zhou. We've met her aunt. She looks very similar to Ying. DNA test has been done. It's genuine. His explanation dispelled all of Old Master Zhou's doubts. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrow at her, mouthing, "How about it? Repay me after dinner." They left the Zhou family mansion. Jiang Ying thanked Zhou Yi for the aunt matter. "Thank you." Zhou Yi's expression was flirtatious. "How will you thank me?" Jiang Ying understood his hint and said flatly, "A large sum of money." Zhou Yi chuckled. "Do I lack money?" Jiang Ying said, "Well, if you don't need it, forget it. I'll take you home now." Zhou Yi smiled meaningfully. "All right." After driving for a while, as Zhou Yi was looking at Jiang Ying playfully, the phone in his pocket rang. It was Pei Yao calling, inviting Zhou Yi for drinks. Zhou Yi pulled his thin lips and said, "Drinking late at night? You think I'm like you, eternally single?" Pei Yao gasped, hitting Zhou Yi's weak spot. "Zhou, does Ying know about your dog-like behavior?" Zhou Yi smirked. "I'll give the phone to Ying, you tell her." Jiang Ying calmly said, "No dangerous driving." Zhou Yi burst out laughing. "Can't chat on the way home." Pei Yao cursed playfully. "Fine, you just wait." After hanging up, Zhou Yi gave Jiang Ying a meaningful look. Ying, Pei Yao cursed at me." Jiang Ying remained unmoved, saying, "We're here." At this moment, the seatbelt in front was unbuckled. Zhou Yi stretched his long legs, stepping over the center console, one hand propped on the back of her seat, the other hand reaching for the seat adjustment button. The gentle and wealthy young Master Zhou wanted to get closer to his wife, but unexpectedly was interrupted by his good friend. As the driver's seat slowly reclined, Jiang Ying instinctively grabbed Zhou Yi's collar. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows, his voice deep with hidden implications. "Can people see from outside?" Jiang Ying remained silent, narrowing her eyes, suddenly remembering his seat adjustment during the phone call earlier. She had thought he was just uncomfortable, but now thinking about it, he was actually testing the waters. An hour later, someone knocked on the car window. They both straightened up and turned their heads. At the passenger side window appeared Pei Yao's magnified face. Zhou Yi looked down at Jiang Ying. "Can old Pei see?" Jiang Ying immediately sat up. "No." They quickly adjusted their clothes. Zhou Yi opened the door, almost hitting Pei Yao's face directly. Pei Yao quickly stepped back, cursing, "You trying to ruin my face?" Zhou Yi looked at Pei Yao. "For you, wouldn't that be plastic surgery?" Pei Yao turned to look inside the car. "I won't stoop to your level. I'll go chat with Ying." Seeing this, Zhou Yi reached out to stop Pei Yao. "Don't mess with her." Pei Yao said, "Call me daddy." Zhou Yi raised his eyebrow. "Ready to use what I chose for you?" Then took out his cigarette pack and threw it to Pei Yao. "I'll go," calling Ying out. He strode to the car, knocked on the window. "Come sit with us." Jiang Ying responded, "Boring." Zhou Yi glanced at Pei Yao standing in the distance, lowering his voice. "Old Pei is still here. Do me a favor." Thinking about how they were almost caught earlier, Jiang Ying's ears turned red. Zhou Yi instantly caught her thought. "Old Pei doesn't know." Jiang Ying looked up. "You think I'm stupid or he's stupid?" Zhou Yi teased. "We grew up together. Though old Pei's IQ isn't very high, you shouldn't say that." Jiang Ying was speechless. "Does Pei Yao know you talk about him like this behind his back?" Zhou Yi said seriously. "He doesn't know. Don't tell him. I don't have many friends. Can't lose more." Jiang Ying was finally coaxed out of the car by Zhou Yi. Seeing her, Pei Yao greeted first. "Aunt, feeling better?" Jiang Ying smiled back. "Much better. Let third uncle pick a time. I'll treat him to a meal." Pei Yao laughed. "We're all family here. No need for formal meals." He glanced at Zhou Yi. "How about it? We're childhood friends too. Now that you're in trouble, if Brother Pei doesn't care for you, who will?" Zhou Yi stood by with his hands in his pockets. Done chatting, Pei Yao wasn't bothered by the interruption. "Yeah, done. Old Sheen said you've been hiding 2 bottles of good wine at home." Minutes later, he stood before Zhou Yi's wine cabinet. He took those 2 good bottles. Gifts make people soft. As repayment, Pei Yao didn't stay long. He privately discussed Zhou Yan's matter with Zhou Yi, then made an excuse to leave. The usually cold young Master Zhou was ice cold to others, but to his wife, he was as gentle as fire. Zhou Yi got up and walked to where Jiang Ying sat in the single armchair, his hands on the armrests, trapping her in between. "Stay tonight." Jiang Ying looked up. "Need to go home and shower." This excuse was too casual. Joey chuckled. Just as he was about to coax her, his phone rang in his pocket. After seeing the caller ID, he paused for a few seconds. He answered the call. Godmother? From the other end came the sound of a middle-aged woman crying. Joey was startled. Godmother, don't cry. Let's talk properly. Jiang didn't have the habit of eavesdropping. Seeing Joey seriously on the phone, she changed her shoes at the entrance and left. An hour later, Joey appeared at Guanlei's apartment. Guan's mother's face was full of guilt, i.e., Mom really didn't expect Lei Lei would cause you such trouble. I apologize on his behalf. I advised him before, but he was so focused on you. He wouldn't listen. Could you spare him a way out, for Mom's sake? Joey didn't want to embarrass Guanlei in front of his mother. Do you want to talk privately, or in front of Godmother? Guanlei pressed his lips. I'll talk to you privately. He turned to ask his mother to return to her bedroom. Mother Guan looked worried. Guanlei said softly, Mom, it'll be fine. After Mother Guan left, Joey tried to steady his emotions. Whatever you want to say it today. Hearing this, Guanlei's eyes turned red. You're really angry. Is it because of Jiang? You've fallen for her, haven't you? Joey's voice was like ice. Guanlei, you should know why I've been so tolerant of you. I think you know the reason. I've told you before, I have no romantic feelings for you. Only sibling affection. But Guanlei didn't believe it. Joey's thin lips curved into a mocking smile. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. Guanlei trembled on the sofa. All these years I've been by your side. I don't believe you feel nothing for me. Joey's words were ruthlessly cold. All these years you've been by my side was our agreement. You helped me act for the Zhou family. I help you clear troubles in the entertainment industry. Guanlei, let's not meet again. With that, he turned and left directly. An hour later, Joey's car appeared below Jiang Ying's building. He took out his phone from his pocket, opened Jiang Ying's chat window, and sent her a message. Are you asleep? He texted. The message sank like a stone with no response. Joey stared at the silent phone screen and laughed in frustration. He opened the car door and stepped out. In the apartment, Jiang Ying had just finished her bath when she saw a WeChat message and a Weibo notification. Jiang Ying raised her eyebrows, thinking about the phone call Joey received tonight. Shouldn't it have been about pleading? Why quit the entertainment circle? Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Jiang Ying went to open it and found Joey there. Joey leaned against the doorframe with one hand. Can I come in for a glass of water? Jiang Ying didn't respond, blocking the doorway. Joey raised an eyebrow. I'm a guest. Won't you even offer me a drink? Jiang Ying questioned. Are you sure you just want water? The usually cold-hearted young Master Zhou began to open up to his wife. From beginning to end, you're my only woman. And all those rumors were fake? Jiang Ying questioned. Are you sure you just want water? Joey smirked. What else could I want? Jiang Ying remained silent, her years of good upbringing helping her resist the urge to roll her eyes. Plain water or something else? Joey entered, standing at the entrance to change shoes. Anything's fine. Hearing this, Jiang Ying walked to the fridge and got him a bottle of mineral water. Just as she was about to close the fridge door, Joey suddenly pressed against her from behind, his hand resting on her shoulder. He said in a deep voice, Ying, I'm actually in a bad mood today. Jiang Ying opened the mineral water and handed it back to him. Have some water to feel better. Joey didn't take it, instead drinking from the bottle in her hand. He said, I lived at Guanlei's mother's house. She helped raise me. Was what I did today too harsh? Jiang Ying replied, I don't know what happened between you two. What happened between you? Joey nuzzled her shoulder. It's complicated. Jiang Ying squeezed the water bottle. Do you want more water? Do you want to hear what happened tonight? Joey spoke naturally, but his heart was suspended. Compared to his nervousness, Jiang Ying remained calm. I can listen, but could you let go of me? Let's talk somewhere else. Hearing this, Joey's lips curved into a smile. All right. They walked to the sofa one after another. Joey sat on the chaise lounge, while Jiang Ying sat in the single chair opposite him. Tell me about tonight. Why did Guanlei suddenly announce his retirement from entertainment? Joey took a deep drag of his cigarette. My previous rumors with Guanlei were all fake. Not just the rumors with him, but also those with other actresses and models were fake. Jiang Ying choked on her juice. She coughed violently. Seeing this, Joey grabbed a tissue from the coffee table and handed it to her. So shocked? After recovering, Jiang Ying said, What did you say? Joey's thin lips curled, both angry and amused. Do you think that poorly of me? Jiang Ying didn't know how to answer this question. The conversation turned awkward. Joey heard her dishonest answer and leaned back lazily. To be honest, Jiang Ying looked up at him. You previously admitted to me that you liked Guanlei. Zoe answered frankly and generously. It was fake. Jiang Ying pondered her words carefully before looking at Zhou Yi. I'm not your first woman, am I? Zhou Yi's fingers, which had been tapping the sofa armrest, paused as he counter-questioned. What do you think? Jiang Ying suddenly felt a bad premonition in her heart. After about half a minute, she struggled to speak. Zhou Yi's phoenix eyes were filled with laughter, his voice magnetic and pleasant. Jiang Ying's breath hitched, noticing his troubled expression. Zhou Yi smiled lazily. Afraid I'll make you take responsibility? Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. To be honest, quite afraid. Zhou Yi trembled imperceptibly. Don't be afraid, Jiang Ying was about to speak, but Zhou Yi interrupted. After listening to me for so long, don't you have any opinions to share? Jiang Ying remained composed. It's not my place to comment on your personal matters. You must have your reasons for making such decisions. It would be disrespectful for me to judge, Zhou Yi said sarcastically. Don't you think I'm cold-hearted? Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about yourself, or taking a dig at me? Zhou Yi smirked. Oh, you caught that. Jiang Ying immediately clenched her fists. You're insulting my intelligence. Zhou Yi replied. I am indeed crushing your intelligence into the ground. Jiang Ying sneered. You think I'm Pei Yao? Zhou Yi's thin lips curved upward. You're like this. Much better than when you're wearing that cold face all day. Jiang Ying felt somewhat awkward. Thank you, Ice Queen. She had always thought her husband was a free-spirited person, but now Zhou Yi was telling her that she was his only woman. Jiang Ying spoke first. It's getting late. Zhou Yi teased. Let's get some rest, wife. You're sleeping on the couch tonight. After saying this, Jiang Ying left no room for argument and went straight to the bedroom. Zhou Yi watched her retreating figure and chuckled. 1 second face change. Did you study Sichuan opera before? Back in the bedroom, Jiang Ying leaned against the door, lost in thought. Before, she had dared to be so casual with Zhou Yi because she thought Zhou Yi was just a free-spirited person. But now Zhou Yi was telling her that she was his only woman. She then took her phone from the bedside and sent Changbo a message. Are you asleep? Changbo replied almost instantly. In this endless night, sleep eludes me. So I thought of you. Brother Chang. Jiang Ying fell back heavily onto the bed. Holding up her phone, she messaged Changbo. Let me ask you something serious. Would you have different feelings for your first woman? Such a hot topic. To be honest, as a proper person, I've kept myself pure. Still a virgin. Never mind then. Jiang Ying sent this message, originally planning to end the conversation. Unexpectedly, Changbo replied, I think whether a man has special feelings for his first woman depends on the person. Often, the men who appear most passionate are actually the most fickle, while those who seem emotionally distant are actually the most devoted. Jiang Ying looked at Changbo's message, hesitated for several seconds, and asked, Then which type do you think Zhou Yi is? Changbo sent several question marks. Then he directly called her. Jiang Ying waited about 3 or 4 seconds before answering. Jiang Ying thought Changbo's first question would be about the meaning of her message. Unexpectedly, Changbo's thinking was unusual. You're Zhou Yi's first woman? Seeing no denial, Changbo's voice carried hints of excitement. Didn't expect Zhou Yi to keep that hidden so well. He had many questions for Jiang Ying, but despite their closeness, there were still boundaries between men and women. Hearing his words, Jiang Ying suddenly remembered something. Zhou Yi of the Zhou family. Once during a family banquet, while everyone was socializing in the front hall, Zhou Yi had fallen into the swimming pool behind the old house. Then he developed a high fever that night. She had quietly opened his door to bring him medicine. Others said Zhou Yi was lucky, though illegitimate. He was taken back by the Zhou family's patriarch. He was pampered and cherished, as if blessed by extraordinary luck. But only those involved knew the truth. The memory ended abruptly. Just as she was about to dim the bedside lamp, the bedroom doorknob suddenly turned from outside. Zhou Yi quickly appeared at the doorway. He smiled slightly. May I use your bathroom? Jiang Ying said coldly. Use the guest bathroom. Zhou Yi ignored her and walked right in. Uncomfortable, Jiang Ying watched him enter the bathroom, wanting to stop him, but the shower had already started running. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Zhou Yi appeared with only a towel around his waist. He appeared before Jiang Ying. I used your towel. It's a bit small but manageable. Jiang Ying glanced at the area covered by the towel. Now that you've finished showering, shouldn't you leave? Zhou Yi responded but didn't move. Just then, the phone rang. Jiang Ying quickly answered. Chu Shi fired questions like a machine gun. I heard Zhou Yi was still a virgin before being with you. Is that true? Then Zhou Yi must be quite talented in that area. I remember you said his technique. Jiang Ying looked at Zhou Yi, trying to stay calm while telling Chu Shi, it's late. Let's talk tomorrow. Playboy brother, I really want to know. Why did you choose him when you were drugged back then? Jiang Ying looked at Zhou Yi seriously, calmly telling Chu Shi, it's late. Let's talk tomorrow. But Chu Shi persisted. Just tell me. Zhou Yi leaned down and gripped her chin. Not bad counting. Jiang Ying experienced true speechlessness for the first time. At this moment, Chu Shi added fuel to the fire. Are you shy? You were both single then. Now you're legally married. Isn't this normal? If you didn't have that condition, I would have thought you fell in love. Jiang Ying was extremely annoyed. Shut up. I'm busy. Hanging up, Chu Shi laughed even more mischievously. I've always been curious about something. Why did you choose to go to Zhou Yi's room when Mrs. Zhou drugged you back then? Jiang Ying didn't answer and hung up directly. Zhou Yi looked down at her leisurely, continuing Chu Shi's question. I'd also like to know why you chose me that night. Jiang Ying answered honestly. I don't think I had a choice. Looking at her delicate frowning brows, Zhou Yi coaxed her in a low voice. All right, I won't pressure you. I just want to sleep tonight. Jiang Ying was speechless. You think I'll agree? Zhou Yi deliberately tried to please her. I promise I'll just sleep peacefully. Won't do anything else. Jiang Ying fought back her unease as she looked at him. It's almost 2 a.m. Are you going to sleep or not? Zhou Yi laughed deeply. Whatever you want. That night, Zhou Yi truly kept his word. After lying down, he made no inappropriate moves and slept soundly. But Jiang Ying tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That night, she could only choose Zhou Yi. For her parents' death, Old Master Zhou and Zhou Huayan were her primary suspects. Zhou Yi noticed her unusual expression and looked down at her. Are you sick? Jiang Ying's consciousness began to blur.
No.
Zhou Yi asked seriously, did you touch something you shouldn't have? Jiang Ying's eyes were unfocused, her remaining strength crumbling. Zhou Yi, I feel terrible. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's voice became husky. What do you want to do? At that time, she thought Zhou Yi understood her meaning, that he would call a doctor to the room. However, it turned into intimacy instead. The next morning, Jiang Ying was startled awake from a dream. Suddenly, a teasing laugh came from beside her. What did you dream about? Jiang Ying squinted. Zhou Yi was lying on his side, head propped up on one hand, looking at his somewhat wicked smile. I heard you calling Zhou Yi. His lazy manner made it hard for Jiang Ying to tell if he was serious. She remained expressionless and silent, pushing away his hand that was playing with her hair. She got up and walked to the bathroom. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, moving to the spot where Jiang Ying had slept. He rolled over, burying his face in her pillow. Jiang Ying entered the bathroom and turned on the shower. Taking a warm shower, her mind cleared from its foggy state. When she came out of the bathroom, she told Zhou Yi to find an excuse to quit the variety show soon. Zhou Yi's fingers paused while adjusting his tie. What about you? Staying to ship CP with Jin Yuan? You think Jin Yuan still has the guts to ship CP with me? Jiang Ying's tone was full of sarcasm. Zhou Yi wasn't angry at all. Indeed, he probably doesn't. Seeing no response from Jiang Ying, he walked over and hugged her from behind. Are you angry? Jiang Ying frowned deeply. Zhou Yi, your clinginess gives me an illusion. Like we're dating. Zhou Yi rested his chin on her shoulder. Isn't dating good? Jiang Ying's hand tightened on the clothes hook. No, the pure CEO is actually acting cute with his wife. Praise me. Wasn't I good today? Do I get a little reward? Before last night, if Zhou Yi had said these things, she would have thought he was joking. But after last night, everything was different. Zhou Yi assured her, don't worry, I won't make you take responsibility. Look how scared you are. I'll have Chinja arrange my withdrawal from the variety show when I get back today. You should also find an excuse to quit soon. The company has a lot going on. Don't waste time and energy on useless things. Jiang Ying gave a faint in response. Zhou Yi smiled playfully. Is your aunt being discharged today? When are you planning to pick her up from the hospital? I'll go with you. An hour later, the car arrived at the hospital. Jiang Ying asked Zhou Yi to wait in the car while she went up to get her aunt. Zhou Yi didn't object, his slender fingers tugging at his tie. He pulled it down slightly and watched as Jiang Ying entered the inpatient department. He took out his phone and made a call. Chanja, investigate what illness my wife has. Assistant Chen asked, is Madam sick? Zhou Yi spoke in a low voice. It probably won't be easy to investigate. My wife is cautious. If you can't find anything, go ask Chu Shi. Assistant Chen drew in a sharp breath. Mr. Chu is Madam's close friend. He might not tell us. If he won't tell you, find another way, Zhou Yi said before abruptly ending the call. Then he saw Jiang Ying pushing her aunt in a wheelchair, approaching from not far away. Su Ying looked uncomfortable upon seeing him. Joey wore a gentle, refined smile. Auntie, just call me E. After speaking, he straightened up and walked to Jiang. Wife, let me. Jiang responded with a simple Joey pushed the aunt towards the parking area while Jiang walked ahead to get the car. For a moment, she had the illusion that she and Joey were truly in love, like newlyweds, and he was helping her care for family. Joey reached out for the car keys. Just as they were exchanging keys, Joey deliberately squeezed Jiang's fingertips. How was my performance, dear? Jiang glanced at him. You're trying too hard. Joey's thin lips curved into a smile. Loosen up for me tonight. Jiang shot him a warning glance, opened the car door, and sat down. Suing lowered her voice. I can see it all. You keep a straight face while that boy tries so hard to please. Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. As expected of Joey, he had won her aunt over so quickly. Suddenly Joey asked her aunt what she wanted for lunch. Suing smiled gently. Anything is fine. It depends on you too. Joey turned the steering wheel. Ing told me you used to live in Chengdu. Do you like Sichuan cuisine? A friend of mine just opened a Sichuan restaurant. Auntie, please come try it. Jiang had never told Joey about her aunt's situation. The fact that Joey knew such details meant only one thing. He had investigated beforehand. They arrived at the restaurant. Joey wrapped an arm around Jiang, saying lovingly, you can't eat spicy food. I'll have them make yours sweet. Jiang retorted, I can handle spice better than you. Joey replied carefully, after eating, you stay up all night with stomach pain. You call that handling it? This Sichuan restaurant belonged to Pei Yao. The manager hurried forward with a smile. Mr. Zhou, your usual spot? Joey smiled back. Take my wife and the others there first. I'll visit the kitchen. Seeing the manager making small talk with Jiang, Joey signaled to his assistant. The two walked towards the back. After walking some distance, Joey turned to his assistant. Found anything? Assistant Chin's mouth twitched. Mr. Chu said, Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang 3 times to show sincerity. Sending a mere assistant shows insufficient sincerity. Joey remained expressionless. As long as there are conditions. He walked towards the kitchen, with his assistant following, who asked based on his principle of asking when unsure. Mr. Zhou, do you have business in the kitchen? Joey rolled up his shirt sleeves, making 2 dishes. Meanwhile, Suing asked Jiang with a complex expression, tell Auntie the truth, you really don't like him? Jiang nodded slightly. Suing frowned, but he seems to really like you. From what I heard, he doesn't get along with the Zhou family either. Jiang nodded. His mother suffered a lot because of Zhou Huayan. He wasn't well treated in the Zhou family when he was young. Suing pondered this information. After a while, Joey entered with a pitcher of freshly squeezed juice. Auntie, are you hungry? The career queen was actually made to blush by her contract husband's antics. This is personally cooked by your husband. Try it quickly. Joey opened a new set of tableware, took out a cup, and poured juice. Auntie, is passion fruit flavor okay? I was in the kitchen earlier and saw they had some nice fresh passion fruits delivered, so I took the liberty. If you don't like it, I'll change it. Suing smiled gently. I can drink anything. I'm not picky about these things. Joey smiled and took his water glass. He drank up the remaining water in one go, then filled it with juice for him to taste. Jiang turned to look at him, pausing for a few seconds. She reached out to take it. He had mild germophobia. After taking the glass, she hesitated before bringing it to her mouth. Just as the glass was about to touch her lips, Joey suddenly reached out and turned the glass around. I drank from that side earlier. Jiang hadn't noticed that. She nodded at his words. It tastes good. At this moment, the hall manager came in to ask about their order. Joey raised his eyebrows at Jiang. You and Annie haven't ordered? Jiang replied, were you waiting for me? Joey's eyes sparkled with affection, his tone doting. It's rare to see you being so considerate. Jiang pursed her lips. What do you mean? Teasing her. 10 minutes later, all dishes were spicy except for 2 small plates that were mild and sweet. Joey rotated the lazy Susan, placing the sweet dishes in front of Jiang. Then he turned the table again. He said to Suing, Auntie, please try if it suits your taste. Suing nodded. Good, you eat too. Seeing Jiang staring at her food without moving, Joey leaned close to her ear. Why aren't you eating? Your husband personally cooked this. Jiang turned to look at him, seeing the sincere smile in his eyes. The warning words stuck in her throat. After careful consideration, she lowered her head and took a bite. She replied, it tastes quite good. Joey's thin lips curved slightly, staying silent. He was always good at reading people's hearts. He noticed Jiang Ying's restraint. Afterwards, he behaved properly, maintaining a humble attitude while chatting with Su Ying. However, somehow the conversation meandered to Zhou Yi's background. Your stepmother mistreated you. What about your father? Zhou Yi responded frankly, he wasn't any better. Su Ying felt sympathetic. How could that be? Zhou Yi brushed it off lightly. He probably thought I was a burden, affecting his relationship with his current wife. Su Ying's eyes reddened hearing this. It was his own mistake when he was young. What does that have to do with you, a child? Zhou Yi stood up and used the serving chopsticks to get food for Su Ying. Auntie, not everyone is as kind as you. Zhou Yi's flattery came naturally, and Su Ying didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After the meal, Jiang Ying looked up at Zhou Yi. Aren't you going home? Zhou Yi replied, I have something to do. Chunja will take you and Annie back. After watching Jiang Ying leave in the car, he turned and sat in another vehicle. Meanwhile, Chu Shi was sitting with Chang Bo in his office. What do you mean? Zhou Yi suddenly came asking about Ying Ying's situation. Chang Bo squinted at him. Mr. Chu, can we turn on the air conditioning before we chat? I know you're frugal, but this isn't the way to save money. Chu Shi took out a heat patch and walked over to Chang Bo, handing it to him. Stick it wherever you're cold. Trust me, it keeps warm for 24 hours. Chang Bo's mouth twitched. No way, you rely on this thing to get through winter? Chu Shi smiled awkwardly for a second. Let's continue. What exactly did Zhou Yi mean? Chang Bo looked up. Brother Jia, about Ying Ying's call last night. Is it possible that Zhou Yi has developed feelings for her? Chu Shi's expression changed upon hearing this. How terrifying. Just then, an assistant came to report, Mr. Chu, Mr. Zhou is here to see you. Mr. Zhou? Chu Shi startled. Chang Bo saw his reaction and patted him on the shoulder. Soon, Zhou Yi strode in through the door. Chang Bo and Chu Shi both stood up. Zhou Yi looked at them, knowing without asking why they were gathered together. His lips curved into a smile. The usually domineering man was unusually courteous today. Please sit, both of you. Zhou Yi would do anything to win over his cold wife. Nothing was too surprising anymore. Watching Zhou Yi take control of the situation, Chang Bo and Chu Shi exchanged glances. Zhou Yi took the cigarette box from the coffee table, tapped one out and held it in his mouth. Have you two decided who will talk to me? The atmosphere became tense for about a minute before Chang Bo took the initiative to break the silence. Chu Shi, go get Mr. Zhou some coffee. I'll chat with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Shi slipped away as if his feet were oiled. After the office door closed, Chang Bo spoke calmly. Mr. Zhou, pardon my asking, but do you like Ying Ying? Zhou Yi replied lazily in his deep, pleasant voice. What do you think? Chang Bo sat down slowly. I'm afraid I can't tell you what you want to know. Zhou Yi's expression darkened, showing neither joy nor anger. Such a firm stance. Chang Bo smiled. Mr. Zhou, you should be happy that Chu Shi and I won't say anything. At least it proves Ying Ying hasn't made wrong friends. Zhou Yi sneered. You're quite good at psychological warfare. Chang Bo replied, this isn't psychological warfare. It's the truth. Seeing his attitude, Zhou Yi basically knew this visit would be fruitless. He headed straight for the door. You've learned the story of 3 visits to the thatched cottage well. Watching Zhou Yi leave, Chu Shi slipped in from outside. Brother Chong, I must view you differently from today. What did you say to Zhou Yi? Why did he leave so quickly? Chang Bo replied calmly. I didn't say anything to him. He probably couldn't stand how cold your place is. Chu Shi rolled his eyes. Chang Bo protested quietly. Can you please pay some heating bills? On his drive home, Zhou Yi made a phone call. Oh, Mr. Zhou, aren't you busy enjoying marital bliss lately? How do you have time to think about me? Zhou Yi wasn't in the mood for banter. He said directly, help me keep an eye on someone. Pei Yao Hui, man or woman? Zhou Yi said coldly, you know Ying Ying's friend Chu Shi. Pei Yao was puzzled. Why watch him? Zhou Yi honestly explained about Chu Shi's phone call with Jiang Ying. Hearing this, Pei Yao was surprised. Ying Ying seems quite normal. What could be wrong? Zhou Yi's grip on the steering wheel tightened. I don't know. Help me watch him. Try to get close and find out. Pei Yao clicked his tongue. You're forcing me to use my charms? Zhou Yi mocked. If you can use your charms, even better. Consider it me doing you a favor. Otherwise your hands will be shooting sparks every night. Pei Yao cursed through the phone, then asked, Zhou Yi, be honest with me. Do you still love Ying Ying? Zhou Yi remained silent. Hearing no response, Pei Yao knew he was too proud to admit his suffering. What a deeply passionate man. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying and Su Ying arrived at Shui Tian Hua Fu. As soon as they entered, Su-Ying was stunned by the house. Such a big house. Just you and he living here normally? Jiang Ying gave a soft in response. Su-Ying said it was too big. Jiang Ying took out another pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, crouching in front of her to help her change shoes. You'll get used to it after a while. Su-Ying looked down at Jiang Ying. Once my leg heals, I'll look for work. I'm the elder one. I should be taking care of you. Jiang Ying smiled sweetly. Just focus on healing. There's no rush. He stood outside the master bedroom for a moment before pushing the door open. The first thing he saw was his own suitcase. Jiang Ying paused for half a second before stepping in. When had his suitcase been brought here? As he was thinking, steady footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Not unpacked yet? Jiang Ying asked instead. Why are you back so soon? Joey tossed his removed tie onto the chaise lounge. Finished my business. Naturally, I came back. Do you mind me returning early? Is my early return bothering you? Jiang Ying pushed the suitcase further in. No. Joey strode to the wardrobe. He opened it and pointed to the cleared space. See if there's enough room for you. If not, you can move my clothes to the bottom. The Ice Queen thought the pure-hearted CEO was childish, yet he dared to suggest 7 times a week. Joey turned to look at Jiang Ying, suddenly asking, was the drink good at lunch? Jiang Ying instinctively replied, yes. Joey's lips curled up. You drank from where I drank. Jiang Ying's eyes narrowed instantly. Childish. Joey smirked. Is it? Jiang Ying frowned. Don't you think it's childish for an adult to do such things? Joey raised his hand, his rough fingertip touching Jiang Ying's lips. We've already kissed. What's wrong with sharing a cup? Joey was telling the truth, but he felt uncomfortable. Joey pulled her closer and asked softly, how was my performance today? Has your aunt's impression of me improved? Jiang Ying glanced at him. Average. Joey pressed his tongue against his cheek. You're lying. Jiang Ying pushed him away. Expression calm. You asked. I answered. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Her cool demeanor and words somehow gave people a sense of happiness. Joey sat down on the bed, watching her organize clothes. As she filled his wardrobe piece by piece, his lips curved slightly. Just then, Jiang Ying's phone rang. Hello, is this Jiang Ying? This is Meng Rue. Jiang Ying paused for a second before realizing, sister-in-law, what's the matter? I'm going to try on wedding dresses this afternoon. Could you come with me? Meng Rue's voice lacked confidence. Afraid of rejection, she added, grandfather said I'm not familiar with this place, so I could ask you to accompany me. Jiang Ying checked her watch. What time? Meng Rue replied happily, 3 o'clock. Is that okay? Jiang Ying responded, yes, I'll drive to pick you up. Send me the address later. After she finished, Meng Rue kept thanking her on the phone. Joey sat lazily on the bed. Meng Rue's call? With so many people in the Zhou family, she specifically chose you. What are you implying? Joey's eyes flashed with contempt, not only lacking class but also brains. Jiang Ying immediately understood his meaning. The Zhou family has many such people. Joey laughed. That's true. Keep your guard up. Often the most harmless-looking ones have the deepest schemes. Jiang Ying sighed. I know silent dogs bite. I want to hire a caretaker for my aunt. Joey sat up straight. You should know I don't like outsiders in the house. Jiang Ying frowned. But in my aunt's current condition, she can't take care of her daily needs. Zhou Yi's eyes deepened. I just said I don't like it, not that I disagree. Jiang Ying laughed coldly. With conditions? Zhou Yi smirked, raising his hand to touch her lips. Jiang Ying lowered her eyes and bent down. Just as their lips were about to touch, she suddenly stopped. Zhou Yi, you've really developed a taste for this. A taste for kissing. Zhou Yi's voice was hoarse. Is that wrong? Jiang Ying pressed a finger against his chest. Fine, but you need to have limits. Zhou Yi spoke, like 7 times a week. Jiang Ying smiled ambiguously, then remembered to buy some supplements. When Jiang Ying arrived by car, Meng Rue was surrounded by several shop assistants helping her choose. Her hands fidgeted nervously with her clothes. I'm sorry for troubling you. Grandfather originally wanted Mom or Zhouqi to accompany me. Jiang Ying took the wedding dress catalog and flipped through it. How's the trying going? Meng Rue said she had tried several, but none suited her well. After flipping through several pages, Jiang Ying realized these were all old styles from 2 years ago. The Ice Queen finally found clues about her parents' death. Jiang Ying directly took out a black card. Bring out your new collection. We'll choose ourselves. The shop assistants nodded frantically. All right. Seeing this situation, Meng Rue whispered, Jiang Ying, I'm glad you're here. I know nothing about this. After this incident, the shop assistants didn't dare to be negligent. They gave their full attention and finally selected 3 sets. Just then, Jiang Ying's phone vibrated. A message popped up, found him in by city. Jiang Ying's eyes suddenly narrowed. Where? The reply came, at Jiding Auto Repair Shop. Soon the car arrived at the repair shop. As Jiang Ying got out, a young man in his early 20s approached. Jiang Ying immediately asked where the person was. The young man pointed. Inside. Jiang Ying walked in. The mechanics inside changed expression at first sight. Hey beautiful, here to fix your car? Jiang Ying remained calm. I'm looking for Wang Cheng. The mechanics gathered around. Looking for our boss? He's not here. If you're not fixing a car, please leave. Jiang Ying couldn't reason with them. She bent down and picked up a wrench, turned and started smashing the parked cars one by one. Seeing this, the lead mechanic cursed and moved to stop her. Jiang Ying coldly looked at him, weighing the wrench in her hand. I'll say it again. I want to see Wang Cheng. Just then, a man came down the stairs. Who's looking for me? Jiang Ying recognized him at first sight. It was Wang Cheng whom she was looking for. Wang Cheng clearly knew why she was there. Without frowning, he said, let's talk outside. Jiang Ying took a sip of mineral water before speaking. I'm Jiang Ying, Jiang Xinyuan's daughter. Familiar with that name? Wang Cheng's palms were sweating. Not familiar? Well, it has been over 10 years since their death. Indeed hard to remember. Let me help you recall. Jiang Ying's expression was cold, her words sharp as ice. Panic crossed Wang Cheng's face. I only took some money back then. They asked me to let them handle the car repair. Who were they? Jiang Ying asked directly. Wang Cheng frowned. I don't know. He offered me money, and I was about to get married. I really needed the money. This result wasn't unexpected to Jiang Ying. Do you remember what the man looked like? Wang Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. I only remember he was middle-aged, about 50 years old. His speech and behavior were very crude. I can't remember his face clearly, but I remember he had a tattoo on his left shoulder. It was an eagle, black and quite frightening. Back at Shuatian Manor, Jiang Ying was still pondering this matter. Crude. What kind of person would fit that description? From over 10 years ago, only old Master Zhou would match the timeline. But his presence and demeanor couldn't possibly be described as crude. Just as she was about to open the door to enter, from inside came Annie's voice. Was Ying really like that when she was little? Zhou handed the peeled orange to Su Ying, mature beyond her years. Su Ying naturally took the orange from Zhou. She wasn't like that before age 5. Back then she was very soft and sweet. Zhou's eyes remained full of laughter. How cute. The career queen actually spoke wildly in front of her husband. Zhou, you're like Du Fu now. Su Ying looked proud. Not like back then. Before she could finish, Jiang Ying, standing at the entrance, interrupted her aunt. Su Ying's remaining words stopped abruptly. Have you had dinner? Jiang Ying responded, yes, I have. She gave Zhou, who was sitting on the sofa, a meaningful look. Seeing this, Zhou grabbed a tissue to wipe his hands. He lazily got up. Su Ying saw their interaction and belatedly realized, you two have something to discuss? Go ahead, I'll just watch TV. Jiang Ying responded with a She walked upstairs, and they entered one after another. Before Jiang Ying could speak, Zhou hugged her from behind. Are you in a bad mood? Jiang Ying frowned. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket rang. They both froze. Jiang Ying saw Zhou Ying's incoming call. I need to take this. Zhou rested his chin on her shoulder. Answer it. Jiang Ying turned to look at him. Let go. Zhou raised his eyebrows. What can't I hear? Jiang Ying remained silent. Zhou tightened his grip on her waist. Answer it. Jiang Ying hadn't planned to hang up anyway. After Zhou spoke, she directly answered. Yes, brother. Zhou Yan's voice was hoarse. I heard you paid for Ming Wei's wedding dress today. Jiang Ying frankly replied, yes, consider it my wedding gift to you and sister-in-law. But Zhou Yan said, send me your account. I'll transfer the money. Jiang Ying said it wasn't necessary. Zhou leaned close to her ear. Focus on your call. Don't mind me. Zhou Yan took a deep breath on the other end. Ying, are you trying to repay my past kindness with these 3 wedding dresses? Zhou was too close to Jiang Ying. He could clearly hear Zhou Yan's words, which seemed distant but actually showed lingering attachment. After Zhou Yan's long rambling, Jiang Ying still hadn't responded. Ying, can you hear me? Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. Zhou Yan continued talking endlessly on the phone. Jiang Ying kept her lips tightly pressed, not daring to make a sound. Whatever Zhou Yan said after, Jiang Ying didn't hear clearly. She hung up before her mind went blank. After some time, Jiang Ying took a shower, then lay directly on the bed. Suddenly her phone dinged. It was a message from Ming Rue. Zhou Yin drank too much. Sorry for bothering you. Zhou suddenly asked, why did Zhou Yin call? Jiang Ying answered frankly, he was drunk. Meng Rui texted me. Hearing this, Zhou stared at her. Really? Seeing Zhou Yi's expression, Jiang Ying suddenly felt like laughing. Zhou Yi, do you know what you look like right now? Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. Like what? Jiang Ying moved closer to the bed. Her red lips curled up. Following Jiang Ying's words, Zhou Yi said, don't let me catch any lover, or I'll destroy him. Jiang Ying didn't respond to Zhou Yi's words. She leaned against the headboard, silent for a moment. Looking at Zhou Yi, she asked, can you help me with something? Zhou Yi laughed. Rare for you to ask me for help. Ignoring his teasing, Jiang Ying said directly, today I found the mechanic who fixed my father's car back then. Can you help me investigate some leads? Only seeking the taming of a pure-hearted CEO by a mature woman, still lingering in his young wife's embrace. This was the first time Jiang Ying actively talked to him about her family matters. Zhou Yi stared at her for a while. Pressing his forehead against hers, he said in a low, steady voice, you were so young then. Does it hurt? Jiang Ying's heart suddenly trembled. Her red lips moved. Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi responded with a mm. As Jiang Ying was about to cry, it's been too long. I've forgotten. Zhou Yi moved closer. I know you haven't forgotten. You don't want to talk about it. I won't ask. Let me hold you for a while. Jiang Ying had never felt this way before. It was strange. Her heart felt sour and swollen and itchy. They hugged for over 10 minutes. Maintaining this position, Jiang Ying felt tired. Had enough? Zhou Yi chuckled. Not quite. Jiang Ying pushed him away. Enough or not, you have to let go. Zhou Yi, full of charm, looked at her with a mischievous smile. I'll call Qin Chu. Let him handle this matter. After the call connected, Zhou Yi asked him to help find someone. Qin Chu agreed. All right, I'll start working on it tomorrow. Zhou Yi responded with a mm. Let's meet up with Old Pei tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiang Ying withdrew from his embrace. Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. Using me and discarding me? Jiang Ying looked up at him. From today on, we're living together. Zhou Yi smiled mischievously. Legal cohabitation. Licensed companions. Recently, after the dating show aired, Xiaoxia and Zhu Ke's CP marketing had good response and momentum. Jiang Ying also informed director Liu of her intention to leave the show. Afterwards, she personally cooked a final meal for everyone. Lu Xing asked why she suddenly wanted to quit. Jiang Ying smiled lightly. Too busy at the company. Lu Xing nodded understandingly. After dinner, while Jiang Ying was packing, Jin Bei approached hesitantly. Jiang Ying lifted her chin. You want to ask about Monday? Jin Bei nervously asked. Are you not angry? Jiang Ying frankly replied, not angry. Hearing this, Jin Bei suddenly felt very upset. These past 2 days I felt like a joke. Everyone knows I like President Zhou. Jiang Ying thought for a moment and said, at most, you just have a crush on Zhou Yi. After some time, these feelings will fade. Jin Bei broke into a smile through tears. Thank you, Sister Jiang Ying. After comforting her, Jiang Ying took her suitcase and left. Downstairs, she happened to meet Jin Yuan. Manager Jiang, let me help. Jiang Ying wanted to refuse, but remembering they were live streaming, she smiled and agreed. After Jin Yuan put the suitcase in the trunk, looking uncomfortable, he whispered, Manager Jiang, can I hug you? The wind was strong outside. Jiang Ying didn't hear clearly. Jin Yuan glanced toward the villa. Gathering his courage, he suddenly hugged Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying frowned, about to push him away. A low, cold voice came from behind. What are you doing? Zhou Yi's car was parked nearby. He sat inside with the window half down, fingers holding a flickering cigarette. Resting on the car window, he flicked away the cigarette and opened the door to get out. Almost instantly, Jin Yuan released Jiang Ying, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Jiang Ying turned around, feeling strange inside but maintaining a calm expression. Why are you here? Zhou Yi didn't answer. Half squinting at Jin Yuan, he asked, what were you doing just now? Jin Yuan tensely replied, I was just saying goodbye to Manager Jiang. Zhou Yi sneered, saying goodbye? Needing to embrace a handsome and attractive man. Seeing his wife forcibly hugged by another man. Becoming jealous and lashing out at the other party. Zhou Yi strode forward and crouched down. He grabbed Jin Yuan's hair at the back of his head and yanked him up. Jiang Ying glanced at the nearby villa and shouted, Zhou Yi, get in the car first. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with violence, but he immediately stopped. Jiang Ying could clearly see the anger hidden in his eyes, which was about to burst out. Jiang Ying frowned and spoke again. The show's filming villa is right behind you. Live streaming. Are you planning to make headlines tomorrow? Zhou Yi's jaw tensed as he muttered, damn it. His excuse was terrible, but at this moment, Jiang Ying had to compromise. Otherwise, if this was captured and spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Yi lowered his gaze and said quietly, take your car. Chenjia will come get my car later. Watching Zhou Yi get into her car, Jiang Ying walked over to Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan straightened up. Manager Jiang. Jiang Ying looked down at him. About today, while Zhou Yi shouldn't have used violence, you were wrong first. You hugged his wife, so him hitting you isn't unreasonable. Have your manager take you to the hospital later for a checkup. I'll cover the medical expenses. Jin Yuan's hands pressed hard against the ground. No need. I'm fine. Jiang Ying tossed out a suit yourself and got in the car. Then she asked Zhou Yi, where to? Zhou Yi replied, Taigu and Qin Chu arranged to play ball. 40 minutes later, Jiang Ying parked at Tai Ji's entrance. She opened the door, giving Zhou Yi a look to leave. Zhou Yi sat motionless in the car, staring back at her. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. Something to say? Zhou Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Ying's neck. Leaning forward, his thin lips curved in a smile, but his eyes were full of menace. If I ever see him hug you again, I'll cripple his hands. Jiang Ying retorted, if you keep touching me without permission, I'll cripple your hands. Zhou Yi's phoenix eyes narrowed. You wouldn't dare. Without my hands, how would you dash? Jiang Ying immediately cut him off. Shut up. Zhou Yi changed his tone. Today was my fault. Jiang Ying was shocked, wondering if she'd heard wrong. A man like Zhou Yi actually apologizing? Zhou Yi pulled back, placing a light kiss on her lips. I'll try to control myself in the future. Jiang Ying pressed her lips together and hummed, Zhou Yi, we're not really married, nor are we dating in the traditional sense. Don't get too involved in each other's privacy. It'll make things uncomfortable. Zhou Yi also became somewhat serious. Good. For the 27-year-old young Master Zhou, a video of him assaulting his company's artist was leaked. Not only did Jiang Ying not get angry, but she also made the artist leave the entertainment industry completely. Zhou Yi asked Pei Yao how things were going with Chu Shi. It was better not to mention it. Once brought up, Pei Yao became furious. Not only does she eat a lot, but she also spends a lot. Zhou Yi just grunted Meanwhile, Chu Shi was having tea with Jiang Ying. Zhou Yi came to see me the other day. He briefly told Jiang Ying about Zhou Yi's visit. Jiang Ying just responded with a faint, Chu Shi was stunned. I've been talking all this time, and all you give me is a dash. Jiang Ying calmly replied, that day you slipped up on the phone. It's normal for him to investigate. Chu Shi sometimes really admired her composure. He stared at Jiang Ying for a while, pursed his lips and asked, do you really have no feelings for Zhou Yi at all? Jiang Ying's eyes were clear but lacked brightness. No. Chu Shi felt sorry for Jiang Ying, patting the back of her hand gently. Don't think too much. How's your therapist? I'll go with you next time. I can handle this myself. Just as Jiang Ying finished speaking, her phone rang. It was Xiaonan calling. Manager Jiang, someone just leaked a video of President Zhou assaulting one of our artists. Jiang Ying felt her temples throbbing. I'll be at the office in half an hour. When Jiang Ying arrived at the office, the PR department was in chaos. Jiang Ying maintained her usual demeanor. Wait for me in the conference room. 5 minutes. Xiaonan briefed her on the situation's development. Jiang Ying listened carefully. Have you contacted Jin Yuan? Xiaonan replied, yes. His manager said they'll be here in about 10 minutes. Jiang Ying asked, what about President Zhou's side? Xiaonan shook her head. Can't reach him. Even Assistant Chen can't get through. Jiang Ying nodded. I see. At this hour, Zhou Yi is probably at the bar. Without hesitation, Jiang Ying had Xiaonan dial Zhou Yi's private number. After several rings, the call connected. Zhou Yi's deep, magnetic voice came through. Ying. Jiang Ying frowned and got straight to the point. Where are you? Have Chenjia pick you up? Zhou Yi noticed her tone and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Ying replied matter-of-factly, the video of you hitting Jin Yuan has been leaked. Zhou Yi's expression darkened over the phone. When did this happen? Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. An hour ago. You need to come back and help us clarify things. Ending the call, she walked to the conference room in her heels. While they had contacted both parties involved, the more troublesome part was yet to come. Public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided, condemning Zhou as a capitalist who didn't treat his artists as humans. Just then, an assistant came to report that Jin Yuan and his manager had arrived. Jiang Ying nodded. Understood. Have them wait in my office. Minutes later, Jin Yuan and his manager appeared in Jiang Ying's office. Manager Jiang, please help Jin Yuan. He's worked so hard to get here. Before they could finish, Jiang Ying interrupted. Why don't you tell me who's pulling the strings behind you? The manager's smile almost cracked as he tried to stay composed. Manager Jiang, what do you mean? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. Jiang Ying softened her voice. I don't believe you would dare to do this alone. Dare to smear President Zhou? If you really dared to do this, someone must have offered you benefits. Who is it? At the same time, Assistant Chen was driving Zhou Yi to the company. The atmosphere in the car was tense. Assistant Chen glanced at the rearview mirror and carefully said, President Zhou, Jan Yuan's manager leaked the video. Zhou Yan's assistant had contact with him. Your wife is working with the PR department to handle it. Zhou Yi replied coldly. Drive faster. Soon they arrived at the company, and Zhou Yi strode towards Jiang Ying's office. Just as he was about to open the door, a choked sobbing voice came from inside the office. Manager Jiang, this is my fault. It has nothing to do with Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan was still struggling. President Zhou has so many scandals. One more won't matter. But this is my only chance at a career. Jiang Ying coldly looked at him. Just because his reputation isn't good doesn't mean you can smear him. Make a clarification and leave the industry. With no other choice, the domineering CEO finally publicly admitted his feelings for Jiang Ying and his intention to pursue her. Zhou Yi turned and walked to his own office. He told Assistant Chen, contact Director Liu and get the complete video from the villa. Release it through Zhou Media's official account. Assistant Chen was stunned. If Madam finds out, won't she be angry? Zhou Yi's eyes deepened. When making the statement, make it clear that I'm pursuing her, and she hasn't accepted me. I was just jealous. 10 minutes later, Xiaonan burst into the office. Manager, President Zhou has made a clarification through the company's official account. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, opened the headline page, and handed it to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying lowered her eyes to the phone screen. There was a striking headline that read, Sorry for occupying public resources. I admit I like her and want to pursue her seriously. She stared at the video, lost in thought. Xiaonan couldn't help but smile beside her. Manager Jiang, has President Zhou liked you for a long time? Jiang Ying didn't answer and went straight home. She looked at Su Ying. Her first words were, Why aren't you asleep so late? Su Ying sighed. You're not young anymore. Can you stop making me worry so much? Jiang Ying realized instantly. Zhou Yi came back. He told you everything? Su Ying took her hand. Be honest with Xiao Yi. Did you look for him to complain about the statement? Seeing Jiang Ying's silence, she pursed her lips. Auntie knows you don't like him, but he's been so good to us. We can't let him down. Listen to Auntie on this. Don't hold it against him. Jiang Ying remained silent, truly admiring Zhou Yi. As expected of him, he managed to win over Auntie in just 2 days. Back in her bedroom, she looked at the pitch-black room and reached for the light switch. As the light came on, she saw the large, empty double bed. He wasn't there. Jiang Ying paused for a few seconds, took out her phone, and called Zhou Yi. Where are you? Zhou Yi answered truthfully, At Kuo. Are you angry? Jiang Ying saw through Zhou Yi's act immediately. Don't use the same tricks you used on Auntie with me. Zhou Yi chuckled. It doesn't work on you, huh? Jiang Ying's anger, just calmed by Su Ying, flared up again. I'm coming to find you. She hung up immediately and walked to the guest room. Jiang Ying squinted at Zhou Yi. What are you trying to do? Time and time again. Zhou Yi's hand fell on her slender waist. His thin lips curved into a mischievous smile. What do you think? Jiang Ying frowned. Do you know how much trouble that video tonight will cause? Zhou Yi looked up, his phoenix eyes half closed with a wicked smile. Just playing. Jiang Ying's red lips curved in mockery. You must be seriously ill. Facing Jiang Ying's sarcasm, Zhou Yi seemed to have developed immunity. He leaned down to her ear, seductively saying, I'll cooperate with your clarification tomorrow. Afterward, Jiang Ying's red lips moved. Tomorrow's clarification. However, Zhou Yi said he couldn't clarify. Jiang Ying exploded. Didn't you just say you would clarify? Zhou Yi smiled mischievously. You actually believed what a man says in that situation? Jiang Ying kicked him. You dog. Zhou Yi immediately barked twice like a puppy. Early the next morning, from the moment Jiang Ying arrived at the company, she was busy handling calls from various media outlets and magazines. She took a sip of coffee and looked up at Xiaonan. Is President Zhou in the office? Xiaonan replied, I heard from Assistant Chin he's on a business trip to Rong City for about a week. Jiang laughed bitterly at this news. He left her with this mess, making her unable to defend herself, and he went on a business trip. Great, just great. The situation continued for 3 days. The entire PR department tried everything but couldn't suppress the public opinion. Finally, Jiang ended it with a statement saying she had someone she liked. Entertainment media, with their keen sense, dug up all of Jiang Ying's past. Eventually, Changbo was pushed to the trending topics. Changbo was shocked when he found himself trending. Cold-hearted CEO turns into puppy. Privately sweet-talks his dear wife. Wife, I miss you. Who could resist this? The young assistant winked. Brother Changbo, you and sister Jiang Ying are finally seeing the light after the clouds. But Changbo couldn't express his frustration. What light? In this situation, I'll be lucky to see tomorrow's sunrise. So he took out his phone and started pleading, can't believe I became the subject of gossip. Sister Ying, please spare me. After chatting for a while longer, Jiang Ying smiled and said, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Just then, Sushi sent a message. It was a movie about 3 people, yet I can't even be named. Jiang Ying replied, I'll treat you all. When Joey saw Jiang Ying and Changbo trending, he had just returned to Bai City. He was playing mahjong with some business associates. Assistant Chin whispered beside him, Madam is trending. Joey smiled thinly. It's been 3 days. The heat hasn't died down. Assistant Chin sweated, lowering his voice. It's about Madam and Changbo. He quickly handed over his tablet. Joey looked down at the trending page, seeing photos of Jiang Ying and Changbo. In the photos, they were wearing fast food restaurant uniforms, leaning close together. Zhou Yi's eyes darkened. Is the photo real? Assistant Chen swallowed hard. We checked. It's not Photoshop. Zhou Yi laughed coldly. Has the clarification video I posted lost its heat? Assistant Chen suddenly realized. It seems so. He suddenly felt sorry for his boss, wondering what was happening. Noticing Zhou Yi's mood change, someone teased. I heard President Zhou has taken a liking to his company's PR manager. Zhou Yi's thin lips curved up, smiling carelessly. Really? The other person laughed. I get it. I get it. That evening, when Jiang Ying saw Changbo's outfit, she whispered, Is this necessary? Being so cautious. Changbo's lips twitched. Our names are still trending. Is old Su here? Seeing his overly cautious manner, Jiang Ying worried they wouldn't dare enter. She replied honestly, He's here. Probably arrived early. Changbo let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. Even if Yuji sees us, I can still explain. Just as they entered the restaurant, before they could reach the private room, they ran right into Zhou Yi's group in the main hall. Changbo's steps faltered, and one thought crossed his mind. It's over. Zhou Yi's peach blossom eyes curved with an ambiguous smile. Jiang Ying brushed past him directly, taking the lead towards the private room. Changbo, seeing Jiang Ying leave without looking back, secretly admired her while following closely behind. Afraid that if he was left alone, his life would be in danger. Assistant Chun stood beside Zhou Yi, taking everything in. He coughed lightly. President Zhou, that's Madam and Mr. Chong. Zhou Yi sneered. Am I blind? He stood at the cashier, watching them enter the private room. His eyes darkened. Since entering the private room, Changbo had been breathing heavily like he'd just escaped danger. Sushi said Zhou Yi was here too. Jiang Ying turned to look at him, knowing he wanted to gossip. She deliberately asked, Do you want to pay his bill? He giggled. Why not? It would be my honor to pay for President Zhou. Tell me which private room he's in. I'll send over some good wine while I'm at it. Jiang Ying smiled. Just as she was about to reply, her phone on the table vibrated twice. She glanced over, just catching Zhou Yi's name, but before she could reach for it, Sushi snatched it first. He unlocked it and read, raising his eyebrows. Oh my, who knew President Zhou was such a puppy in private? Want to know what Zhou Yi said? Jiang Ying couldn't be bothered to respond. Give me back my phone. Let's eat. Sushi grinned mischievously. You don't want to know? But I'm going to tell you. Just as he was about to speak, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Sushi moved the phone in front of him. He glanced at it. He answered and put it on speaker. Soon, Zhou Yi's deep, captivating voice came through. Wife, I miss you. His voice was deliberately lowered, incredibly seductive. Jiang Ying's hand tightened around her teacup, her fingertips trembling slightly. Zhou Yi paused. Seeing Jiang Ying didn't respond, he spoke again deeply. Wife. Jiang Ying looked up at Sushi. Hang up already. Sushi was stunned for a few seconds, then hurriedly hung up. Damn, is this how Zhou Yi flirts with you in private? Who could resist this? In the next room, Zhou Yi leaned back in his chair, playing with his hung-up phone. Sushi gave Jiang a meaningful look. I feel like Zoe genuinely likes you. Jiang calmly picked up food. Your intuition has never been very accurate. I remember in college, you also said Changbo liked me. Sushi glanced at Changbo. He coughed twice. Let's eat. Let's eat. He's nervous. He's nervous. When the CEO was being ambiguous with his rumored girlfriend, he was caught red-handed by his own wife. You guys keep drinking. I'm going to the restroom, Jiang said, standing up and walking out. She had just walked a few steps after leaving the private room when she saw Zoe standing in the hallway. A young girl stood in front of him, looking about 20-something. President Zhou, are you good at drinking? Zoe smiled faintly. What's considered good? What's considered bad? As he was speaking, he suddenly noticed Jiang in the distance. Jiang squinted at Zoe, the mockery in her eyes obvious. Zoe's Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to say something, but the young girl moved closer to him. President Zhou dash. Before she could finish, Zoe frowned and pushed her away. He turned to look at the corner. Chenjia, finished filming? Chenjia saw Jiang and panicked internally. Yes, President Zhou, it's done. Zoe strode forward, walking several steps to Jiang side. His jaw tightened, voice slightly hoarse. I haven't had any rumors lately, worried the old man might get suspicious. Jiang looked up to meet his eyes and spoke sarcastically. President Zhou, excuse me, Assistant Chen. Jiang lowered her voice. I see there's a cleaning sign by the ladies' room. I'll help you put it up. The cleaning in progress sign was quickly hung up. Zoe stepped forward and embraced her from behind. Are you angry? Jiang didn't struggle. About which thing? Zoe knew he was wrong, whether it was deliberately going on a business trip after the rumors a few days ago, or tonight's events. Neither was right. Jiang lifted the corner of her lips. Zoe's jaw rested on her shoulder, his arms around her waist tightening. Have you missed me lately? Just as Jiang was about to speak, Zoe suddenly raised one hand to hold her chin and leaned in for a kiss. During their entanglement, his deep voice said, Wife, I've missed you so much lately. After the kiss ended, Jiang pushed him away. Zoe's thin lips curved. You've been drinking. You can't drive. After you're done there, let's go home together. Jiang looked up at him. No need. I can take a taxi. The recent trending topic had just been suppressed. If Yuji caught them leaving together again, it probably wouldn't be as easy to handle this time. Assistant Chun gave Jiang an awkward smile, walking a few steps to Zoe, not particularly lowering his voice. President Zhou, Lawyer Qin just called. They found that man with the shoulder tattoo. Jiang stopped. She turned back, her voice slightly trembling. What? Zoe's dark eyes tightened. Coming with me, or going to the gathering? Jiang answered without hesitation. With you. Leaving the bar, she sent Chuxi a message, telling her something came up and she had to leave. Zoe raised his eyebrows. Get some sleep. Jiang glanced at him. I'm not sleepy. Zoe said seriously. Didn't you promise to behave before getting in the car? Hold me while I sleep. Jiang looked up at Zoe. I want some quiet time. Zoe kissed her forehead. Okay. Halfway through the drive, the alcohol hit Jiang and she dozed off. Zoe gestured to Assistant Chen to turn up the heating a bit. Assistant Chen glanced at them through the rearview mirror, complaining internally. When alone he feared heat, now in love he fears cold. TSK, the Ice Queen once said, we're just friends. The Zhou family's second young master nearly coughed blood in anger. He pulled her hand towards his belt. Since we're friends, help me out. The car drove down a small road, and not far along, Assistant Chen suddenly slammed on the brakes. Seems to be a traffic jam ahead, President Zhou. I'll check it out. Zoe heard this and checked his expensive watch, laughing sarcastically. A traffic jam at midnight? Assistant Chen quickly returned to the car. There's been an accident ahead. Due to the snow, rescue can't arrive until morning. There's no alternate route. Jiang, who had been sleeping the whole way, slowly opened her eyes at the murmuring voices. Zoe's thin lips curved up as he looked down. Sleep some more. Jiang hadn't slept comfortably and sat up straight with difficulty. Zoe helped adjust her collar, saying calmly, there's been an accident ahead. We'll probably have to wait here until tomorrow morning. Jiang looked at the thick layer of snow outside and felt her heart skip. The snow had clearly been falling for a while, making the journey ahead difficult. Thinking this, Jiang turned back to Zoe. Aren't you going to sleep? Zoe's thin lips curved, his voice deep and low. No. Jiang eyes swept over his open collar. Suddenly feeling touched, she took the coat draped over him and handed it to him. Put Put it on. It's snowing and cold. Zoe didn't take it. You wear it. I'm not cold. Jiang Ying thought it was male pride at work and pushed the coat towards him again. You're wearing too little. Zoe teased. Worried about me? Jiang Ying spoke. Thank you. I'll owe you a favor. Zoe sat up straight, leaning towards her, getting bolder, his body slightly lowering, whispering in her ear, Ying, if you really want to thank me, could you hug me first? I'm so cold. Jiang Ying's breath caught, her hand tentatively falling on his waist. Zoe noticed her delicate hands gradually wrapping around his waist. His thin lips curved into a smile. Hug tighter. Jiang Ying's hand stiffened on Zhou Yi's back. Is this enough? Zhou Yi gripped Jiang Ying's waist, pulling her onto his lap. Ying, I'm curious. Why are you so different in bed compared to usual? It's just a hug. Why so nervous? We're not in bed, we're just friends. Now hugging you, not treating you as a friend. Treating me as a friend? Zhou Yi's boldness had grown with each setback, pulling Jiang Ying's hand towards his belt, his gaze brazen and meaningful. Since we're friends, help me out. Jiang Ying thought, in all of White City, there probably wasn't another person like Zhou Yi. Seeing the expectation in his eyes, Jiang Ying laughed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Assistant Chun was dreaming about a salary raise. The next morning, Jiang Ying sat up and looked out the window, watching tow trucks remove the crashed cars one by one. She asked Assistant Chun, can we leave now? Assistant Chun responded, starting the engine. The road's slippery. I'll drive slowly. Let President Zhou sleep. During our contract signing trip, he slept less than 5 hours in 2 days. Jiang Ying turned to look at Zhou Yi, seeing fatigue evident even in his sleep. The traffic was smooth, taking less than 20 minutes to reach Uefu Garden. Assistant Chun parked the car and turned back to wake Zhou Yi, but Jiang Ying stopped him. Let him sleep more. I'll go up myself. She headed straight to the 3rd floor. Before Jiang Ying could figure out which unit it was, she heard fighting sounds from one of them. As Jiang Ying stepped forward, about to reach the door, suddenly a bodyguard-like man rushed out. The man bumped hard into Jiang Ying. Hurriedly leaving, 2 men at the door were indignant. Jiang Ying turned to look at them. What happened? Are you Mrs. Zhou? The usually cold and dark CEO was actually having a beach party. They were hiding in a corner, applying sunscreen to each other. But accidentally, Jiang Ying went on a business trip to a private island with her assistant. Xiaonan looked troubled. If we want to rent it as a fashion show venue, it might be difficult. There are several other islands that also meet your requirements. Jiang Ying took the proposal from his hand. Your suggested Suriname Maldives is nice too, but the coastal climate is too variable. This place is more suitable. Before she could finish speaking, a male voice came from behind. Ying, what a coincidence. Why are you here too? Jiang Ying turned around. It was her older brother and his wife. They were here for wedding photos. Zhou Yan looked around but didn't see Zhou Yi, so he asked, Ying, why isn't Zhou Yi with you? Just as Jiang Ying was about to reply, Zhou Yi's voice interrupted. Ying, I'm ready. We can go diving now? He put his arm around Jiang Ying's shoulders and mockingly said to Zhou Yan, Brother, you seem very free. I heard you lost several partnerships recently, yet you still have time for vacation. Zhou Yan's face darkened at these words. Just as Jiang Ying was about to speak, Zhou Yi quickly pulled her away, preventing any chance to talk with his brother. They came to a secluded corner. Zhou Yi took out a bottle of sunscreen and handed it to Jiang Ying. Then he took off his shirt, asking her to apply sunscreen. Jiang Ying was very angry and wanted to say something, but Zhou Yi had already laid down on the tatami, urging her to hurry. Jiang Ying could only swallow her words, which had been interrupted 3 times. She opened the bottle directly, squeezed out some sunscreen onto Zhou Yi's back. After finishing his back, she told Zhou Yi to turn over. He turned sideways, suddenly grabbing Jiang Ying's wrist and pulling it to his chest. Feel my abs. How do they feel from my recent workout? Not bad, right? Now it's my turn to help you. Before Jiang Ying could react, Zhou Yi had pressed her down onto the tatami. Zhou Yi was playfully squeezing the sunscreen. Jiang Ying turned to lie face down and finally said what she had been trying to say. I'm here for work, not to play. Zhou Yi had known all along that Jiang Ying came here to rent the beach for a summer fashion show, but couldn't find the island's owner. Then he told her not to worry. I can help. Jiang Ying was overjoyed. Really? Zhou Yi nodded. His hands rubbing her back suddenly touched a sensitive spot. Jiang Ying jumped, shouting, What are you doing? Joey smirked, applying sunscreen. Don't move around. It won't spread evenly. Why don't you take off your clothes? Then he pushed up her clothes. Jiang felt irritated and quickly held down his restless hands. Forget it. I don't need sunscreen. Joey raised his eyebrows and pulled her into his arms. Actually, when we got married, I wanted to bring you here for our honeymoon. Jiang Ying's heart bloomed instantly, raising her hand to his cheek. She kissed him forcefully. Joey directly started unbuttoning her clothes. Jiang Ying suddenly became nervous, hurriedly pushing Joey away. Are you crazy? Someone might see us. But he pulled her back into his arms domineeringly. So what? Isn't that more exciting? The following scene was quite heart-racing. We'll skip it if you don't want to see. The scene jumps to Joey carrying an exhausted Jiang Ying back to the hotel. Joey put her in the bathtub and wanted to join her. Seeing Joey like this, Jiang Ying shouted at him to get out. But Joey stuck to her like glue, impossible to chase away. Jiang Ying became angry. She grabbed a towel and threw it at his face. You went too far. Seeing this, Joey immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I won't dare do it again. Then he revealed a huge secret. Actually, I bought this island for you. I had already cleared everyone within 10 kilometers. No one could have seen us. So, wife, let's do it together. He thought Jiang Ying would be touched by this. As a result, she kicked him out directly. Jiang Ying suppressed her great anger. She showered alone. Joey watched from the side, feeling aroused again. Wife, I want. Jiang Ying glared at him. Are you a dog? Joey didn't argue. Afterward, they collapsed exhausted on the sofa. Joey, in an excellent mood, took the remote control, opening the electric curtains. It was sunset now. The scenery outside was beautiful. Joey kissed her lips again. You're the owner of this island. You can do whatever you want, and I just want to see all the world's beauty with you. On their way back to White City, they were ambushed halfway. Joey coldly ordered Assistant Chen to drive his wife back, while he pulled out an iron rod. He got out of the car to fight them directly. Sorry, the person you want was taken away by the Zhou family butler. Hearing their answer, Jiang Ying remained silent. The man wiped blood from his mouth corner. Mrs. Zhou, your Zhou family is strange. First ordering to kidnap someone, then coming to rescue them. Before he finished speaking, a cold, deep voice came from downstairs. Is this how Qin Shu usually manages his subordinates? Jiang Ying looked over at the sound. Zhou Yi's gaze was sharp. The man frowned, turned to glare at the second man who spoke earlier. Hurry and apologize to Mrs. Zhou. Why should I apologize? All our brothers are injured. If it wasn't for him... His words were cut off mid-sentence as he tried to argue. Joey suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's hair, pressing him against the wall. Continue what you were saying. Jiang Ying stepped forward and said, Joey, enough. Zhou Yi's eyes remained fierce, his hand still holding the man's head. Apologize to my wife. The man was terrified, swallowing hard before stammering, Mrs. Zhou, I'm sorry. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. Joey, if we return to White City now, we might still catch up to them. Joey released his grip at her words. He turned around, took his suit jacket and shook it out. Put it on Jiang Ying. Don't worry, as long as he's still breathing, I'll find him even if I have to dig 3 feet underground. Jiang Ying turned to look at Zhou Yi. They said Li Shun took the person. Who does he listen to most in the Zhou family? Zhou Yi stopped playing with Jiang Yin's fingers. The old master. Jiang Yin hadn't expected him to answer so quickly. What if it really is the old master? Zhou Yi was about to speak, but caught himself, his rationality returning. Seeing Jiang Yin suddenly become distant, he firmly stated, no matter who it is, I'll stand by your side. After driving for a while, Assistant Chun felt the oppressive atmosphere in the car and looked up at the back seat. He coughed lightly and asked, Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, would you like to listen to some music? If you're free. Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying replied simultaneously. Assistant Chen froze, his hand hovering over the screen. He wasn't sure whether to play music or not. He hesitated to make a decision. Zhou Yi showed signs of irritation, adjusting his shirt collar. Play some relaxing music. As the music started, Jiang Ying leaned back. She thought about last night's car accident. She couldn't help but wonder, in such a remote place, how could there be so many cars at dawn? And coincidentally, there was a crash that blocked the road all night. She was deep in thought. Suddenly, the car came to an abrupt stop. Before she could react, her body lurched forward. Just when she thought she would fly forward, a hand reached out from her side and grabbed her waist, pulling her into an embrace. Jiang Ying looked up at Zhou Yi. His jaw was tight, his eyes intense. Zhou Yi's eyes carried a murderous intent. Looking out the car window, Chen Shang asked if anyone was hurt. Jiang Ying's face was paper white. She didn't move in his embrace. Zhou Yi looked down at her, his expression softening considerably. Assistant Chen suddenly spoke, "Mr. Zhou, we're being ambushed." Zhou Yi's face darkened completely. While rolling up his shirt sleeves, he coldly ordered Chanja to drive his wife back. "Have Qin Chu's people meet you." After speaking, he quietly pulled out an iron rod from under the seat, getting ready to open the door and get out. Seeing this, Jiang Ning instinctively reached out to pull him back. Zhou Yi turned back to look at Jiang Ying, his thin lips curling into a wicked smile. "Don't worry, I won't die," he said before leaving. Outside was freezing cold. Zhou Yi wore only a thin shirt. His whole body emanated an intense aura. Jiang Ying watched him through the car window, her heart shaken. Assistant Chan gripped the steering wheel tightly and floored the gas pedal. When Zhou Yi learned about Jiang Ning's depression, his breath caught, as if invisible hands were choking his throat. After driving out of the danger zone, Assistant Chen immediately called Qin Chu to send backup. Sitting in the back, Jiang Ning glanced at the rearview mirror. She spoke calmly, "Chanja, there's a car following us." Assistant Chen frowned. "What?" Jiang Ying's face remained pale, but she sat up straight. "Chinja, slow down first. Give them the illusion that they've cornered us. Then speed up suddenly. Remember, keep their vehicle steady. Turn from the side one after another." Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. At some point, her head started feeling numb. Besides her pale face, even her lips were turning purple. In her daze, Jiang Ying seemed to see Jiang Xingyuan and Su Yun. She saw them arguing, Su Yun questioning Jiang Xingyuan, "Who's that woman outside?" When Jiang Ying woke up again, she was in the hospital. Zhou Yi's voice was hoarse. "Ying, you're awake?" Jiang Ying spoke softly, "Zhou Yi, I want water." Hearing this, Zhou Yi reached for a bottle of mineral water on the bedside table, unscrewed it, and was about to hand it to Jiang Ying. She looked at his forearm. "You're hurt." Zhou Yi glanced at his injury, but spoke in his usual playful tone, deliberately didn't bandage it, waiting to show you." Jiang Ying couldn't smile, looking up at him. "Does it hurt?" Zhou Yi's heart trembled. He casually pulled down his shirt sleeve, covering the wound. "Just a small injury. Doesn't hurt." Then, his thoughts drifted. While unconscious, Jiang Ying kept calling for Saraxat. The doctor's face turned completely serious. He straightened up and turned to look at Zhou Yi. "She has depression, and from her condition, it seems it's been a long time." "I was in the car." Jiang Ying's words brought Zhou Yi back to reality. Zhou Yi smiled thinly at her. "You were in the car. What about it?" Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. She wasn't sure if Zhou Yi really didn't know, or was just pretending. "Nothing." Zhou Yi seemed to smile carelessly, but his eyes were serious. "Jiang Ying, do you want a date?" "Nothing," Jiang Ying said. Su Yun's face flashed through his mind. A hint of mockery crossed his eyes. "No way." Zhou Yi sat on the bed, jaw tense. "Jiang Ying, why are you such a player? Just want to sleep with me, but don't want to date me?" As they stared at each other in deadlock, Jiang Ying's phone by her side vibrated twice. Before she could reach for it, Zhou Yi grabbed it first. Opening it showed WeChat messages from Chu Shi with lots of chat screenshots. Zhou Yi casually opened one, glanced at it, and raised his eyebrow. After reading, Chu Shi wrote, "Keep Yao company." Jiang Ying, looking at their chat dialogue, didn't know whether to laugh or hold it in. Zhou Yi chuckled. When Chu Shi's identity is revealed, Old Pei will definitely destroy him. Jiang Ying remained calm. Then he better hurry up and find out, or I'm worried Chu Shi will scam him into bankruptcy. That evening, Zhou Yi lay on the hospital bed next to hers, looking at his phone while Jiang Ying watched a drama. Zhou Yi glanced down. "Is the drama good?" Jiang Ying answered honestly, "Yes." Hearing this, he leaned down slightly. "Better than me?" Jiang Ying turned to look at Zhou Yi, answering his question with another. "What are you trying to say?" Zhou Yi chuckled. "I just looked it up online. When people are under mental stress, they can choose exercise to relieve it." Jiang Ying suddenly saw flashes of women with red lips, alluring and graceful, and her face turned slightly red. Zhou Yi reached out to hold her waist, pulling her into his embrace. "That look in your eyes says it all." You should just give in. Jiang Ying narrowed her eyes, saying flatly, I'm afraid you'll want to date me. Zhou lowered his head to touch her forehead. If you don't want to date, then we won't. With love, I prefer doing rather than talking. As Zhou finished speaking, he captured her lips in a kiss. Zhou was right. When mental pressure is too high, exercise is indeed a good way to decompress. The usually cold and restrained CEO actually publicly defended his wife in front of elders. I don't have many principles in life. Love surpasses all reason. My wife almost lost her life because of him. Every day he lives makes me uncomfortable. Covered in sweat, Jiang Ying buried her face in Zhou Yi's neck. Zhou comforted her by her ear. Still feeling depressed? Jiang Ying's words were incoherent. No. That night, Jiang Ying slept soundly in Zhou Yi's arms. She thought she would definitely have nightmares, but unexpectedly slept dreamlessly until dawn. When she woke up, Zhou had already gotten up and bought breakfast. Jiang Ying suggested leaving the hospital. Zhou hesitated. Get up, wash up, eat, then we'll go. Jiang Ying nodded, got up and went to the bathroom to quickly freshen up. Zhou followed her in, leaning against the doorframe, looking at her with a smile. I had Chanja take Xiao Yi to Pei Yao's place last night. We'll pick up Xiao Yi when we go back. Jiang Ying turned her head to look at Zhou and nodded. Zhou explained, after what happened yesterday, I was worried someone from the Zhou family might harm Auntie. Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. Thank you. Zhou strode forward, embracing her as she turned around. Have you ever seen adults just say thank you with words? Jiang Ying's slim waist pressed against the sink. Seeing his neutral tone, she said, then should I kneel and kowtow to you? Zhou chuckled. Just kneel down and kowtow once would be enough. Just hope you'll remember all my kindness in your heart, Jiang Ying asked. And then? Zhou put his lips to her ear and whispered, kneel down and do something else. After completing the discharge procedures and going downstairs, a car was already waiting at the entrance. Chen Tezu handed a box to Zhou. Mr. Qin asked me to bring you clean clothes to change into. Zhou took off his stained shirt. As he was buttoning up the new one, his phone rang in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw it was from the Zhou family. A flash of contempt crossed his eyes as he answered. The person on the other end, hearing Zhou Yi's extremely cold voice, was clearly used to it and spoke in a pleading tone. Are you at the company? Do you have time to come home for lunch? I bought your favorite dishes this morning. Zhou sneered. You know very well where I am. Lu Man adjusted her emotions, forcing a smile back on her face. Your father's coming back today. It's been so long since our family had a reunion dinner together. If you have time this afternoon. As she rambled on the phone, Zhou was carelessly buttoning his shirt with one hand. After 2 failed attempts, irritation flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to give up, Jiang Ying reached over. Let me? Zhou looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Okay, let you? Lu Man heard Zhou talking to someone and paused before continuing. Is Ying with you? Perfect. You can both come back together. I was going to call her after talking to you. This saves me the trouble. Zhou looked down at Jiang Ying buttoning his shirt. Too lazy to argue further. We'll talk at noon when we're back. He hung up immediately after speaking. Zhou placed a hand on her back, his voice deep and immersed. Such a good wife. Jiang Ying looked up at him, but didn't respond to his comment. Instead, she asked about the Zhou family's call. Jiang Ying asked what he wanted to do. Zhou said sarcastically, they probably aren't too happy knowing we're both still alive and well. He held her chin, forcing her to look at him. Whether you admit it or not, we're legally husband and wife to the outside world. We share glory and shame together. After speaking, Zhou, worried about eavesdroppers, lowered his head closer to Jiang Ying's ear. They tried to kill you right under my nose. How could I let them off? You're my wife after all. Soon the car arrived at the Zhou family mansion. As soon as Jiang Ying and Zhou entered, they saw Old Master Zhou sitting formally, and Zhou Huayan beside him with a grim face. He spoke first with a dark expression. What were you doing in the west suburbs? Zhou walked with Jiang Ying to the single sofa, pressing on her shoulders to make her sit. He sat on the armrest beside her, playing carelessly with a lighter in his hand. Sightseeing. Zhou Huayan's face completely darkened. Zhou, mind your tone. I'm your father. Zhou glanced up, his deep eyes full of mockery. Which part of being a father have you fulfilled? Zhou Huayan's chest heaved with anger, about to rebuke Zhou. Old Master Zhou spoke sternly. Look at you two, father and son. What have you become? Neither acting like a proper father nor a proper son. Let's put the west suburbs matter to rest. Let's put the past behind us. Just an old man over 50. To put it bluntly, how many days do you have left? Zhou Yi's thin lips curved. Grandfather, I'm afraid this matter can't end here. I don't have many principles in life. What I like surpasses all reason. My wife almost lost her life because of him. Every day he lives makes me uncomfortable. At this moment, the maid came to announce that the meal was ready. Joey reached out to hold Jiang Ying's hand to go eat. The cold-hearted CEO actually confronted Old Master Zhou for a woman. If you dare touch Jiang Ying, I'm capable of anything. Old Master Zhou pressed his lips and looked up. Then what do you want to do? Joey sneered, ready to fight to the death. During lunch, Lu Man stood attentively at the dining table, placing all of Zhou Yi's favorite dishes in front of him. Joey turned his head to Jiang Ying. What would you like to eat, wife? Let me serve you. How about some soup? Jiang Ying looked back at Joey with a slight smile. Anything is fine. Joey leaned back in his chair and said casually, Where's Li Shun? Have him serve soup to the young madam. The two servants standing behind him didn't dare breathe. Everyone else at the table turned to look at him with varying expressions. Joey smirked. What's wrong? Old Master Zhou, seeing that Joey wanted to take out his anger on Li Shun, was nearly furious, but took a deep breath. Li Shun, serve soup to the second young madam. Soon, Li Shun came with a bowl of soup, holding it with both hands as he approached Jiang Ying, about to set it down. Joey suddenly intercepted, taking the soup from his hands. Li Shun lowered his eyes. Just out of the pot? Joey coldly observed. Let me test the temperature for the second young madam. Li Shun remained silent. Joey smirked. Don't want to? Li Shun admitted. I dare not. Joey raised the soup bowl higher. The scalding soup turned Li Shun's hands bright red. Joey smiled with half-closed eyes. The temperature seems a bit low. Li Shun looked at the blisters forming on his hands. Angry but unable to speak up, as long as the young master is happy. Joey said nonchalantly, Happy? Of course I'm happy. He stood up and patted Li Shun's shoulder, leaning slightly forward. Speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Eat whatever you want these days. Enjoy it while you can. I'm afraid you won't have many days left to eat. Li Shun's body froze. After delivering his threat, Joey sat back down. Jiang Ying gave him a deep look. She reached out to tug at his clothes, but Joey extended his hand. He wrapped her hand in his voice steady and magnetic, inexplicably reassuring. After the meal, Old Master Zhou called Joey alone to the study. Old Master Zhou sat at his desk with a stern face, glaring angrily at Joey. You've shown your authority and vented your anger. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Yi's thin lips curved into a half-smile, his mere presence exuding a troublesome aura. He raised his hand to unbutton 2 buttons of his shirt. What do you think? He strode to the single sofa, leaned back, and spread his arms naturally and lazily on the armrests. Grandfather, which is more important to you, your life or your face? Old Master Zhou exploded in anger. What are you trying to say? Joey sneered, lowering his eyes. When he looked up, his expression turned sinister, the temperature around him dropping sharply. If this family still wants to maintain a peaceful facade, you shouldn't have sent people after Jiang Ying. You knew all along that I liked Jiang Ying, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken, when Jiang Ying was set up to accidentally enter my room, you were probably the happiest about it. Old Master Zhou spoke in an aged voice, with underlying anger. I've never interfered in matters between you two. Joey chuckled lightly, ignoring Old Master Zhou's words and continuing his previous point. For someone like me, a ticking time bomb, binding the woman I love to my side was the best way to keep me in check. But unfortunately, you forgot that everything has its pros and cons. She can keep me from going crazy, but she can also drive me to madness. While he negotiated with Old Master Zhou in the study, in the living room, the others weren't idle. Lu Man was making small talk with Jiang Ying. Several times when the conversation got emotional, her eyes turned red, dabbing her tears with a tissue. Ing, I know you two had a close call in the western suburbs. Whether you believe it or not, I must state that the family had nothing to do with it. Yin and Yi, though they're opposed in some ways, blood is thicker than water. They're brothers. Yin is so kind-hearted, he wouldn't plot against his own brother. Jiang Ying held a glass of juice with both hands, her expression distant and indifferent, like an outsider. Lu Man spoke at length, until her mouth was dry. Seeing Jiang Ying still unmoved, she pressed her lips and looked toward Zhou Yin sitting nearby. She gave him a meaningful look. After chatting a while longer with Jiang Yin, she made an excuse and left. Zhou Yin thought for a moment before speaking. Ying, I can only say that what happened to you and E in the western suburbs had nothing to do with me. Jiang Ying responded with a Zhou Yin became excited at this response, his eyes flickering. Do you believe me? Zhou Yi immediately questioned his little wife. Do you believe him or my brother? Jiang Ying looked up at Zhou Yan, about to reply, when she saw Zhou Yi standing on the stairs. Zhou Yi had a new wound at the corner of his mouth, hands in his pockets. As if he'd heard Zhou Yan's words, he squinted at Jiang Ying, also waiting for her answer. Zhou Yi stood on the steps, looking intently at Jiang Ying, his eyes deep and dark. Jiang Ying glanced at him briefly before turning back to Zhou Yan with a slight smile. Big brother, I'm sorry. I have something to attend to. After speaking, she stood up and walked towards Zhou Yi. Seeing her approach, Zhou Yi's lips curved into a smile. He reached out his hand. Jiang Ying glanced at it before giving him her hand, asking quietly, "What happened? You're hurt?" Zhou Yi squeezed Jiang Ying's hand hard and replied casually, "Grandfather hit me." Jiang Ying frowned. "Because of me?" Zhou Yi smiled at her. "Maybe not. Looks like he's been holding back for a long time." He then led Jiang Ying away by the hand. Halfway through the drive, Jiang Ying turned to look at Zhou Yi, her gaze falling on his injured lip. "Does grandfather know about my parents' car accident? Is that so?" Zhou Yi turned to look at her. "He didn't do it, but the old master is probably protecting someone." Jiang Ying instantly realized, Zhou Huayan, or Lu Man. Zhou Yi didn't deny it. They say when old Master Zhou was young, he was ruthless. For the family inheritance, like ancient princes fighting for succession, he literally killed his own brother. Now he's old, past his prime years. Instead, he now advises the younger generation to live in harmony. They quickly arrived at Zhou Yi's villa. Zhou Yi's expression showed slight movement as he inhaled the subtle fragrance of Jiang Ying's hair and asked in a deep voice, "Between Zhou Yan and me, who do you trust more?" Jiang Ying was stunned for a moment, looking at him. "What?" Zhou Yi's lips curved upward. "Today in the living room, do you believe what he said?" Hearing this, Jiang Ying understood what Zhou Yi was asking and said straightforwardly, "I believe." Zhou Yi's eyes darkened, and he choked up, lost in other thoughts. Jiang Ying didn't notice Zhou Yi's changed expression. After several seconds, she continued, "When my parents had their car accident, how old was Zhou Yi?" This recent incident with the drugs was clearly related to what happened back then. It couldn't have anything to do with him. Zhou Yi paused, raising an eyebrow at her logical analysis. Jiang Ying's expression remained calm, as if asking whether she should be emotional in such a situation. She really wanted to investigate the car accident, but even so, she couldn't randomly accuse someone without proof. After hearing Jiang Ying's explanation, Zhou Yi's chest loosened somewhat, and his lips curved again. "So you don't believe him?" As he finished speaking, he reached out to hold Jiang Ying's waist. Jiang Ying instinctively dodged, and Zhou Yi's thin lips curved. His voice was low and alluring. "Why are you dodging? When we're alone, don't call me wife." Zhou Yi directly said, "Don't be like this." Zhou Yi's legs suddenly trembled slightly. He pulled Jiang Ying into his arms. "How can I apply medicine from such a distance?" Jiang Ying's hands fumbled. "Don't move." She had never applied medicine for anyone before, so she was clumsy yet careful. Zhou Yi said in a deep voice, "How can you be so good?" Looking at the wound on his forearm, Jiang Ying couldn't help but frown. "If it hurts, just say so." Zhou Yi's lips curved halfway. "Ing." Jiang Ying looked up. "Does it hurt?" Zhou Yi touched her head with his other hand. "It hurts. Blow on it for me." Jiang Ying glanced at him. She stood up to put away the medical kit, saying coolly, "Take good care of your wound." Zhou Yi pretended not to understand Jiang Ying's implied meaning. "Wife, the wound still hurts." Jiang Ying carried the medical kit to the side, turned back to look. "Zhou Yi, I've been meaning to correct you. When we're alone, don't call me wife." She thought Zhou Yi's interest in her was just a passing fancy, a taste of forbidden fruit, but he should know when to stop. Zhou Yi watched Jiang Ying's back, a dark flash passing through his pupils. Seconds later, he returned to normal, saying casually, "All right, wife." After Jiang Ying came out of the bathroom, she went straight to bed. "Where do you think that old man is hidden?" Zhou Yi was playing with a wooden carving in his hand. "Hard to say." Jiang Ying lowered her eyes, attracted by the wooden carving in Zhou Yi's hand. After staring at it for a while without figuring it out, "Who do you think is more likely, Zhou Huayan or Lu Man?" Zhou Yi turned the wooden carving in his hand. "Neither of them is any good." Jiang Ying let out a breath, her lips curling into a mocking smile upon hearing his answer. Zhou Yi turned his head to look at her. His thin lips curved. "Not bad, you're improving. You dare to tell the truth in front of me now." Jiang Ying smiled gently. "I said before, considering you a friend was sincere." Zhou Yi smiled. "Who wants to be friends with you?" Jiang Ying's expression became slightly serious, quickly changing the subject. "Is that a blank tablet in your hand?" Zhou Yi nodded. "Just got this wooden carving. Do you like it? If you think this piece of wood is nice, I'll carve something for you later. You can carry it with you." Jiang Ying pressed her lips together. She remained silent. When sleeping at night, Jiang Ying deliberately stayed close to the edge of the bed. Zhou noticed this. He didn't interfere. Since learning about Jiang Ying's condition, his heart had been constantly worried, always concerned that his closeness would add to her psychological burden. Early the next morning, there was urgent knocking at the bedroom door. Li Shun quickly walked in. Something happened at the old mansion. The old master wants the second young master and his wife to return. Zhou Yi's eyes turned cold. What happened? Li Shun maintained the mystery. I can't say for now. The second young master needs to see for himself. Hearing this, Zhou Yi strode forward. Looking down at Li Shun's face, do you really think you'll be safe just because grandfather is protecting you? Li Shun pressed his lips, saying, I wouldn't dare, but his eyes showed no panic. Zhou Yi scoffed. I bet you won't survive this month. I hate people who play mysterious games in front of me and try to show off their petty cleverness. Li Shun and Jiang Zhu remained silent, then said, Yang Zhiming is dead. The old man in the western suburbs, Yang Zhiming, is dead. On the way back to the Zhou family mansion, Li Shun drove in front, with Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying following closely behind. Zhou Yi's hand rested on the steering wheel as he turned to look at Jiang Ying. Are you okay? Jiang Ying sat in the passenger seat. I'm fine. If I said I predicted this outcome, would you believe me? Silencing witnesses has always been the most effective method throughout history. Zhou Yi's eyes turned cold. I want to see how many witnesses they can kill. But will you sympathize with those witnesses? Jiang Ying replied coldly. Why should I sympathize? All the witnesses were accomplices in killing my parents. I don't have such excessive emotion to sympathize with these executioners. As they drove on, approaching the Zhou family mansion, Jiang Ying said, You already confronted them yesterday. Try to be patient today. Zhou Yi sneered, Are you afraid they'll kill me? Jiang Ying spoke honestly, Death isn't the worst thing. What's scary is they might use methods worse than death to torment you. Zhou Yi replied, 7 parts cold and 3 parts lazy. Let them try. I guarantee I'll destroy all their plans. Zhou Yi fiercely protected his wife, instantly defeating the White Lotus sister. The car arrived at the Zhou family mansion. Li Shun got out and waited at the entrance. Seeing Zhou Yi exit the car, he bowed slightly. Second young master. Zhou Yi rolled up his sleeves, not sparing him a glance. Find a way to meet me at the company before noon tomorrow. You're a smart person. You should know the consequences of choosing the wrong side in a family like the Zhous. Li Shun responded, I understand, but the old master has people watching me. Zhou Yi coldly replied, If you can't even find a way to meet me secretly, then keeping your worthless life has no use to me. Zhou Yi perfectly embodied arrogance. After speaking, he led Jiang Ying inside. As soon as they entered, they saw more than 10 police officers standing in the Zhou family's living room. Old Master Zhou stood with both hands on his cane. Zhang Jinwei sat in the middle of the sofa. Zhou Huayan was explaining the situation to a police officer. Some police officers noticed Zhou Yi and Jiang Ning. After glancing at them, they asked, Are these old Master Zhous? My second grandson and his wife. They don't know about this matter. I just called them back. Upon hearing Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying knew nothing about the case, the police stopped questioning them. They turned to take statements from others. Zhou Huayan stepped towards Zhou Yi, gritting his teeth. Are you satisfied with this result? Zhou Yi laughed carelessly. Father, your words sound like I'm the one who killed Yang Zhiming. Zhou Huayan warned in a low voice. This matter ends here. Don't cause any more trouble for the Zhou family. Zhou Yi looked down at Zhou Huayan, expressionless. Do you regret now that you didn't kill me when I was young? Zhou Huayan didn't answer. Zhou Yi laughed darkly. Too bad you'll never have that chance again. Just then, Zhou Qi suddenly ran to Jiang Ying. Second sister-in-law, do you want to see the backyard? That person died horribly, completely disfigured. Jiang Ying. Back then, Jiang Xinyuan and Su Yun were disfigured in that car accident. Completely unrecognizable. Zhou Yi suddenly turned and slapped Zhou Qi across the face. Zhou Qi froze, holding her cheek, looking at Zhou Yi in disbelief. The usually carefree young master was actually standing up for his wife. Jiang Ying is my wife. Ask me first before provoking her. Zhou Yi put a cigarette in his mouth, lit it, took a calm drag, and looked back at Zhou Qi. What were you trying to do? Were you trying to make her remember something? Facing Zhou Yi's questioning, Lu Man was the first to react. She stepped forward to shield Zhou Qi behind her. I.e., what are you doing? Chi is just childish. She was just curious and wanted to share with Ying Ying. Zhou Yi's smile faded at her words. Childish? A child in their 20s? Are you sure? Lu Man was suddenly speechless. Seeing her silence, Zhou Yi's mocking smile grew wider. Since Zhou Qi is so curious about what a disfigured face looks like, why don't I talk to the police and ask them to keep Yang Jiming's body overnight? Let her look her fill tonight. Remember, Jiang Ying is my wife. Ask me before provoking her. Lu Man didn't dare confront Zhou Yi directly and turned to look at Old Master Zhou. Old Master Zhou was already quite angry, his chest heaving. Have you all had enough? When he spoke, the whole family fell silent. Jiang Ying held her breath. Her hands clenched at her sides, forcing herself to suppress the overwhelming anger in her heart, silently telling herself it wasn't time yet. At this moment, a police officer walked over. He asked Old Master Zhou, "Are there any valuable items missing from your home?" Old Master Zhou appeared thoughtful. Finally, he smiled helplessly. To be honest, I've never kept track of the things in this house. The officer nodded in understanding. Based on our investigation, we've preliminarily determined that after stealing something, the suspect tried to leave through the backyard, but unexpectedly fell into the pool. Due to not knowing how to swim, he drowned. Old Master Zhou sighed, appearing like a philanthropist. It's just some small items. Losing them doesn't matter. But this life, the officer responded appropriately. Old Master Zhou is kind-hearted. For such people, falling into water was his karma. Accidental fall, couldn't swim, drowned. 12 words concluded Yang Jiming's death. After all the police left the Zhou house, Old Master Zhou sat on the sofa, composed. Yang Jiming is dead. All matters concerning him, and here, no one is to investigate further. Then he looked at Jiang Ying. Ying, I deeply sympathize with your parents' death. The Zhou family has treated you well these years. Even if you can't show gratitude, I hope you won't repay kindness with enmity. Zhou Yi was angry and about to speak, but Jiang Ying held his close. Zhou Yi turned to look at Jiang Ying. Without looking at him, she said softly, "All right." Old Master Zhou was somewhat satisfied with Jiang Ying's attitude. The more Zhou Yi spoke of letting go, the more suffocated Jiang Ying felt, walking on thin ice. You're just like me. Old Master Zhou was satisfied with Jiang Ying's attitude. Next came the carrot after the stick. He spoke many warm words, trying to forge non-existent emotional bonds. It was already night when they left the Zhou mansion. Zhou Yi drove while Jiang Ying sat silently in the passenger seat. After driving for a while, Jiang Ying's tightly pressed lips curved into a smile. She turned to look at Zhou Yi. Want a drink? Zhou Yi's tense jaw relaxed, his thin lips curved into a smile. What do you want to drink? Jiang Ying leaned back in her seat. Beer. Let's go to the riverside. They drove to the riverside. The wind by the river was always fierce. The wind messed up Jiang Ying's hair. Tell me about yourself, Zhou Yi. I suddenly want to hear. Zhou Yi lowered his eyes and smiled. I have nothing to tell. Jiang Ying pulled her coat closer. How can there be nothing? All these years, you've been walking on thin ice just like me. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi smiled roguishly. Which part do you want to hear? Jiang Ying spoke slowly. Which part hurt you the most? Which remains most vivid in your memory? Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows at her words. That's harsh. Jiang Ying smiled instead of getting angry. So, do you want to talk? Zhou Yi teased. Talk about the beautiful riverside scenery with a lovely companion? Not about killing and revenge. Worried about romance? Let me tell you about my childhood. From his words, Jiang Ying learned that nobody cared for Zhou Yi when he was young. Wu Jie never let Zhou Yi call her mom, telling him it would be inappropriate. Children don't know better, and sometimes make mistakes in how they address people. Every time this happened, Wu Jie would punish him. Wu Jie's punishments were extremely harsh, beating a child with a stick. In the worst cases, Zhou Yi's entire body would be covered in bruises. He couldn't walk for days. Wu Jie was not only extreme, but also highly competitive. She constantly compared Zhou Yi with Zhou Yan, showing no tolerance for Zhou Yi while favoring Zhou Yan. Zhou Yi spoke of his past experiences casually. As Jiang Ying listened, the more detached he seemed, the more suffocated she felt. It's all in the past. Zhou Yi crushed his empty beer can and opened a new one. Yes, it's all in the past. When Jiang Ying was drunk, Zhou Yi confessed his love. Consider being my wife. I promise to always be your support. When you're tired, you can always fall back on me. I'll be your shelter from all sides. Jiang Ying, who had already drunk 2 cans of beer, looked at Zhou Yi with dim eyes. Want a hug? Her question was innocent, but it took on a different meaning in Zhou Yi's ears. His thin lips curved slightly. Are you sure? Jiang Ying nodded frankly, leaned forward, and hugged Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi looked down at her, smiled helplessly, and hugged her back. The first time, Jiang Ying wondered. Zhou Yi's deep eyes fell on her, the arms holding him tightly. This was his first confession to her. Those old stories I shared made you feel bad. Jiang Ying neither confirmed nor denied. She foolishly mumbled, thank you. For Aunt's matter, the West Suburb incident, including the times you protected me at the Zhou family. Hearing Jiang Ying list everything, Zhou Yi smirked. So you remember it all. Not bad. I almost thought you were an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Jiang Ying spoke softly. Few people have shown me warmth, so those who are kind to me, I'll remember forever in my heart. Zhou Yi saw the sincerity in Jiang Ying's eyes and patted her head. Me too. I can even remember the scene when people talked to me, what state I was in, what exactly they said to me. Two people who had experienced hysteria naturally resonated with each other on this level. As they talked deeper, they inevitably drank more. Finally, Jiang Ying voluntarily brought up Jiang Xinyuan's affair. Confiding in Xiaomei, the disgust in her eyes was obvious. You probably haven't experienced that feeling. It's disgusting. Jiang Ying was drunk, but Zhou Yi wasn't. He watched her, her expression both charming and drunk. Zhou Yi reached to take away her beer. You're drunk. Seeing Zhou Yi lean over, she moved her hand away. I'm not drunk. Before my father's affair, I was quite happy. Then he had an affair, and our family fell apart, Jiang Ying said slowly, looking rather dazed. Zhou Yi worried she might get into trouble from drinking too much. He pulled her over and let her sit on his lap. Their eyes met. Zhou Yi took the beer from Jiang Ying's hand and threw it on the ground. Pressing his forehead against hers, he chuckled. Done being drunk? Let me take you home. Jiang Ying gazed at Zhou Yi with hazy eyes. She pressed her lips together. With a hint of drunkenness, she leaned towards his thin lips. Zhou Yi stiffened. Before he could react, Jiang Ying pushed against his shoulders, propping herself up. With flushed cheeks, she asked, Zhou Yi, do you like me? Zhou Yi's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at her with fresh eyes. What if I do? What if I don't? Jiang Ying touched his cheek. Nothing. Zhou Yi stared at Jiang Ying intently. Seeing how drunk she was, his throat tightened. What about you? Jiang Ying looked confused. What? Zhou Yi's voice deepened, with a hint of hoarseness. Do you like me? Jiang Ying sighed. It's too complicated. She rubbed her temples, somewhat irritated. I don't know. Zhou Yi watched her expression, certain she wasn't lying. He smiled darkly, clearly relieved. As long as it's not dislike, there's still hope. Returning to Shuetian Mansion from the riverbank, Jiang Ying had fallen completely asleep. Zhou Yi carried Jiang Ying straight to the bedroom. After carefully placing her on the bed, Zhou Yi was about to go to the bathroom to get a towel to wipe Jiang Ying's face. Jiang Ying grabbed him suddenly. Zhou Yi paused at this. Are you uncomfortable? Jiang Ying opened her eyes hazily, feeling the room spinning, then quickly closed them again. After a long while, she spoke. Zhou Yi, would you ever cheat? Zhou Yi replied steadily, no. Jiang Ying asked incredulously, never in your life? Zhou Yi affirmed, never in my life. Jiang Ying almost smiled, then being your wife must be quite happy. Zhou Yi brushed away the hair from her forehead and kissed it. Then consider being my wife. I promise never to cheat. I promise to always be your support. When you're tired, you can always lean back on me. I'll always be your shelter from all sides. She opened her eyes slightly, and whether she heard clearly or not, she stared straight at Zhou Yi. The ruthless CEO who showed no mercy in business matters would find a way to get whatever he wanted. Zhou Yi knelt down to meet Jiang Ying's gaze. Seeing her stare at him without blinking, his thin lips curved into a smile as he coaxed, want to consider becoming the real Mrs. Zhou? Jiang Ying felt truly drunk, and quite heavily so. Through her hazy vision, she saw Zhou Yi kneeling on one knee to confess to her. The next day, lying in bed, her thoughts scattered, thinking it was an absurd dream. How could Zhou Yi have proposed on one knee? Just as she picked up her phone, it vibrated twice. Jiang Ying glanced at the screen. It was a message from Zhou Yi. Awake? Want to take a day off? Jiang Ying typed back, no need. I'll be at the company in half an hour. Just then, he received a message from Assistant Chen. Mrs. Zhou, there's a small issue with Mr. Zhou. Could you help out? Zhou Yi stood irritably by the floor-to-ceiling window, loosening his tie. Zhou Yan has been watching me for more than just a day or two. Pei Yao teased, well, you're 28 now. He must have been watching you for 20 years. Zhou Yi said coldly, this project is crucial. I absolutely won't hand it over. Pei Yao cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. You may not want to, but that project is focused on public welfare. Think about it. How can you be a public welfare ambassador with a reputation for being ungrateful? Zhou fell silent, his expression visibly darkening. Pei Yao sat up straight and cleared his throat. He tentatively asked, "Why don't you talk to your godmother? If I were you, I'd pick up the phone and call Guanlei right now. Play the emotional card. Let him help mediate." Zhou heard this and sighed. It wasn't possible. The once carefree and unrestrained young master had started to care for Jiang Ying. If he had known about her insecurity earlier, he would never have allowed so many rumors to spread. Though hesitant, Pei Yao couldn't help but tease Zhou. You weren't this cautious when all those rumors were spreading before. Now you're like this just over making a phone call to a woman. Zhou remained silent, remembering drunk Jiang Ying from last night. When she asked if he would ever cheat, his chest felt heavy, as if pressed by an invisible stone. If he had known about Jiang Ying's insecurity earlier, he would never have allowed those rumors to spread. While Pei Yao and Zhou were talking in the office, Jiang Ying stood just outside. She heard everything they said. After a few seconds' pause, she knocked on the office door. Assistant Chen immediately announced from outside, "Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou is here." As Jiang Ying entered, Zhou Yi's anger instantly disappeared. "When did you arrive?" Jiang Ying replied calmly. "Just now." Zhou Yi tugged at his shirt collar. "Have you had breakfast?" As Jiang Ying's gaze fell on him, she noticed the kiss mark on his throat. She paused briefly, then regained composure. "Mr. Zhou, why did you call for me?" Zhou Yi explained the situation to Jiang Ying. "The company invested in a public welfare project. Zhou Yan's side played us. They exposed how the Guan family took care of me when I was young. Then they collaborated with Wanhua Weekly, hinting at Guanlei's exit from entertainment and my severed ties with the Guan family. They're using internet trolls to shape public opinion, making me look like an ungrateful person. Abandoning old love for career advancement, a modern-day chinshimi. If you don't want to confront Zhou Yan directly," Jiang Ying looked up. "I'll handle it for you," she said firmly. Zhou Yi's thin lips curved into a smile. After Jiang Ying left his office, Pei Yao watched Zhou Yi's lingering smile. He lightly scolded, "Zhou, is it necessary?" "It's just Ying agreeing to help with a small matter." Zhou Yi leaned back in his chair, casual and unrestrained, buttoning up his shirt collar. He took the tie from the table and deliberately put it around his neck. Pei Yao watched him. "You keep putting it on and taking it off. What are you doing?" Zhou Yi's phoenix eyes held a flirtatious smile, his magnetic voice alluring. He picked up the cigarette box from his desk, holding a cigarette at the corner of his lips, about to light it. Suddenly, Pei Yao spoke seriously. "With everything that's happened lately, does this mean you've fallen out with old Master Zhou?" Zhou Yi looked back at Pei Yao mockingly. For the old man, any Zhou family member who can create value for the family can never truly fall out with him. Pei Yao sneered. "What do you think old Master Zhou's reaction would be if he knew that all your hard work isn't actually for inheriting the family fortune, but to destroy the entire Zhou family?" Zhou Yi's eyes were deep and unfathomable as he replied meaningfully, "I won't destroy the Zhou family so quickly. My wife hasn't gotten her revenge yet." Soon, Jiang Ying's people found Guanlei's address. It was in the same complex as his. He took out his car keys, about to open the door, when suddenly, he heard a timid voice behind him. "Jiang Ying." Jiang Ying was in a hurry. He glanced at his watch and said, "Sister-in-law Ming." Rui stepped out from behind a pillar, looked around to ensure no one was there, and walked a few steps towards Jiang Ying. "Jiang Ying, can we talk in the car?" Facing this calculating green tea bitch, Jiang Ying maintained a neutral expression. "I gave you face before, but you didn't appreciate it." Meng Rui pressed her lips together. "That day, I saw that man beaten to death. His face was slashed with a knife, and he was thrown into the backyard pool." She looked timidly at Jiang Ying. "Who was that person to you?" Instead of answering Meng Rui's question directly, Jiang Ying asked, "Who else have you told about this?" Meng Rui shook her head. "No one. I haven't told anyone but you. Not even Zhou Yan." Jiang Ying turned to look at her. "Today, I'll pretend I never heard any of this. Keep these words to yourself. Don't tell anyone." Meng Rui's eyes turned red. "But I'm scared. I'm afraid I'll be the next one to die. I'm still so young. I don't want to die." Having seen countless people in the entertainment industry, Jiang Ying could tell truth from lies, almost at a glance. Before, Meng Rui's deliberate act of being delicate and weak was fake, but now, the fear in Meng Rui's eyes was real. Meng Rui grabbed his hand. "I don't have any other intentions. I just want to live and marry Zhou Yan. It wasn't my choice. Besides you, I have no one else to help me. Jiang Ying expressionlessly handed her 2 tissues. Sister-in-law, you took leave to come here today, right? Meng Rue nodded. You have no family or friends in Baiqing. With everything that's happened in the Zhou family, you're taking time off work? Do you think Big Brother won't be suspicious? Meng Rue startled, tearing the tissue in her hands. Jiang Ying turned to meet her eyes, smiling warmly. Sister-in-law, the Zhou family raised me. I've always been grateful. I won't do anything to betray the Zhou family. At that moment, the phone in his pocket started ringing. Jiang Ying took out his phone and answered it. Jing Bai's voice came from the other end. Sister Jiang Ying, where are you? I'm at the complex entrance, almost freezing to death. Jiang Ying replied, met an acquaintance on the way. Be there soon. He hung up and looked at Meng Rue. Sister-in-law, sorry. I have something to handle later. Meng Rue understood this was her cue to leave. She pressed her lips together and reached for the car door. Her hand landed on the door handle. The next second, she turned her head and asked Jiang Ying, could you not tell anyone that I came to see you today? Jiang Ying glanced at her. In this world, 2 types of people survive easily, the smart ones and the foolish ones. If you can't be extremely smart, learn to play dumb. After Meng Rue got out, Jiang Ying stepped on the gas and left. When the car arrived at Jing Bai's complex, Jiang Ying had just parked. He saw Jing Bai squatting next to the stone lion at the complex entrance. Jing Bai had his hands in his sleeves, looking just like a silly deer hopping around in northeast China's heavy snow. Jiang Ying got out smiling. Is Guanlei home? Jing Bai nodded. He came out half an hour ago and met someone. Jiang Ying asked curiously, who? Jing Bai rubbed his hands and said, Zhou Qi. Jiang Ying was stunned for a few seconds, truly surprised. Soon they went upstairs and knocked on the door. Guan's mother opened the door, asking, who are you? Jiang Ying introduced himself. Hello? I'm very sorry to disturb you. I'm Jiang Ying, PR manager at Zhou Media, and Zhou Yi's wife. Mother Guan was stunned, then looked uncomfortable, asking, what can I do for you? Jiang Ying smiled sincerely. Auntie, may we talk inside? Guanlei, who was arranging flowers inside, called out, Mom, who are you talking to? Jiang Ying stepped inside. Long time no see, Guanlei. Guanlei's face immediately fell. What are you doing here? I'm here to talk. We have nothing to discuss. Jiang Ying stepped forward, bent down near Guanlei's ear. I'm not Zhou Yi. I have no attachment to you or your mother. Out of basic human decency, I don't want to embarrass your elder. You'd better not test my limits. As Guanlei was about to explode, Mother Guan brought 2 cups of tea, giving one to Jing Bai and one to Jiang Ying. Guanlei suppressed his anger. He made an excuse to take Jiang Ying to his bedroom. During their conversation, Jiang Ying spoke coldly. Guanlei, I gave you face before, but you didn't appreciate it. Hearing this, Guanlei sneered. You don't think I'd be grateful just because you did something nice? Jiang Ying leaned back. I only do things to keep my conscience clear. I never need anyone to remember my kindness or be grateful. To be honest, the only reason I helped you last time was out of respect for Zhou Yi. Jiang Ying watched Zhou Yi's serious demeanor while discussing that matter, suddenly remembering what Pei Yao said about him. In all of Baiqing, if Zhou Yi's thick skin ranked second, no one would dare claim first. Guanlei heard this and cried out, who are you to him? What right do you have to handle things for his sake? Jiang Ying lifted his eyelids mockingly. Isn't being Zhou's wife enough? Guanlei held back. They looked at each other, silent for about half a minute. Jiang Ying spoke first. I came today just to ask you one thing. Was it you who provided the Bush information to Wanhua Weekly? How much did Zhou Qi pay you? Guanlei stiffened, his pupils dilating as he looked at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying smiled contemptuously. Zhou Yi was once loved by you. How pitiful. From today on, I'll have people watching you. Until Zhou Yi's project is completed, you won't have another chance to leave this place. Be prepared. Guanlei gritted his teeth. You dare? Jiang Ying sneered. You can call the police. That night, Jiang Ying told Zhou Yi everything about this matter. Zhou Yi's expression deepened, and he immediately pulled her into his arms. He kissed her on the corner of her mouth. You're very resistant to being alone with me now. Jiang Ying hurriedly denied. No. Zhou Yi looked serious, nuzzling against Jiang Ying's mouth corner for a kiss. Last night felt good. I hope we can continue. Just tell me whenever you want in the future. I'll accommodate whatever you want. Jiang Ying put her hand against Zhou Yi's shoulder, trying to push him away. Can I swear? After saying that, she left immediately. Zhou Yi watched her leave and smiled. You can. I like that. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. When the call connected, Zhou Yi's voice turned cold as ice. Bring him in. Soon after, Assistant Qin and 2 bodyguard-like men brought Li Shun to the private room. Li Shun's face was pale, clearly frightened. Joey reclined in his chair, an unlit cigarette between his lips. He sneered, "You're quite hard to invite." Li Shun's forehead broke out in a light sweat. "Second young master, old Master Zhou was kind to me. I just want to serve him well. As for the grudges between you and the first young master, I don't want to get involved." Joey mocked, "I didn't realize you were such a filial person. How long do you plan to serve the old master?" Li Shun replied, "Until the old master's final days. I won't leave the Zhou family voluntarily." Zhou Yi smiled faintly, his expression inscrutable. "I'm afraid Uncle Li will be disappointed. Grandfather probably won't live to see his final years." As he spoke, he threw out a pile of documents. Li Shun's face darkened, his hand tightening on the documents. Lu Man and Zhou Yanwei, fighting for inheritance, bribed the family doctor to make the old master take kidney-damaging blood pressure medication long-term, causing him to die from kidney failure. And he would be the scapegoat. Joey mocked, 6 months ago, they started having someone pose as a Zhou family enemy, regularly depositing money into your account. When the time comes, you'll be branded as an outsider servant who betrayed the family. Li Shun became anxious. "This bank account isn't mine." But Joey said, "The bank account is yours. It's written in black and white. You just didn't open it yourself." Li Shun asked anxiously, "Second young master, what do you need me to do?" Joey stood up, walked over to Li Shun, hands in his pockets, looking down at him. "I need you to do 2 things. When the old master is seriously ill but still conscious, tell him about Lu Man and Zhou Yan's plan." Li Shun weighed the pros and cons. "And the second thing?" Joey asked softly, "Uncle Li, how well do you know Jiang Ying's father?" Li Shun paused at these words, his eyelids twitching twice. "Not well." Upon hearing this, Joey placed his hand on Li Shun's shoulder, patting it. "Uncle Li, think carefully." His seemingly gentle pat actually carried brutal force. Li Shun's body stiffened, enduring the pain in silence. "Second young master, I'll help you with the first task." "The second task?" Before he could finish, Joey interrupted with a cold smile. "Many people in the Zhou family can do the first task." Li Shun suddenly understood Zhou Yi's intention. The reason Zhou Yi gave him a chance to protect himself was entirely because he wanted to extract information about Jiang Xinyuan from him, to investigate Jiang Xinyuan's matters. Jiang Ying had once said that Jiang Xinyuan's divorce from Su Yun was because he had another woman outside. That woman had a different status, high above others. Li Shun's shoulder blade ached from Zhou Yi's grip. He gritted his teeth and endured for several minutes. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Jiang Xinyuan was the Zhou family's butler before his death." Zhou Yi maintained his cold expression, withdrew his hand, and gestured for him to continue. Li Shun felt like his shoulder and arm joint might be dislocated. The pain was excruciating, but he dared not slack off. Jiang Xinyuan served as butler for nearly 10 years in the Zhou family. Reportedly, since he was 20, he had been working for old Master Zhou. Zhou Yi asked plainly, "Why did Jiang Xinyuan die?" Li Shun shook his head. "I'm not sure. Seems he stole something from the Zhou family." Zhou Yi's eyes darkened. What did he steal from the Zhou family? What made old Master Zhou want to kill him? Li Shun answered, "Perhaps it wasn't a misunderstanding. As Jiang Ying once said, Jiang Xinyuan's divorce from Su Yun was because he had another woman. That woman had a different status, high above others, like the pure moon." As Li Shun finished speaking, Zhou Yi's mind flashed to someone's image. He smiled mockingly, his eyes dark. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Ying was demanding Sun Jin delete the false information and apologize to their Mr. Zhou. Sun Jin sneered, "Manager Jiang, we're just a small company. We don't dare to go against Mr. Zhou. The main thing is..." Jiang Ying's smile gradually faded. "Mr. Sun, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you." "Congratulations on having an heir to the Sun family." Sun Jin's face stiffened. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Ying smiled gracefully. "I just wonder if Mrs. Sun is as happy as you are. After all, this child is illegitimate, a love child." "Don't worry, Mr. Sunday. I only took photos of the school, not of young Master Sunday. I don't even know what young Master Sun looks like. If you don't believe me, you can check the school surveillance. My car was there for less than 10 seconds. Sun Jun gritted his teeth in anger. "Manager Jiang, well played." Jiang Ying replied firmly, "It's my duty. I hope Mr. Sun can understand." Sun Jin eyed Jiang Ying warily. What if I don't understand? Jiang Ying replied indifferently, then I probably won't understand Mr. Sun's desire for an heir either. I might be more inclined to sympathize with Mrs. Sun, who worked hard all her life only to end up making a wedding dress for someone else. The atmosphere became tense. Sun Jian and Jiang Ying stared at each other, the former furious, the latter calm and composed. Jiang Ying glanced at the clock on Sun Jian's desk. 3 hours. Sun Jian's eyes widened. What? Jiang Yin's lips curved into a faint smile. Within 3 hours, remove all news related to Zhou Yi from your formal weekly. Without waiting for Sun Jian's response, she stood up and left. Sun Jian watched as she walked out. Sun Jian waved his hand angrily, throwing the teacup on the table to the ground. He cursed a few times under his breath. After hesitating for a while, he picked up his phone and made a call. When the other end picked up, Sun Jian had already composed himself, playing the victim while apologizing. Mr. Zhou, I'll return all the money you gave me intact. You don't know, but that crisis PR manager under your brother is ruthless. They dug up all my secrets. The dark and restrained CEO, when drunk, becomes like a puppy, wanting hugs from his delicate wife. Jiang Ying walked towards Zhou Yi's office. She saw Qian, the assistant, standing inside with a steaming bowl of medicine, making eye contact with her. Madam, Jiang Ying glanced at the medicine in his hands. After a moment's surprise, she quickly returned to normal. Is Mr. Zhou in? I need to report about the Wanhua weekly matter. Chun lowered his voice. Mr. Zhou is here, but he's not feeling well. He has a fever and refuses to take medicine. He caught a cold from the riverside wind last night. Jiang Ying pursed her lips. The wind by the river was indeed strong last night, bitterly cold and piercing. In the rest room, the curtains were tightly drawn. It was pitch black, not a ray of light penetrating through. Jiang Ying took a few steps inside, tentatively speaking. Zhou Yi's tall figure lay on the bed, laughing bitterly with one hand covering his eyes, his voice hoarse, muttering to himself, "Great, the fever's making me delirious." Just as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ying's fingers found the light switch on the wall. With a soft click, the restroom suddenly lit up. Zhou Yi instinctively closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, half opened them to look at the doorway. Seeing Zhou Yi looking over, Jiang Ying stepped forward with the medicine. She bent down to place the medicine on the bedside table. Glancing at Zhou Yi's face with its unnatural flush, Sun Jian has removed all the news. Your charity project will proceed as planned. Zhou Yi held her hand and said, "Thank you." Then he briefly told Jiang Ying about his conversation with Li Shun that afternoon, focusing on Li Shun's words about Jiang Xinyuan stealing someone from the Zhou family. Jiang Ying was stunned. Someone? Zhou Yi spoke steadily. Yes, there's a phrase called brazen audacity. Jiang Ying collected her thoughts and looked up at Zhou Yi. Is it Lu Man? Zhou Yi frowned. It is, but we can't just make accusations without proof. We can't condemn anyone. We need evidence. Jiang Ying took a deep breath, her hands trembling on her lap. I've waited many years for this answer. Zhou Yi spoke in a low, steady voice. That's exactly why. You need to stay calm now more than ever. Early the next morning, when Jiang Ying arrived at the company and entered the PR department, she immediately heard several people discussing Sun Jian's matter. As it turned out, Sun Jian's wife was the real ruthless one. It was said that Secretary Qin, who worked for Sun Jian, leaked the information. He revealed the illegitimate child matter to Mrs. Sun. Jiang Ying carried her handbag straight to her office, made a cup of coffee, and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the view outside. At this time, Xiaonan came in, continuously praising Jiang Ying for her brilliance. She only provided Sun Jian's illegitimate child school photos, keeping herself out of the matter. Zhou Yi was like a clingy plaster, sticking to his wife. He questioned, "Do you still like Zhou Yin? Can you share some of that affection with me?" The office door was forcefully pushed open from outside. Due to excessive force, the door slammed against the wall, making a harsh crashing sound. "Don't stop me. Who's Jiang Ying? Come out." The woman standing at the door was around 30 years old, dressed flashily, with above-average looks. However, she had a certain worldly air about her. Compared to Jiang Ying's calmness, Xiaonan seemed agitated. Where are the security guards? How did they let anyone in? Hearing this, the woman's face showed a contemptuous smirk. You think those few security guards at your door can stop me? Before Xiaonan could respond, Jiang Ying spoke calmly from behind her desk. With the Zhou family as your backing, indeed those security guards can't stop you. The woman was startled, her eyes flickering, but her aggressive stance didn't diminish. Who needs the Zhou family's backing? Pa. Before coming, She had thought of 200 ways to confront Jiang Ying, and had even planned that if Jiang Ying dared to have anyone touch her, she would immediately fall down and fake injury. But she hadn't expected Jiang Ying to be so composed, watching her curse and rant, with an expression as calm as if watching a clown perform. The woman was clever too. Seeing that aggression wasn't working, she immediately changed tactics, bursting into tears and taking a softer approach. I was already in poor health, and after having the child, my condition worsened day by day. Now I rely entirely on old son's support for my living expenses. After what you've done, how am I supposed to survive? The woman cried miserably. Jiang Ying coldly watched her performance. From her words, she basically guessed her identity, the birth mother of Sun Zhan's illegitimate child. While the woman was making a scene in Jiang Ying's office, employees occasionally passed by outside pretending to be casual observers. Xiaonan was about to go close the door but was stopped by Jiang Ying. Xiaonan, get her some water. Her crying isn't loud enough to attract more people. Then she turned to the crying woman. You don't know how to survive? I think Mrs. Sun should have ways to help you through this crisis. Let me call Mrs. Sun for you. Since you gave birth to the illegitimate child, Sun Zhan must have spent quite a lot on you. Buying cars and houses shouldn't have been a problem. The woman became nervous and quickly grabbed back her phone. I gave birth to his son, so him buying me houses, cars, and giving me spending money is only right. Jiang Ying spoke matter-of-factly. You probably don't know that legally, spouses have equal rights to dispose of their joint property. Mrs. Sun can apply to the court to recover all the money Sun Zhan spent on you. The woman stood there shocked. Seeing the woman's stunned expression, Jiang Ying casually said, So who sent you here today? It was Zhou Qi, wasn't it? That evening, Jiang Ying told Zhou about this incident. He said it was Zhou Qi who orchestrated it. What is Lu Man trying to probe? To put me in a deadly situation? As he spoke, his gaze swept across Zhou Yi's slightly open collar. Zhou, aren't you cold? Zhou glanced at his own open collar and smiled helplessly at his wife. I am cold, but I have no choice. This is my only asset to get your attention. I have to make good use of it. I'm afraid of being eliminated in round 3. Zhou was getting more and more comfortable calling her wife. Jiang Ying sometimes even had the illusion that they were truly an intimate couple, and their occasional distance was just due to small mood swings. Realizing this, Jiang Ying's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Jiang Ying's expression change, Zhou wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Lately, I've been feeling grateful. Grateful that you accidentally entered my room that night. Grateful that I married you. Tell me, if you were with Zhou Yin now, what would you do? What would I do? His tone suddenly became heavy. It would break my heart. Do you believe me? Do you still like him? Have you given me even a little bit of the affection you had for him? The domineering CEO finally started his sweet romance. It turned out Jiang Ying had never liked Zhou Yin. Jiang Ying looked up from Zhou Yi's embrace and asked, Who told you I liked Zhou Yin? What made you think I liked Zhou Yin? Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. You don't like Zhou Yin? Jiang Ying replied frankly, Why would I like him? Zhou Yi pressed his tongue against his cheek. You never liked him from the beginning? Jiang Ying shook her head. No. Zhou Yi knew better than anyone what kind of person she was. She wouldn't lie. Zhou Yi stared at Jiang Ying intently, his eyes suddenly filling with laughter. But you clearly told me before that you liked Zhou Yin. Jiang Ying looked up at Zhou Yi. You also said you liked Guan Lei. Zhou Yi's smile deepened. So you were lying to me? Jiang Ying replied, It was just reciprocity. Zhou Yi chuckled. Since you like reciprocity so much, since I like you so much, would you consider reciprocating and liking me back? Just like how I like Niexing, you could start by liking me a little, then gradually increase it day by day. Jiang Ying thought Zhou Yi's greatest skill was probably taking a mile when given an inch. Watching Zhou Yi gradually lean closer, Jiang Ying pressed her fingertip against his chest, poking him. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you. I suspect Lu Man knows something. Zhou Yi smiled ambiguously. The matter of Sun Zhan's illegitimate child was most likely Zhou Yan's doing. Sun Zhan thought he and Zhou Yan were friends, but he didn't know Zhou Yan only cares about benefits. Jiang Ying neither confirmed nor denied Zhou Yi's words. Whether it was Guan Lei's situation or the woman who came today, Zhou Qi was always the messenger. Zhou Yi sneered mockingly. Lu Man wants to use Zhou Qi to distance herself and Zhou Yan from this. Jiang Ying frowned. Can they really distance themselves? Even someone as experienced as him can see through it, let alone old Mr. Zhou. Based on old Mr. Zhou's behavior over the years, he'll most likely pretend not to know anything this time too. Zhou understood Jiang Ying's urgent desire to investigate the truth and seek revenge. Worried she might lose patience, he said, "If you feel frustrated, just tell me. I have 100 ways to deal with them. Don't worry, I won't kill them. You'll get to take your revenge personally." Jiang Ying looked directly at Zhou Yi. "Thank you." After leaving the CEO's office, Zhou Yi was adjusting his shirt collar in the boss's office. His smile was unrestrained. She said she never liked Zhou Yan, not from the beginning till the end. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Whatever the person on the other end said made Zhou Yi's expression turn serious. All the evidence had been collected. The next day, the car arrived at the Zhou family mansion. When Zhou Yi and Jiang Ying entered, old Mr. Zhou and others were having breakfast. Seeing Zhou Yi, old Mr. Zhou's brows furrowed. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Not working this morning? Zhou Yi walked directly behind old Mr. Zhou, placing one hand on his chair's backrest. He said lazily, "Grandfather, please finish your meal first, then we'll talk." He then looked at Zhou Qi, who was eating porridge across the table. "Qi, eat more." Zhou Qi choked at these words and looked up warily at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's thin lips curved into a smile, appearing harmless. "Has second brother been good to you?" Zhou Qi's face changed slightly with guilt. Zhou Yi smiled. "Good then. Keep eating." Zhou Yi was both righteous and evil. One moment he was discussing family ties with old Mr. Zhou. The next his expression turned dark and arrogant. Old Mr. Zhou said to Zhou Yi with a stern face, "What are you here to do today?" Zhou Yi replied with a half smile, "Grandfather, I remember you told me last time not to be too ruthless." Old Mr. Zhou's expression gradually softened. "We're all family no matter what. You should all support each other." Zhou Yi's lips curved slightly. "The support you left me seems a bit unreliable." "Chunjia, bring the things over." Assistant Chen stepped forward with a file folder. Under old Mr. Zhou's gaze, Assistant Chen opened the folder. He took out the contents and laid them one by one on the tea table. There weren't many items, but each one could bring shame to old Mr. Zhou. Where did all these things come from? Zhou Yi adjusted his shirt collar, his jaw firm. "Which are you asking about? The photos of Zhou Qi meeting with Guanlei? Or Zhou Yan's recorded calls with Sun Jin? Or perhaps Zhou Qi's transfer records to Guanlei and Sun Jun's mistress?" Old Mr. Zhou's face darkened as he looked at Zhou Yi's indifferent manner. Zhou Yi's lips curved slightly. Looking ruthlessly cold, he turned back to old Mr. Zhou. "Grandfather, every item here shows attempts to destroy me. The support you spoke of seems quite unreliable." Old Mr. Zhou roared in a low voice, "Bring Zhou Yan and Zhou Qi to me." The atmosphere was perfectly tense. Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with mockery as he leaned back into the sofa. Shortly after, Zhou Yan and Zhou Qi were brought down from the second floor by Li Shund. The two stood properly before the tea table and called out, "Grandfather." Old Mr. Zhou suppressed his anger and said, "Explain these things on the tea table to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qi's face turned pale. Zhou Yan remained much calmer. With a tense jaw, he bent his knees and knelt down directly. "Grandfather, it's my fault. Recently, I've been competing with Yi for a project. Since I lost to Yi twice before, Qi was worried. So behind my back?" Old Mr. Zhou took a deep breath. "Are you saying all of this was done by Qi behind your back?" Zhou Yan answered, "Yes." Old Mr. Zhou questioned, "Then how do you explain this recording?" Zhou Yan's face changed slightly, forcing a lie. "Grandfather, Qi is my sister. Although she did wrong, as her brother, I had to help her clean up." Old Mr. Zhou raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. "You worthless thing." After hitting him, old Mr. Zhou looked at the panicked Zhou Qi. "How could you do this to your second brother?" Zhou Qi fell to her knees with a thud. "Grandfather, I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. I didn't think it through. I just felt sorry for my brother. I was worried if he lost again, the company shareholders would look down on him." She spoke while crying. Old Mr. Zhou looked down at the two people kneeling before him, then turned to Zhou Yi. "They're both my flesh and blood. I won't make the decision today." Zhou Yi smiled and stood up unhurriedly. He walked with broad steps to Zhou Yan and Zhou Qi, saying softly, "Grandmother is getting old. Punishing both might be too much for her to bear. Let's punish one of them. We're all family. Too harsh a punishment would be embarrassing if word got out. How about this? The one being punished will go back home to tend grandmother's grave for 3 years. It's a way to show filial piety." Zhou Yi's punishment seemed like a joke. Old Mrs. Zhou had been dead for over 10 years. Going back now to tend the grave was merely a formality. Old Mr. Zhou thought Zhou Yi was all talk and no action, just wanting to establish authority in the Zhou family. He continued, then let Chi-Chi go. This was fundamentally her mistake. As for the project you're competing for with your brother, I've decided. Your brother will withdraw. Zhou smiled lightly. Thank you, grandfather. Old Mr. Zhou was giving both punishment and reward. Families should stay harmonious. Zhou stepped towards Zhou Yin and extended his hand. In a voice only they could hear, he said, Brother, that recording was fake. Sunjin didn't betray you. Watch your step from now on. Zhou Qi is finished. Say anything more and you'll destroy yourself too. Some love has stayed hidden in the dark for too long. Now that there's hope, how dare it still hide? It only wishes to be more direct, more passionate. Zhou gave Zhou Yin a cold smile. Turning to old Mr. Zhou, he said, Grandfather, the journey home is long. Better let Chi-Chi leave now. It might not be safe if it's too late. Old Mr. Zhou's face turned ashen. Li shunned, Miss Song. Halfway through the journey home, Zhou Qi suddenly asked, What kind of car is this? Li Shund replied, In this cold weather, why did you put a bamboo mat in the car? Li Shund locked the car doors and drove slowly. After driving some distance, he replied, That bamboo mat is wrapped around Yang Jiming. Second young master said you like looking at disfigured corpses, so he specially arranged this to keep you entertained during the journey. When Zhou Qi heard this, she collapsed pale-faced onto the seat. Trembling, she said, Li Shund, stop the car, stop the car. Li Shund calmly replied, Miss, the master ordered me to drive you home. I dare not delay even a minute. After 7 or 8 full minutes, Zhou Qi swallowed hard and shakily said, Li Shund, you're Zhou Yi's man. You hit it well. When did you become Zhou Yi's dog? Li Shund replied impassively, Miss, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. I just checked Yang Jiming's corpse. You should like it. Zhou Qi's hands gripped the seat back tightly. I'm going to tell my mother. Li Shund pointed to an inconspicuous small device in the car. Making calls won't work. Second young master installed a signal jammer in the car. When you get home, you can consider writing a letter. At the same time, Jiang Ying paused for a moment before speaking. After today's events, your future days might not be peaceful. Hearing this, Zhou Yi turned his head with a slight smile. Are you afraid? Are you afraid of getting caught up in my troubles? Jiang Ying responded. No. Zhou Yi took Jiang Ying's hand, held it tight, and naturally kissed it. Only if Lu Man focuses all her attention on me, she won't cause you trouble. Jiang Ying's fingers curled where Zhou Yi had kissed them. She looked at him. You're doing this to protect me? Zhou Yi smiled lightly. Zhou Yin took such a big fall this time. He definitely won't let it go easily. He might try to contact you during this time. Jiang Ying calmly replied, Don't worry, I won't help him. As they talked, the car arrived at the villa. Jiang Ying got out first. Assistant Chun coughed lightly and said, Mr. Zhou, I don't think you should have told Madam directly that you're doing this to protect her. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Assistant Chun suddenly became serious. Isn't that how it's done in TV dramas? You should let a third person tell Madam about this. That way, she'll be more touched. Zhou Yi lowered his eyes, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Leaning back slightly, his voice deep, Some love has stayed hidden in the dark for too long. Now that there's hope, how dare it still hide? It only wishes to be more direct, more passionate. At this moment, they were resting on the sofa when Zhang came to report, Sir, Madam, and the eldest young master are here. Soon Zhou Yi came in. I want to talk to you privately. He got straight to the point, but Zhou Yi didn't comply. He mocked, I'm used to seeing big brother's gentle and refined manner. It's quite uncomfortable seeing you so serious suddenly. Seeing Zhou Yi had no intention of private conversation, Zhou Yan's jaw tightened, forcing himself to contain his emotions. We can't contact Chi-Chi. Do you know anything about this? Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows, feigning surprise. Wasn't she sent home by Li Shund? Zhou Yan frowned. You really don't know? Zhou Yi responded carelessly. What should I know? Zhou Yi was evading. Zhou Yan could tell but couldn't confront him directly. Steadying himself, he said, If we still can't contact Chi-Chi, then I'll have to inform grandfather. Zhou Yi smiled roguishly, leaning back into the sofa. Is Big Brother threatening me? Zhou Yan looked at him steadily. I know you've always had issues with me. If you have any problems, come at me directly. Zhou Yi suddenly smiled. No need to rush. You're next. As he finished speaking, Zhou Yan's face changed. So you admit you did it? Zhou Yi's light laughter spread. What did I admit? Just then, a phone started ringing. Zhou Yan took a deep breath, pulled out his phone and answered. Before he could speak, old Mr. Zhou's angry voice came through. Where are you? At Yi's place. Get back here right now. But grandfather dash, old Mr. Zhou was furious. Don't make me say it twice. What kind of family is this? Lu Man said nervously. Li Shun just called home saying Chi-Chi's phone died, and she also called your grandfather. Zhou Huayan exploded in anger, grabbing the phone. Didn't I tell you not to provoke Zhou Yi? Get back here now. The usually restrained and dark CEO was actually playing with bell parties. Things accidentally got out of hand. Zhou Yi mocked Zhou Yinyan. Big brother, use your brain before acting next time. Everything needs evidence. Coming to find me like this suddenly really hurts our brotherly relationship. Zhou Yin gritted his teeth and hung up the phone, then turned to leave. Zhou Yi took out his phone to call Li Shun. Did the old man suspect anything? No. As for Zhou Qi, she was terrified, vomited the whole way, and fainted after the phone call. Hearing Li Shun's report, Zhou Yi lightly scolded. Li Shun paused, then continued, following second young master's orders, all servants at the old house have been replaced. They won't receive any news from here. Zhou Yi smiled. Uncle Li, I seem to appreciate you more and more. He hung up immediately after speaking. Then he picked up the wooden carving from the coffee table and began carving. Jiang Ying came out after bathing and spoke. Zhou Yi, don't do anything illegal. The Zhou family isn't worth it. Zhou Yi replied deeply, I know. Jiang Ying's eyes flickered when she saw the wooden carving resembled her. Trying to stay calm, do you want to take a bath? The water temperature is just right. Zhou Yi looked down at her, and as he lowered his head due to their height difference, he blocked all the light from above. Jiang Ying said, I'll go dry my hair. Zhou Yi's voice was low and magnetic. I want to buy you a bell to wear on your ankle. Jiang Ying bit her lip and stepped back as Zhou Yi advanced, until Jiang Ying was backed against the wall with nowhere to retreat. Zhou Yi chuckled. Why are you running? Jiang Ying's heart pounded, stubbornly saying, I'm not. Zhou Yi laughed lightly. You're already against the wall. Don't you like it? Jiang Ying was unsettled, but pretended to be calm. You like it? I do, Zhou Yi finished, his fingers exploring from the hem of Jiang Ying's clothes. Moving closer, he continued. The bell's string is red. The sound is crisp. It's most melodious when it shakes. Afterward, Jiang Ying's eyelashes trembled, too tired to open her eyes. Her waist was sore. Zhou Yi glanced at Jiang Ying's slender waist. His large hand touched it, applying moderate pressure. Is this okay? Jiang Ying raised herself slightly. Zhou Yi carefully took the water glass from the nightstand and handed it to her. Jiang Ying took it, took 2 sips, turned to look at Zhou Yi. What are you smiling at? Zhou Yi's lips curved. Nothing. Jiang Ying pursed her lips, clearly unsatisfied with Zhou Yi's answer. Zhou Yi took the glass from her hand, put it back on the nightstand, and wiped the water from her lips with his thumb. I like you in this state. At 18, I was first panicked. You were in that dream. After that, things got out of control. My possession of you wasn't intuitive. Actually, I've practiced it in dreams hundreds of times. Jiang Yin was stunned, her heart surging. You've secretly liked me for 10 years? Zhou Yi replied, more than 10 years. I dare not say more. Afraid you'd be upset. Jiang Yin couldn't sleep well that night. Though extremely sleepy, she couldn't fall asleep. Whenever she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Zhou Yi's words from tonight. Back then, Zhou Yi was too proper, a completely restrained youth. Even when they had occasional physical contact, he would immediately avoid it.